If I heard that you 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 What a shame, Lately I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Like I guess the sky is not so black and white. It's like I told him there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd sing what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Like I guess this sky is not so black and white. It's like I told him there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the sky. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
This land is calling.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the Club Championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Day one of EWC has already brought the top world champions to their knees, while the rest of the teams, the underdogs, reign supreme in Riyadh. Everything is on the line for playoffs. And I gotta know what everyone else is thinking. Manik should be here with me. Manik, what? Are you all right? What's going on here? You okay?
How am I meant to do this? We just saw them. Nothing went to plan.
Well, anything is still possible, Manik. Honestly, I don't know what else to really say, but I'm hoping we still see the de facto wins.
If that was day one, I don't know how I'll do day two.
I think all of the teams here are strong.
The competition is pretty close.
I think anyone can make a deep run here.
Wants to get himself into the position, but he jumps off the kiss! Savage going go for the kill! He gets it! Secret have done it! It's revenge against the reigning champs!
Yeah, it was a close game. Like, we played Falcons. We are very used to this team. We actually figured out how to play against them, and we are playing better than them. And I feel like at this time we are a better team than them.
Handy needs to pull off one hell of a play from this position, but there's only 15 seconds to go. Time's running out, but Panda finds the kill, and DZ open up EWC for them with a victory against the reigning world champions.
It went really well for us, and I think that's all we could ask for, really. I think we came into the event with confidence, and it showed.
Believe that you can win, I think, is very important. So for sure, we believe that we can win. That's why we're here for.
Constantly repositioning, trying to wallbang, lights up Surf, but broadcasts his position in the process, and Shopify prevent the comeback from Weibo.
What I expect to happen is for us to go the farthest and win the event, as I think any player would. I don't think you're going to come here and expect to lose.
There's nothing else that we're going to be aiming for than to win.
Yeah, as long as we don't lose our minds, I think we'll beat everyone.
It's going to be just a tantalizing moment as, oh my God, Space Station have done it!
Expectations would just be us winning. I always have full faith in our ability to win anything.
Yes, boys!
It's do or die here for Rainbow Six Siege X at the Esports World Cup, as 4 teams are going up against each other with only 4 slots left in the playoffs here over on the A stream. I'm your host Ginny, and I'm joined this time around on the analyst couch with Anne and Leo. Welcome to both of you. Leo, I'm going to start with you. Didn't see you yesterday, but here you are. A lot of exciting games happened yesterday. Some of the teams in this lower bracket that we thought were going to be potentially contenders for the finals, but oh no, they could be going home.
Yeah, we didn't necessarily need to watch the game yesterday, but I think we were both literally watching everything that happened, all of the upsets. It was crazy. It was a crazy game. And today, we're going to have even more upsets.
It was. I mean, and we're looking at the teams that have been eliminated so far. There's a few teams that you expect to be there, but a few as well that we really didn't expect to already be in that lower bracket, but that does lead to some banger matchups today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yesterday, the games that we saw, the script that we had, we thought Falcons was going to be, the obvious title defenders back to back here in Riyadh. Not the case. Instead, they are already eliminated by none other than SSG, who are looking to redo that NAL lower bracket run. We have a recap as well, because I do know it was a lot of siege, and there was a possibility that you might have missed some games. So for that, let's head over to our casters.
Hello everybody, it's Jake and Guz here, day 2 of the Esports World Cup for Rainbow Six Siege X. Obviously we had some big games, big results, some shock results. Falcons even knocked out yesterday, Guz. We couldn't have had a better day 1.
Yeah, didn't expect that by any stretch of the imagination, right? They've been here, had so much success in the past. To see them go home day 1, massive shock.
Yeah, absolutely a massive shock. They were looking for 4 in a row for a couple of their members, and really the organization as a whole expecting to follow on what the XBDS org was able to achieve here, not to be. A couple of other big results as well. G2 started well against Gen G, but then ultimately falling to the lower bracket, and they took on FaZe Clan today. So G2 FaZe, one of them has to go home.
Yeah, that's going to be a really tough matchup for both teams. They have a bit of an interesting play style. I don't know how that's really going to clash. Stompin as well, going to be under a lot of pressure on the side of G2, and FaZe with expectation to do well at this event.
Some of the teams that did well yesterday and have already qualified: Shopify Rebellion, Virtus Pro, NIP. Like, we're talking about some teams that we don't necessarily say the big hitters. It's good to see some different teams going through the playoffs already.
Yeah, the format has allowed for some of these results, I think, to take place. There's been some variety in what we would expect at other events. Notably as well, probably Furia as well in that lower bracket as well, fighting for their lives. Had an intriguing game against the Aussies in EP. EP showing good resilience, but just not quite having that experience.
Who's going to win it out of a couple of these games? Firstly, Oxygen, SSG, and then G2 FaZe.
I probably got Oxygen for that first game, maybe just as an upset, throw it out there, and then FaZe to maybe take down G2, but expecting that to be a really close game.
Last one, very quickly, who wins EWC?
Well, my hot take is Weibo. That's a bit of a spoiler, but Weibo's going to take it all.
All right, guys. Best of luck to all of the teams here today looking to make the playoffs, join the other 4 from day 1. Some big, big matches. Don't miss it.
Thank you, Guz and Zena. Best of luck indeed to the teams remaining, because if you lose today, elimination is on the line. There's only 4 more spots left in playoffs, with 8 teams playing the best of 3s today to actually qualify, which means you snooze, you literally lose, and your key is going to get crushed, along with your path to success will be cut short.
Can you imagine that you've got FaZe, G2, Furia, teams like this that are all on the verge of elimination? That to me is completely crazy.
Can I imagine that? No, but instead, I'm actually living it.
Yeah, and that's crazy. W7M, I mean, all the big names. 2 will get eliminated today, which is unexpected on day 2 of EWC.
Yeah, and it's sad obviously to see some teams go, but it does really give us some good games and some quality games that we're looking forward to today. To have seen some of the top contenders go, it leaves a spot for the dark horses in our tournament to finally take that moment to shine.
It's honestly been unbelievable how some of the games played out, but I also really want to highlight something that Guz and Zenox touched upon, and that is the fact that the format was a very specific way. You had to win 2 best of 1s to qualify for the playoffs. If you lose a best of 1, you drop into that lower bracket, and then you're playing best of 3s, which makes things a little bit more exciting. So it does mean that the games that we're going to be looking at today will all be best of 3s, which is another great position to be in, because it does give teams a little bit more of an opportunity of adapting and changing as they go.
Yeah, and in general, it will reward the better teams, right? They will be the ones that are used to adapt more, to be able to read their opponent across one map maybe, and then adapt for the rest. And that's gonna, I guess, punish the teams that are the more inconsistent. Problem is, which teams have we mentioned so far? All the teams are extremely experienced, and all of them are crazy in BO3s.
Yeah, and the gameplay yesterday was just phenomenal, to put it very mildly. So we have the Kiria top plays of yesterday. In case you missed some of them, which I know you probably have, as we did have streams across 3 different streams. But oh my goodness, the clutches that we've seen, just these rounds going crazy, neck on neck, down to the wire, max OTs. It has been incredible.
Yeah, we have been set on the edge of our seats for very many of these games. And can I just say as well, we've seen so many 1v1s played out with the pistols, players absolutely feeling that confidence to go seek out these gunfights with the secondaries. And yeah, like you said, close games, but that's what we hope to see at this level of tournament, of competition, to see these teams really take it on with each other.
Some amazing individual moments also from teams that were causing upsets. I'm thinking of Thrips, for example, on the side of Weibo. And also
Secret.
here... Yeah, Secret as well. Huge individuals. I just want to praise these guys over here. They were one of the main causers of upsets here, sending Genji all the way back home in France.
And the beauty of having this on LAN is that we get to see the Crunchyroll reactions. We see the players get up in each other's faces, take off their headsets mid-round, start shouting. There were some beautiful moments, and you know, you're always going to have to talk about Canadian on LAN because that guy gets in your head. G2 from the Mental Warfare was a little bit lackluster yesterday. Maybe today we get to see a bit more. But what really surprised me and I took away and enjoyed a lot were the team huddles from the Brazilian teams, because they were stomping on the floor while huddling and it just made everything shake. But enough from us. We actually have a lovely guest joining us. Nikki, thank you so much for your time for the side of Virtus Pro. You guys are already qualified, so a breath of relief?
Yeah, definitely. I think this tournament for us was like most of the quickest ones to qualify into the playoffs. Just 2 best-of-1 games. I believe the players themselves are not yet believing what they saw yesterday, but yeah, it is what it is, right?
They're just like us.
Nikita, can you explain a little bit more of your role inside Virtus Pro? Because I'm a big fan of that role. I personally think it's really cool. You're looking over multiple games, right?
Yeah. My job is basically to decide what titles our club should expand into, and once we do that, my job is next step is to decide what team do we pick up, and then what can we do to make this team win.
And so how do you manage to then be able to scout the best players, the best staff in so many different games that are completely different skill set, completely different scenes? What's your story here?
Well, yeah, you got to know something about all the games. Definitely, you got to have a large network for those people to help you to decide what team is the best, what kind of a free agent you should be looking for. So yeah, I'm a gamer with a 10-year legacy, I'd say. I have never been a pro gamer before, so but yeah, I think I got all the skills and all the knowledge to do what I do.
Maybe someday I have it in me. Who knows?
I don't think you have
10 years.
that legacy behind you, but also when it comes to what... Sorry.
That was just... All right.
Anyways,
thank you. I'll take that one.
You're talking about deciding which games to step into, and I think the Club Championship point are a huge part of EWC. You guys are doing pretty well. You now have your Siege roster going into the playoffs. What does the Club Championship points mean as a system for VP?
Yeah, for us, I think it's one of the most appealing things of EWC. We definitely wanted to become one of the biggest clubs in the world, and I think we became one. Yeah, we got 17 teams already qualified for EWC. I believe we have one more, at least one more Crossfire team yet to qualify this Saturday. Hopefully they win. But yeah, we are pretty happy with the direction EWC goes to, and we are happy to see ourselves high in the Club Championship.
Yeah, currently you guys are on 6,900 points. The only other team that's, number one spot is Falcons, the defending champions at 3,500. They've won one title, but they're gone from Siege. Does that make you guys feel a little bit more comfortable?
Yeah, definitely, and especially also Genji not making it to the playoffs makes our job, our life a bit easier, especially this week where we not only got Siege but also Warzone. Our Warzone team is one of the best teams in the world, and we really look forward to see them play even today.
I mean, that is looking good, especially if you have good teams in other games as well. Let's talk about your Siege team in specific, because this roster has been together for a very long time, one of our longest standing rosters in the game. What is the vision for this team for the future as well?
Yeah, I believe this team is one of the teams that we always look for when we search for the teams in multiple titles. They really love each other. They like to play with each other. I think that's what differs them from other teams. And yeah, these guys have been through a lot. They've been competing in multiple grand finals. They have not yet won one. But
it's coming one day.
Yeah,
hopefully.
At one point. Maybe it is right now. Maybe it is like this week, right? We also have the Aramco power rankings, and we did put VP as contenders of actually being able to get this title because they've had a really good performance yesterday. Do you have the same confidence in them?
Yeah, we'll see. Next round, first round of playoffs, we'll have to face one of the Brazilian teams. They're known for being one of the greatest teams out there, so we hope to see great siege in the first place, and we hope that our fans will enjoy the game. But yeah, who knows?
One quick thing about this, by the way, about the performance of your team. For so long, playing against these guys in Pro League, they were complaining about ping. And playing against them, I hated their ping. And then recently, you guys have invested into boot camps in Belgrade, if I'm not wrong, which really helped them step up the performance in EML. What was the reason for this boot camp?
Yeah, definitely. I think the ping issue was one of the problems that the players brought up when we talked about improving the game. And yeah, we definitely saw that getting them a bootcamp for the whole league helped a lot. But yeah, like if we're speaking about Brazilian teams, the Brazilian league have their own LAN event.
Yeah.
And we hope to see that in the future for the game, maybe next year. But yeah, this time the game is completely different for us. And obviously, this is a completely new game for the whole esports. So yeah, we hope that the bootcamp helped, and we'll see a great game in the playoffs from our team.
I mean, we have the rankings in front of us anyway right now, and I would really also like to see which team would you think or hope to face in the finals if you guys do get there. When you do get there, let's manifest it. Is there anyone in particular that you'd like a rematch with, maybe from EU, or would you go up against one of the Brazilian teams?
Yeah, management-wise, I'd say that we would like to not face Brazilian team because we have a legacy, not a good one playing against Brazil. But yeah, I just hope to see that we'll face a great opponent in the grand finals, and we'll be there. We don't care which team we face.
Would you agree with us putting Virtus.pro in the stick? Like, you know, they're contenders. We see them making it far to the top, but not just the top yet. Do you agree? Do you think they should be anywhere else?
Well, I think it's fair, given where we placed in the EMEA stage league. But yeah, us getting in the playoffs, we just hope that you'll put us higher, maybe next time.
Right, well, thank you so much for your time and for giving us a little bit of an insight. We are, however, going to be having a quick little check-in with Lax when it comes to what we can be expecting today. So, Lax, give us an update.
Welcome back, everybody. Day 2 of the Rainbow Six Siege series here at the Esports World Cup. My name's Laxing, known as an analyst, now an interview here at the Esports World Cup. Today, we have a very exciting day. Elimination matches. 4 teams trying to stay alive. Those games are going to be FaZe versus G2, SSG versus Auction. All 4 of these teams are wanting to be the new Esports Cup World Champion. We have to find out later today.
I love that you had to sneak in that you're also known as an analyst. We all know that, Lax. We also know you're a great player. Don't you worry.
Great player? Great bait.
Whoa! Okay, that was not me. For the first time, it's not me who's sending shots. Okay, Leo, I see what you're doing. But we have another guest joining us. Thank you so much, Naiko. How are you doing today?
Could be doing better.
Yeah, maybe that was not the best question to start things off, but I really appreciate you for taking the time, even though you guys have been eliminated, to sit here and have a conversation with us. I would really like to hear your thoughts about yesterday, how you found it coming in, playing the best of ones, having to play the elimination best of 3, and the competition in general, what it was like to sit there with 6 other teams, everybody playing at the same time.
I mean, of course, I'm kind of disappointed, like every competitor at any event, that we lost this early. But I mean, we were last in EML for the first play day, and we are still here. So I'm a bit happy about this. So it's fine. And about the event, I think it's an amazing event for my first international one. And yeah, the 6 teams playing at the same times. Sometimes you can hear the other team shooting even headsets, but I don't. It's fine.
Yeah, obviously this was the first international event for your team, so there must be something that you learned, like the trash talk, like the earbuds, like the noise cancelling headset. How was it experiencing this not only at an international event, but the biggest esports event in the world?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a great experience for us, even if we lost. Yeah, everything is experience, so we take it and we move on.
And this international event for you was a long time coming. I mean, competing in the email for a little while, making it to EWC as your first international event, kind of the biggest one there is. Does that add any pressure, you feel like?
I don't know. For me, Not really. I was pretty
You didn't see the
confident.
pressure yesterday. You performed well.
Yeah, I don't know. I just played like I used to play. I mean, the setup is better than mine, so I was. I'm gonna be honest. I was happy about it, and maybe yeah, I think there was some pressure on my mates, and yeah, maybe feeling a bit pressured.
The setup is better than yours. What does your setup look like? Paint a picture. Come on.
You don't want to know.
I do. I actually
You need to
wanna
send us a
know.
picture afterwards.
No, but the thing is, I have like I don't even have 240 FPS. So on the stage, I was on 360 Hz, 400 FPS. So I was like amazing.
Wow.
It was amazing.
Maybe that's why you perform so well. So having a good setup, you know, like improves a little
Yeah,
bit.
maybe.
What do you think was the main reason for your resilience? Because Yaglu said you started really slow in EML, and somehow finally you clicked. And like every single time you wake up late, and this time you made it. What was the difference maker?
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. I think when we like for the first 4 play day, we were like we need to wake up, and we worked more and more. So yeah, that's probably the thing that worked.
All right, and we also have our match of the day. It is going to be G2 against FaZe. Do you have actually a quick prediction? Who do you think is gonna win? Because who loses goes home.
I'm gonna go with G2 because there's my boy Blaz. So I'm going with G2.
All right, well, merci beaucoup. And thank you for your
De
time
rien.
for doing the interview. Guys, I would like to hear you as well from the side. Leo, who do you think is going to be able to take this one away?
Yeah, that match is going to be absolutely crazy. I think we're looking at two of the absolute titans of Siege. We're looking at two teams that have incredible expectations. On one hand, the current world champions. On the other hand, the current European champions. One of them today is being sent home in a crazy BO3. The first one that G2 will play. That's going to be interesting.
We didn't expect the two of these to be here, right? I mean, that's what we're looking at with these two rosters when you set the former champions. And when we talked about G2 as well, in the EML, they say this is probably the best roster we've had since we won SI back in the days. Those are big things to say for a team. And our main question is for them, can they actually play with those international big boys? Yesterday it showed they still had some struggles, but there has been some time. And I'm curious to see what they do against FaZe.
Yeah, we all keep talking about G2 and they lifted the hammer at SI. And I'm going to hate to burst everybody's bubble, but that was a long time ago in esports years. They gotta lock in, and this is really their opportunity to show exactly that when it comes to the international stage, they are comfortable to do so. You picked up Stompin. There has been so much discourse around this individual. Really, like, for G2 now, like, y'all gotta lock in.
Exactly. The real question has been, is it the missing piece? Because we've seen G2 win SI in 2023, bear the big name, the dynasty, the old school.
Oh, you said the word.
Yes, it was a dynasty. They've never recreated it. But what did Alemo tell us in the interview? You remember during EML when we asked him, "Do you think you have the same level to win SI? Do you think you have the team that has the quality?" And he said yes. And he said yes. He thinks that roster has a top tier championship quality.
He thinks they have it, but the question is, do we agree?
Well, that's the thing. When we're looking at this, right, we have the past in Siege who's really put up those titles. We have the present who's now been eliminated. And that gives an opportunity for a player like Stompin with his team to snatch away that trophy here today. When we're looking at a player like Stompin, we've talked about him so much over in the EML. He is a young player, the youngest player at this tournament. And despite that, I mean, to give you an idea, I was sitting with Pengu at the airport. We were waiting for the plane to go here. And a bunch of players walked up. He would come over as well. And he would actually walk up to Pengu and me, shake our hands and say, "Nice to meet you." And I'm not saying that we've had bad interactions with pro players before, but this is something that young players, when they do this, it's great to show that even if you have that kind of following, that big persona, you're still humble enough to go up to other people.
Listen, basic social skills is not always a given in pro players. I will say that.
Yeah, we got you. Look
all
at
right,
you.
all right, come on.
I'm retired and still not having those social skills. But either way, Stompin had a great performance when it came to the game against Gen G. And it is, at the end of the day, I also really think we need to put into perspective that it was Gen G. Not because of the fact that Gen G is eliminated, but this is an EU team. This is a team that they are comfortable with. They've played them before. They know their ways. It wasn't a test on the performance internationally.
No, but I think yesterday the games against Shopify Rebellion wasn't that bad for me either. I
Absolutely
think
not,
it
yeah.
does not shake under pressure, which is completely crazy. And I will say something that Sam Stokes told me about this. I was always wondering, why is this guy reacting so well to pressure? And he told me something that I didn't even think about. This guy has been playing 3 years in NA on console against the best trash talkers in the game and in front of tens of thousands of viewers with Jinxie. Obviously, he's not going to be scared or feel pressured. But now is a very different moment. As we see these guys arriving, what's happening? It will be the first ever time he goes on stage.
And we have Lax standing ready with the interview to see exactly what G2 thought ahead of their game.
Oh, look at the G2 boys. Doki. Oh, okay. First name basis.
Yeah, you know
Well,
my first name.
Jack. Of course I know your first name and Carl's. Well, I got to ask you, obviously. I mean, how are the vibes coming into today?
They're good. We're ready. We're just excited to play.
I was already talking to Cyber. I asked him what the scoreline was going to be. He was pretty convinced it's going to be a 2-0. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, probably.
What? Oh, okay. Alama, how do you feel about Cyber saying it's going to be a 2-0?
2-0. He's right.
From you guys, though.
Of course.
Okay, you guys aren't saving any strats for SI, right?
Nah, not yet.
We're stomping. There he is. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing, bro. I can't wait to play.
What's the KD you're dropping today?
Let's say +5.
+5?
Yeah.
Well, what's the +5? Well, give me a number.
Let's say 22 and 17.
Ooh, 22 and 17. You guys win 2-0. Okay. Well, you heard it here from G2. They're ready. They're prepared. It's going to be a quick 2-0, and Stompin's going to be dropping big numbers, double digits.
22-17, 2-0, but you're going up against FaZe Clan, and it is a roster that we have seen on the biggest stage when we're talking about SI, defending world champions. I mean, they have their work cut out for them.
They do. I mean, that SI final was amazing for them. Ever since then, it's been a little bit difficult on those international events, so this is a big comeback opportunity for FaZe to show that they do belong in that top 8. When we're looking at these players, KDS had an amazing stage in the SAO, the best rated player, and then we're seeing other players in this team step up as well. Cyber had an amazing day yesterday.
But then you think, and that's my biggest question right now, is this 6 Invitational happening? 6 Invitational curse, is it a real thing? It's happened with TSM, it's happened with G2, it's happened with every single team that won 6 Invitational. You struggle afterwards. What do we see at Reload? A team that does not even make it to top 8. What do we see during ICL? For the first time in a very long time, they dropped their Brazilian crown to Furia. They're not even the contenders and the champions of their home region. That's my biggest worry right now. They have cracks.
And Lax had a conversation with them as well ahead of the game.
How's it going, Cyber?
Hello, good, and you?
Not too bad. Are you gonna kick some ass today?
Yeah, of course.
Feeling good?
Yeah, feeling good.
What's gonna be the score line?
2-1, 2-0, I don't know.
Well, I need one. 2-1 or 2-0.
2-1.
2-1. All right.
It's basically.
All right.
Thank you.
Good luck.
You know, the way that they took the key out of the wall was a lot smoother than Alamau. So I do hope that Alamau's got better hand coordination when it comes to like playing on the server today, because they're gonna need it. But they're also gonna need the map vetoes, because when you're looking at this, it's a best of 3. It's not a best of 1. You're not trying to get the middle ground. You're trying to get that advantage as early as possible so that you can hit the ground running.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what maps they'll be going to, because our players always talk about how much they prefer playing these best of 3s. I mean, we talked about it briefly in the way that you have this safety net to fall back on if necessary, you know, when a map doesn't really go out and play out the way that you want to. But when we look at the maps, and I hope we'll have them very soon with us as well to see where we'll be heading to for these 2 teams.
Yeah, it's 2 teams that know each other very well, 2 big contenders, 2 big international teams that have attended so many different events. So I'm expecting that they know each other well. They will have, for sure, I think, avoided each other in scrims. So this will be hidden map veto, probably.
Yes, and the veto is ready as well. So we are in for a treat to see exactly where we're going to be heading for this best of 3. Starting things off with Skyscraper into Cafe into Labs. I'm loving this.
The Skyscraper one is a curious one for me, because if we look at the maps that FaZe really like, it's kind of a mid-preference for them. For G2, it's a way lower preference, but G2 did play it yesterday. They played it in that best of 1s against Gen.G, so FaZe must have seen something in that series that they can either abuse or use to their own strengths today.
Now, moving on to G2's pick, Cafe makes a lot of sense. They've won it 7 times in 2025, only dropped it once. 7-1 so far this year, and FaZe have looked shaky on it, losing to Loud in their home region. Now, I think that is a great pick. Moving on to Labs, we're looking at 2 teams that are extremely comfortable on it. But, what did we see yesterday?
Yeah.
FaZe losing that map against Stark Zero, and in a crazy fashion, Anne.
Yeah, I mean, my main worry with that was that they didn't even win a single defensive round. They played against Dark Zero, who we know love to play with shields. They didn't even ban the shields either, but they seemed to struggle so much with the pressure that Dark Zero was creating against them. So if we do go to a decider, I really hope that FaZe has learned from that game yesterday.
I love how you say if we do go to decider. you don't want to say when we go to decider?
No.
I will say this, I think it's an advantage to G2 in the sense that we've seen a shaky FaZe yesterday, and on top of that, right now on Lightheaven Labs, G2 are on a 3-0 win streak.
Yeah, but when we were also having a conversation yesterday with FaZe after their game, we were like, what happened in that game against DZ? What went wrong? And I am not going to quote exactly what they said because I don't think I would be able to get away with dropping that word on the broadcast. But they did say we played like, very scared, but very, not comfortable. We didn't hit the ground running the way that we wanted it to, but we learned from that. So yes, maybe G2 saw something on that map where they're like, oh yeah, Skyscraper was absolutely terrible. We we want to try and get them there, but it's also, I feel like they've learned from their mistake potentially because their second game, which was a best of 3, looked a lot more convincing.
It did, and I think confidence is a big thing as well, like he mentioned, but then FaZe coming into today saying that it is going to be a quick game and a dominant game from them really shows that they bring that confidence today.
Yeah, and one thing to remember as well is that they carry their keys with them onto the stage that will be crushed if they lose this time around in front of the audience. So if you're wondering exactly how the trophy system works here at EWC, let's find out.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
It's a new dawn for R6 as CJX arrives at the Esports World Cup. And after 3 years of one team's dominance in this country, we will crown new kings. The stakes have never been higher.
Ian, here the whole point is top tier competition to the point where no player, no team is safe. Look at that. The gold this time is going to a completely new team. Team BS, now known as Team Falcons, are out of the tournament. That run, that miracle 4th time win in Riyadh is out. And it just doesn't matter your history, all that pedigree. What matters is how you play on the day, on the week, because here our motto is clear. Nothing is granted, everything is earned. It might be written in French here, but it doesn't matter. It's going to change to another language for next time.
What will be earned, that's important, right, as well, because each of our teams gunning for the glory of raising this trophy, but of course, we've got a $2 million total prize pool. And of course, club championship points up for grabs too, as each of our teams vies to become the best club in the world when EWC is said and done. There's only one thing left to do. You know the stakes? The stage is set. Let's bring out the teams, starting with Dark Zero. NJR, Pambazoo, Nath, Spirits, and Citizen.
They're one of the most storied NA teams, and they've joined us finally here at the Esports World Cup. The question is, how deep will that run go? They're used to the stage. It'll be just another day at the office, right? Anyways, next up, our teams continue. It's Weibo! From Weibo Gaming, Ape, Hovenhurst, Reaps, Speakeasy, and Dursta.
Reaps, love that guy, one of my favorite players in the entire scene. And what I also love about this team is they absolutely love to get in the heads of their opponents. Cannot wait to see them back in action. It's time now to welcome our next team, Furia. Philippox, Herds, JV92, KZ, and Nade.
They reached semi-finals at EWC 2024, and they've collected almost every single trophy that Rainbow Six Esports has to offer. They've even won the first ever Siege X tournament in Reload only a few months ago. It's the #1 SAL squad. Can they go even deeper? Though, joining us from EML is none other than Virtus Pro! Pasha, Always, Dan, Joystick, and Shepard.
This team always tends to show up on an international stage, and sometimes their level and style of Siege is criticized, but not now. They are absolutely thriving in the current meta. Let's bring out our next team, Ninjas in Pajamas. Pino, Cons, Fantasy, Hates, and Wizard.
They surged through SAL Stage 1. It was actually incredibly impressive how with just a bit of change, this team can go from 0 to hero in absolutely no time. That was a run to witness, but that's just playing online. Here on the main stage of EWC, that's where champions are made. Though next up on the stage, you know them, they're champions in the day. It's Space Station Gaming! Bolts, J90, Ashen, Benjamaster, and Noyers.
These guys are feeling hot right now because they just knocked out yesterday last year's champions, and it went the distance. So they are coming onto this stage, smiles on their faces, feeling supremely confident. Cannot wait to see if they can maintain that momentum. Let's now welcome Shopify Rebellion. Ambi, Canadian, Rexon, Seth, and Spoit.
It's incredible to witness the mix of experience, youth, and potential that this squad has in one singular team. They've done incredibly well in the North American League. It's the first time now that we get to see them in the official Siege X tournament. A lot to still see from this squad and what the future will hold for them here at the Esports World Cup. Though next up, it's Oxygen Esports! From XG, it's Yaga, Gomez, Adam, Forrest, and Grixer.
Now, they might have come into this tournament here in Riyadh a little bit under the radar, but they are well and truly breathing new life back into the badge. They are ready for the next challenge here. Up next is Team Secret. Savage, Zoom, Adrian, Mowgli, and Noah.
The up-and-comers from EML have wowed both their opponents and everybody else watching it at home. They've been incredible. Their run over the past year has pretty much secured them top 3 every single stage, and always dark horses in every tournament they enter. Will this just be another case of that, or even deeper? We'll just have to find out. Next up, they are absolutely well known all over the world. It's W7M! Dores, Dots, Lobin, Volps, and the one and only Palu.
The last name there, absolute legend. We love them. I like to call them WSETG, one of Brazil's finest teams, ready to go to battle here in Riyadh. Now, we're not finished yet. There are still 2 teams left to bring out here onto the stage. We've saved them for last because they will be the first to compete on the road towards this trophy. Milos, what do you think? Should we do it?
I think we should. I mean, they're coming up here. You'll either be the first to win or first to lose. Then you're out.
Let's do it. First up, it's G2. Alamau, Doki, Blaz, Loira, stomping. They are back, arguably to their best, with a new lease of life, with a new roster addition that's helping taking them back to familiar heights.
It's actually incredible, the mix of experience the team has had over the past couple months of competition, but it's new blood one way. We've got to bring you old royalty. It's FaZe Clan! Cyber, Souls, Vita King, Handy, and KDS. The world champions have graced our stage, hungry for yet another win. Some say they even exist on an otherworldly plane of their own, but one must remember that the crown always sits heavy on your head. Let me tell you, our trophy here is pretty darn heavy.
You know what, Milos? It's just dawned upon me that one of these teams is going home. Absolute megastars up here. Let's face them off. Alamo, come on up here.
Come on.
This is your last opportunity to get inside each other's heads ahead of what is a crucial matchup here on the main stage. Guys, let's get it even closer together.
Very personal.
Oh man, that is close. Alamo, what would you like to say to him?
Nada. Vamos só bagaçar os caras mesmo.
And as a response, Vita?
Eu acho que quem fala muito pouco faz. Eu sei que você deve estar todo se tremendo por dentro aí de jogar contra a gente. E não vai puxar um pod de novo aí pra você não tomar a multa, tá?
You're laughing. What do you say?
Não falei muito, né? Porque tô bem tranquilo e a gente vai levar pra casa.
Well, our Brazilian Portuguese fans
you
are
have your
absolutely loving
CPF
this.
at this point. You're supposed to translate it.
Vamos fazer barulho. Anyway, guys, please go and take your seats and get ready for this first matchup. You can actually, that was a bit of fun, but a little bit of tension in the air.
Yeah, I think Alma was a bit nervous through it, but
Yeah.
you know, that's the sort of matchup we have. World champions, we got a lot of legacy on the other side in G2. So Ian, how about we get this started? G2 versus FaZe Clan. Let's get it on.
I promise you guys we will get it on once the players are ready and set on stage. But for now, you're going to be stuck with us for a little bit longer. So dirty that Milosh and Ian made them do a height check before the game even began. Like, what? What? This is an elimination match, guys. Okay, we got to take it a little seriously.
Vitakin just went to Alemao and just went like, okay, I'm just going to look at you like this. And my translation from what they said, I feel like he said, like, you speak a lot, but when you play against FaZe, the results are never good. Something like this.
The only thing that I understood was, like, calm.
Yeah, it was my Frenchiest take on what the Portuguese was saying, because it's both Latin language, but I'm not sure I understood it the right way. But I'm thinking that it's because, Alemao, historically, like you said, like he doesn't perform well against Brazilian teams.
No, there's definitely been a thing with him playing against his old region, right? The region where he came from. And then another thing on Vita King as well. I remember making a trash talk tier list with some of the players over at SI. Vita King wasn't in there, I remember, but all of the players are saying like, oh, this guy has aura. Like if this guy comes on stage and he speaks, you sit and you're quiet, because this guy will trash talk you and he will get in your head.
Respect.
Yeah, it's also the best kind of trash talk. It's not the yelling one like Canadian that will literally lose his voice
you're going
screaming
for
at
Canadian
you.
now? Okay.
It's not the American, crazy one. It's the smart, quiet guy that does
So you're
that.
saying Americans are not?
Yeah, they're not. No, I'm not gonna finish that sentence.
I'm gonna cut you off right here. I'm gonna save you because you like picked up the shovel, you started digging, you're like 6 feet deep, and you're like, oh, let me just go a little bit further. But instead, we're gonna talk about the bracket from yesterday so that you guys can know exactly how we got here. Starting off with Group A, and this was a group that had a lot of the APAC teams in it, but also a group where we thought, all right, listen, G2, Shopify, DZ, FaZe Clan, they have to fight for the death, literally, today to make it through. It is SR and Virtus.pro that were the ones to come out on top. And if I am being like completely honest, on my list of teams that were gonna go through in that upper bracket, to me, it was going to be FaZe Clan and it was going to be G2. So the fact that both of them are now in that lower bracket and they are playing an elimination match, and I am gobsmacked.
No, but it starts with FaZe Clan already losing that first game, right? That best of one against Dark Zero, where we thought, oh, it should be easy for FaZe. They'll run through this bracket like no any other day, but they're not doing that. I think Virtus.pro making it through is a pleasant surprise, especially for our fellow EML enjoyers. Shopify Rebellion, a team that has done so well in NA. We expected them to go through, but indeed, those matches in the lower bracket today were being treated to some absolute bangers.
Yeah, and then we head over to Group B, which is where we saw a lot of the Brazilian teams competing as well, which now also, Leo, are in that lower bracket because the team who made it through is Team Secret. They beat Falcons. That game was neck on neck, but then the game against W7M it felt like a walk in the park. I don't know what's going on, but Team Secret on LAN, maybe this is the buff that they needed. And NIP, they take down OXG, and OXG took down Furia, also in a very one-sided match, which makes things even more complicated because how did we get here?
And so now we have the end results. We have W7M, the winner of Montreal Major, and Furia, the winner of the last CJX International event and current Brazilian champions. Both of them right now fighting for a chance to continue in the tournament, which is completely crazy. W7M last year was the runner-up of this event, and they're going to have to play to stay in there only on the second day.
Yeah, and SSG, they had an insane game against Falcons.
Yeah, they just needed to lose.
It was 2-0. It was like the story of SSG being in that lower bracket and somehow finding the will and the fire and whatever it is that they need to fight needs to be studied because this is actually insane. They're still in that lower bracket, so this could be a buff that continues. It could also be a buff that just stops. But the greatest or the best part here is, and that every single team that we had pretty much in the top tier of a very strong contender of winning the event is almost out, and that means that our power rankings are also out the window.
Yeah, but I don't mind being proven wrong in that case because it shows that dark horses from teams that you don't really expect to win all of a sudden step up to that level of the competition, can finally do something with those international games. And we're looking at teams, for example, like G2 obviously being in that top contender. They've done so well in the EML. Can they now do it against other teams? We're looking at other teams in this group here as well. I mean, Weibo could as well come out and beat a team like Dark Zero today. We don't even know if that's going to happen. I mean, at this point, with the fact that Falcons is already eliminated, I don't even dare to make any predictions because they could be thrown out the window at any given chance.
I think the riskiest one that we have here, Leo, is the fact that we put G2 and Furia in favorites, considering they are both in that lower bracket.
And NIP is qualified.
And NIP is qualified. Yeah, and they're a roster watch. So what are we doing?
The reality is, yesterday was a lot about the BO1s. They were critical. They were not really about the BO3s. Now is the moment where the biggest teams, the best ones, they're supposed to come alive. They're supposed to win those BO3s. And we're looking at the best ceilings. What is the best ceiling between NIP and Furia? The highest ceiling is in Furia. 100% any day of the week I will defend that. The problem is right now, they need to perform when it matters.
Yeah, and this is do or die. You lose this game, you're going home, your key's getting crushed. Crazy to think that Falcons' key was crushed yesterday already. One of the first teams out of the tournament, alongside some of the APAC brothers, which that we're used to. But Falcons? I don't really know what happened.
No, and it makes me wonder as well, right? Obviously, the winner gets to pick 3 trophies or 3 keys to put in their trophy. Would you still pick a team like Falcons, despite them having won this tournament so often? Would you still pick them even after they've gone and went out on the first day?
And I think Secret and SSG, if they do win or when one of them wins, I don't know if I want to manifest this or if this is actually happening. But, you know, I think if I was SSG or Secret and I won, I would put Falcons in there because I beat them. I did that.
Yeah, it's also the team that was the most consistent last year. It's a team that has some of the best individuals in the world. It's a team that you want to beat, the previous champions, obviously. But I don't think people need to be too harsh on Falcons. One thing to remember, guys, by the way, this is one of the most highly punitive format that there is, you know, in the world of esports. You're playing a couple of matches, only 2, and you can get eliminated. Look at their path. They played against a Crazy Secret that has an immense momentum, and then they played SSG in loser bracket. SSG cannot lose in loser bracket. It's their rule. So obviously, 2 matches, they get punished hard. Like, if I can apologize, but I will say this, it's not a testament of the team's level.
No, absolutely not. I think something that Ashton said yesterday in the interview after their win against Falcons was incredibly interesting, where he was like, yeah, you can beat us in the map veto, you can beat us on the server, but one thing you can never do is beat us in the mental state. And I think that's very true. The way that this team is run, the resilience that this team has, he even mentioned that the coach makes them do the difficult things that you as a player don't really want to do when it comes to waking up early and doing your meditation and watching your health. And that has paid off yesterday because they were so locked in. They were ahead, then it was equal, max OT, 1 round left, and they came out on top in a 1v1 because mentally they were so locked in. And G2 now finds themselves in that lower bracket after they had quite a nice road here to EWC. So for those of you wondering how exactly G2 found themselves here, let's take a look.
The newly crowned champions of the European MENA League have arrived in Riyadh. To kick their season off, G2 made a huge gamble, cutting Uno for the most exciting rookie Siege has seen in years. With a hope reignited, they kicked off their EML run with utter dominance. And with only a singular max overtime loss versus BDS, they secured the #1 seed in EML playoffs.
Leading 3 days got him locked on down, but he swipes and finds the headshot. It's Shaco versus Stompen! It's a big 2K for the young gunner!
Once there, and unlike past stages, G2 thrived. They achieved their goal of Esports World Cup invite. And from then on, it was just about bragging rights. And what better way to cap the stage off than by defeating heavy hitters Virtus.pro, Team Secret, and even the true kings of EML, Team Falcons, to take the EML championship crown for themselves.
They're gonna have to clear this barbed wire, and they do. Down they go, Loira finding one, Loira another one! 3 kills before he's put down. It's only League of Fact remaining.
After proving they can beat the best of Europe, will G2 be able to show that they can do it against the best of NA, APAC, and Brazil? Only time will tell.
Route to take to come here all the way to Riyadh to play 1 best of 1, win it, and then lose your second one and find yourself in the lower bracket against none other than FaZe.
Yeah, it's actually crazy for FaZe as well. You know, looking at winning at SI, we're talking about, is the SI curse actually a thing? Can they make it back to those playoffs, to the international stages that we want from them? I mean, having gone from the SAL champions last year in stage 1 and stage 2, they've already had to give that title away to a different team. So just kind of like these hits that they're taking, how much can that team really take? I mean, they've been together for so long. They're one of the most consistent teams that we have in the ecosystem of Rainbow Six Siege. You expect them to always be at the top level.
But right now that consistency is dropping, and so you've got to wonder what's the reason for this. So if you take the top 3 Brazilian teams, you've got W7M, Furia, and FaZe. Each of them have an etiquette. W7M is the pure aggression, all the time, relentless, but all together. Furia is the pure gunplay, individual skills, and clutches. And FaZe, it's the tactical aspect of it. It's Vita King, it's the IGL. It's strategic, but team play together, cohesion, right? That's their thing. And the problem here with the consistency and the lack of consistency rather is that cohesion, that team play, somehow is falling apart. We're seeing moments where they are desynchronized, some moments where they're executing but a slight misplay, 2 or 3 seconds, a flash that was not supposed to be here or was delayed, and that causes the entire execution to scramble. That's mistakes that we did not see from this team before that are starting to happen. And you've got to wonder, is it because they won 6 Invitational that they lost the sight of what they want to gain next? Or is it just a pass and maybe they're going to go and get better? But right now, the problem is in the team play, not in the individual skill.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, they are competitors and they are here to win. And maybe like small mistakes happen here and there. And I do feel like consistency every single day is very difficult. I mean, I think as well, like what we can highlight here is Falcons. Individually, they are absolutely perfect and their systems potentially could be failing them. Question is, what is it going wrong there as well? But for FaZe, they've had a good stage 1 when it comes to SAL. They've done well. They're here now. And if you're wondering how exactly that played out and what their road led to EWC, you can find that out too.
Ago, do they have information on where the diffuser is? He's going to wrap all the way around Port Garage. He finds one and he should be able to clean up, and he does! KDS with a triple kill!
World champions FaZe kicked off their SAL stage with dominant wins. But for high highs came a low middle, with back-to-back upset losses against Black Dragons and Loud. Never satisfied with defeat though, they flew back to the top and into playoffs, where they finally ran out of gas in the grand final versus Furia, losing 0-2. Nevertheless, they remain one of the scariest teams in Siege. Is it finally time for the world champions to finally secure the only trophy they've never been able to achieve? We think so.
Kind of out. Has to deal with long-range fuse. My God, Collins gets fed to the wood chipper. So does Fantasy.
5 seconds, McKeena's on the plant. Tucked in the middle, they're trying to cross over. They have the pings. That's 2 players down.
How do you beat this team?
Obstacles in the road for FaZe. They're here now, and the last obstacle, or one of the last obstacles to actually get into playoffs, is going to be G2. It's in the form of a best of 3, so you do have that opportunity, you know, as you touched upon, Leo, to potentially make a mistake here and there and then crawl your way back and adapt, but it's still something that they have to prove they're able to do.
Yeah, and against a team like G2 is definitely not going to be easy for them. Yep. Looking at the positives from this team from FaZe, what we want to see from them today is I want to see Cyber have a day similar to what he was having yesterday. Absolutely amazing. Stepped up. We talked about KDS being that top rated player over on the side of the SAL. They need to do it against a player like Laura, who's also had an amazing day yesterday, but Cyber has been there so consistently in all kinds of tournaments. We're looking to see that same performance from today.
And you're speaking about the positives, I'm going to speak about the negatives. Obviously,
Love that.
We're from Europe, we want G2 to win, let's be real.
I thought you were going to say we're from Europe, we love to complain, but...
Well, no, that's just you, Ginny, that's not the normal, that's not the norm.
I'm from Europe?
Yeah,
okay.
No, but you like to complain.
I do!
So,
I do.
Moving on to my point about G2 and FaZe. My main thing with this is that we're looking at 2 teams that do not have the exact same expectations. It's completely different. One team is the current world champion and is expected to make it. One team is G2, have not had a great performance in international tournaments in literal years. That's coming now, that's happening now because they've got the momentum to win. And I think that's the main thing for me. The momentum is in the hands of G2. The expectations are on FaZe. So the pressure is on FaZe to perform, not G2, which should in turn allow G2 to have the best chance at winning this.
So you're saying that if I asked you right now to put a prediction, you're going to be like...
G2.
G2O?
No hesitation.
G2O or what?
I'm not sure it would be disappointing. I want this to go 3-mapper and then to go to labs. Once again, 100% win rate for G2 this season. I want to see them go in the decider and close it.
I think the positive thing for FaZe on this side here is they've already played that best of 3 yesterday. So they're in that momentum of having to go through those longer matches with that kind of stamina. I think that could really help out for them today as well.
Okay, we're going to find out once we're ready to head into the game. But for now, we're going to be throwing it to a quick break. We'll be back once all the players are ready and set up onto the stage. So make sure that you stick around because trust me, this is a best of 3 that you do not want to miss.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Welcome back, everybody. A little bit of a troll from our end. We're waiting for the players still to sit up on stage, and while that is happening, we're going to entertain you a little bit longer, because shout out to King Patella on Twitter, who gave us a live translation of what we just heard from Vida King and Alamau. And, you know, Leo, you were so right when it comes to Vida King. We don't have the graphic, but I'm going to read it out loud, so it's just like a comprehensive reading, just listening, I don't know.
Bedtime story.
Bedtime story. Ooh, like that.
I want you to impersonate their voices.
Oh, hell no. That is not going to happen. But Alamau said, I don't have anything to say, just that we are smashing them.
That's so weak.
Okay, rate this
weak.
S tier to D tier. This is like D tier trash
This
talk.
is F tier.
F tier.
100%, Anne. That's F tier trash
That
talk.
is negative aura trash talk from Alamau. Like,
You know what's funny?
yeah.
Both Yane and Miloš, after he said that, not understanding what he said, oh, he looks shaky. Well, now that you know what he said, it did feel shaky.
It does
Yeah,
match.
I mean, like, no, listen, hire a writer to write your script. I don't know, but this is so bad. Sorry. Good luck in your game.
So what's
though.
the comeback?
Okay, the comeback. Ooh, we're gonna want to hear this one. The comeback was, Vida said, I think the ones who talk a lot don't usually live up to the expectations. I know you're probably shaking inside playing against us.
That's a
Low-key,
really good.
that's positive aura.
Yeah.
It could have been worse, but pretty good. I respect it.
It's not like bad trash talk either. Like, you know, not a negative thing or using bad words or whatever. It's just classily letting them know I'm above you.
It's the worst kind of trash talk to face because it's just factual. And you cannot hate it because if
do
he
anything
actually
about it.
wins, it's the worst feeling ever.
But it gets worse.
Oh,
Or it
dear.
gets better. I don't know. It depends on like whose side you're on. It gets better. Alamo then replies, I haven't talked much. I'm chill. We're winning and taking it home. I do love the confidence. We're chill. We're taking it home. It's like, I haven't talked much. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Yeah. So
He's known to be
in the trash talking department, I would say like FaZe has already won. Which crazy because I thought G2 was like known for their mental warfare. So like, what's going on? You guys need to like.
Oh, wait till you see the chat in
I
game.
mean, that's the thing, right? I think Elma is always really vocal until he plays against a Brazilian team. That's when he stops being vocal and stops, you know, really trash talk and trying to be so active against the team that he's playing against. So I think it's showing once again here.
Maybe it's because he is so locked in because he knows it's a Brazilian team that he like doesn't have the extra like he doesn't want to use the brain resources like trash talk.
I don't know if it's that. I think that's seeing a little far here, Jenny. But
I'm trying my best.
I will say this. Maybe we could even consider this team Brazilian when we see that they have two staff that are Brazilians. There's Loira, there is Alemão. I will say one thing that has been, I guess, said in the past that Alemão as the IGL and team captain could theoretically hold G2 back because he would shut down when he was the IGL sometimes in a couple of years. I think that changed when this new dynamic arrived in the team, when Stomping joined the team. I think he really took that captain and leadership role at heart. He wants it and he lives it. The reality is, it's a good thing to want it, but if you start to shut down against the Brazilian team here as the captain, you're going to cost your team.
So considering like you used to have a little bit of player experience here and there, back in the day. Wow, I really am firing shots at everyone. I should not be doing that. But what would you say would be the best practice when it comes to not shutting down? As a player, just don't do it.
I've got no idea. I shut down every time. That's why I'm retired. Okay, it's easier to shoot bullets at myself than let you shoot them. I will say this. I grew in maturity and in holding my stress. So I will say this. Plenty of things. Everyone has got their own things. There is the pre-game ritual. Some of the guys...
yours?
What was mine? I like to meditate to techno music.
Sounds very relaxing. What?
Yeah. I was literally in my own zone listening to techno and just... I was shadow laning, but in Rainbow Six Siege. I was picturing my strategies.
You were shadow laning?
Yeah, I was the in-game leader, so I was picturing the calls that I would make. And then if I saw a certain setup, that would be the counter. If I saw this would happen, if I lost my entries, this would be the change that I would call. Basically, I was playing the game in my head. And I was picturing what I could do in a scenario. And that reinforces that you have the skills to overcome any situation and boost your confidence.
While listening to techno.
What's that?
While listening to techno music?
Yeah.
That's like the most European
No, that's hard focus. Hard focus.
You got Jenny shocked. I saw whoa, when you were talking about what you were doing. Yes.
I was like, okay, that's like the...
Like, honestly, mental projection is something that's being used in traditional sports everywhere and has been used for dozens of years. Doing it and applying it to esports, I believe, is a big thing. I think that meditation, I think that physical exercise, I think that breathing exercise, I think that all of these things are extremely important. Rituals and having a routine is key to consistency.
Okay, well, if your analyst career ever stops. I said if.
That's the third bullet in a row.
If your analyst career, you ever want to, explore a new thing, maybe esports psychology could be your thing. But we also have a little bit of extra content for you because Leo is not going to be the punching bag for content today. We have a 1v1 between Stompin and Brunt, if I remember this correctly. So let's see who won.
I'm here with two of G2's best to go head-to-head in 1v1s. All right, let's get started. Start the game. So, have either of you played Rainbow Six Vegas before?
No, I've never. I don't even know this existed, to be honest.
Yeah, same. I'm not sure you were even born when this came out.
Yeah, I probably wasn't.
I had not played Rainbow Six Vegas before, so we'll check out.
What?
Oh my god.
Oh, the sets are so bad.
Oh, we have contacts.
Wait, my shoot key isn't working. Oh my god.
Oh, Stompin', bro.
Okay, I gotta change my keybinds real quick.
All right, the score is 1 Blaz, Stompin', 0. Let's get back into it. All right, Blaz, have you figured this out yet?
Nah, not really. What? Yo, Has, bro. Bro, I have a pistol out, bro. I just died to fall damage. Right. Wait, does that count as a kill for him?
Yo, noob, bro.
Not over yet.
Check after.
Oh, my sense is so fast.
I'm 1 HP.
Where'd you go?
Bro, I'm lost.
Bro, where'd you go?
I look like a butt.
Bro, I don't know where you went.
Here we go. This is it. This is your moment, Stompin'. This is where you can come back.
Who's worse, bro?
Battle of the bots.
Literally.
There we go.
Yeah, you got slammed. I died to fall damage, so.
Here we go. This is the 1v1 we needed.
Bro.
Yo, you just got slammed. I'm not even kidding.
You strafe, bro. I can't shoot.
The recoil is so bad.
No way you strafe on this game. You're a nerd.
Oh no. Oh no. Yo, he's so bad. Just like the real Siege, bro.
3 to Stompin, 2 to Blaz.
Where are you?
In the middle.
Nah. That's bullshit. Like, one bullet you kill me. Like, no way.
You destroyed him. Blaz, this isn't a good look, man. You're up to nothing.
Nah, just a lucky shot. Bro.
It's 4-2 now. Oh, I think you're enjoying this a little bit too much, Stompin.
Oh.
Here we go.
Oh no. See how I juked his bullets? You
This
can't
is
hit
your
me.
moment, Blaz. This is your moment. This is where you bring it back.
Bro, how you kill me? How you shoot? I don't even know, bro. It's
I'm
so
out of
hard.
ammo. I killed him too many times. He's just bad, bro. That's fine.
All right,
I think 5-2, right?
5 to Stompin,
Yeah,
2 to
bro.
Blaz.
Wait, let me take this.
Alright.
Bro, it's so hard. I don't know. You can only beat me on controller, bro.
Controller?
Yeah, bro.
Your aim's so bad, bro. I'm not
Bro,
kidding.
you're 1 HP or what?
Yeah, but like.
This is where the comeback starts.
Oh! No, I think it's bug. I can't kill you. No, bro, I think it's bug.
Bro, you're just bad, bro.
Wait, let me try. Don't move. Let me try to kill you. Where are you?
In the middle.
Yeah, don't move.
The huffing of the copium right now.
You killed me in 2 shots.
What?
Bro, you just suck, bro.
No, the game is bugged. He has to play the game already. For sure.
I've never played this in my life, I swear to God.
I'm leaving.
What's this?
GG.
GG.
Shake hands. Come on.
GG, bro.
GG, bro.
Just like usual, though.
Nah, that's cap.
I don't know what I just watched, but I do hope that it's going to be better on the server today for G2.
I actually saw this
It was
set and I tried it myself. I will say this, the sense was incredibly high, so
Yeah.
it was very difficult. You know what's funny with this? This game was released in 2006.
That's a while
Stompin is
ago. Yeah.
younger than this
Yeah.
game. This game
no,
is older
actually,
than
Dev
Stompin.
literally said that at the start of the piece. He was like, you weren't even born when this was released.
That's crazy to me.
How old were you, like 20 or?
All right, that's just easy, Ginny. We have the same age, and you have no clue, and that's crazy. You keep reminding me that I'm old, but you realize that we are the same age.
Okay, so you're saying I'm old too? That's
No,
not a bad thing.
I think that we're pretty still young. I think for
Yeah?
the sports world, we're maybe on the older side, but I don't know. I'd say
I'm
we're...
just like, you know, I'm just
Don't
impressed
do that to
that
us.
you know my age.
Huh?
I'm just impressed that you know how old I am.
Well, I'm just guessing, because yeah, maybe we should have a debate.
Dangerous territory.
Yeah,
Dangerous.
maybe we like. You picked up this shovel, buddy. You're like,
Maybe
you're
I
like
just
thinking
yeah.
already.
I'm just handing out the stick here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're making it pretty easy. But that was 2006. We're now in 2025, and what we have now is Siege X, and there have been a couple of changes. I've seen on Twitter specifically a lot of people were complaining about the sound, but I think that's died down now.
That's just people not used to the rework, honestly. I knew it was going to come when you start the game after 10 years of having the same sound, and suddenly there's a major update. Everyone's going to complain because the change is going to impact the way they play. I will say this, after a month, you're completely used to it. Everything is very clear. I think there are other things that are very important. I think operator bans especially, and are like incredibly important in esports right now.
Yeah, I mean, especially for our esports, the way these players and teams use the operator bans to really construct the games. I mean, we've had plenty of interviews over in the EML as well with Virtus Pro that just avoid certain maps right now because they say it's kind of broken. You can ban so many hard breachers on the attack, or on the defense rather, make it so difficult for the attackers to actually get in the building, get that entrance for themselves. So having that new system of the operator bans shows some creativity as well. We're seeing different operator bans than, the standard, back in ranked Thatcher, the mirror you always see. I like this creativity. It allows you to also specifically counterban against teams when you know they're really strong with an operator.
And right now you've got, I guess, generic bans. You've got either you ban all 3 shields, either you ban all 3 hard breaches, and in defense you ban all wall denial. That's for the teams that are boring and that don't know how to adapt.
Do you want to name and shame?
I won't name and shade anyone. I will just say that the teams that are the best are the ones that are countering the playstyle of their opponents by actually abusing this instead of going for generic bans. Like always, the ones that are making it more complex are the teams that are going to perform better, and are all the changes that obviously are being used but are more situational, the gas tanks, the smoke pipes, this kind of stuff.
Yeah, you told me as well earlier that you had this very specific piece of content that you did with Hertz. If it was
Yeah, I asked him what were the changes that he liked from CJX
Yeah.
and what he wanted to change.
leak. What did he like? Yeah, like what did you think was huge?
He loved the upper band exactly for the same reason that I just mentioned. They are a team that abuse it to control the guys in front of them, and they don't go for generic bans.
And we are ready for real this time to head into the first best of 3 of today. Elimination on the line for FaZe and G2 as we're going to be heading into our best of 3 of today with Dev and Pengu. Guys, do the thing.
Thank you very much to Ginny and everyone down on the couches. We're here at the Esports World Cup. Pengu, we're kicking off the live stage portion of this event. The lights are glimmering. The players have set down their places on the stage. This is going to be a banging game. What a treat that we get to kick it all off with a historic match like FaZe versus G2.
It's a big treat and also a big shame because the loser is going to be going out of the tournament, and it's too early, James. We can't have FaZe G2 in the second day of the event saying, hey, the loser here is not going to make it further. This is like a potential grand final, given that Falcons had to go home early, obviously.
Right.
So, I don't know. It's a bit of a heartbreaker for me, not gonna lie to you.
But of course, what do we say? Nothing is granted, everything is earned. It says it in French on the trophy for Rainbow Six in lieu of the French champions from last year. And now we're getting into the first map of this series. It's a battle of the greats of Rainbow Six. Both of these organizations entered 7 years ago, and they haven't played in over a year since they met in Sao Paulo for Six Invitational 2024. Now we fly to Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, and we're here to kick off the first match of the main stage on Skyscraper.
Starting off with an old classic, you know, maybe a double heart breach, double wall deny situation here, keeping it default. Now, Skyscraper, of course, incredibly difficult on the attacking side, vividly much heavy favored on defense. FaZe picked the map, G2 choose the starting side. To no surprise, they're gonna go defense and get nice and cozy comfy. FaZe Clan have had a couple of struggles this tournament, and I feel like speaking to different talent members, there's been a lot of different opinions. Some think that FaZe are too impatient sometimes, you know, lashing out, getting aggressive when they can just sit back and enjoy the round. And other times, FaZe Clan have been kind of sloppy in individual gunfights. When we cast them, Cyber was still a demon.
Oh, yeah.
FaZe were disciplined. They looked like the classic FaZe Clan level.
And that was their lower bracket game. They destroyed the Korean Spherex 7-0 and 7-4. But that was after they lost. They were knocked down to the lower bracket by the American roster of Dark Zero. And that was a 7-3, which is not at all what we expected. We thought FaZe DZ would have been a close affair. We thought that FaZe were probably the favored team out of it. And yet they got knocked down. Now they're still in that lower bracket. They're going up against G2. Now G2, this is their first lower bracket game. They won their first match against the French Gen G, then they lost to Shopify, the North American roster, and that was actually a very close game.
It should have gone overtime. It was really a 5-7 loss, but it could have gone.
Very much so. Absolute overtime was almost guaranteed there for G2, but they just could not get it across the line, and as a result, they're now here against FaZe. Like you said, a little bit criminal to think that we're playing a lower bracket elimination match between the #1 team from Europe in G2, the #2 team from FaZe Clan, who are also, by the way, the reigning world champions.
Good. If you weren't going to say that was, I mean, they're not just the #2 or still, you know, they are the champions right now. And of course, the year before that, made the finals as well.
I mean, how many second places have we seen from this roster? It feels
Too
like
many.
A hell of a lot. Yeah, runners up in Sao Paulo. That was, of course, like I said, the last time that these two teams met. FaZe actually beat G2 in Sao Paulo. It was a very close affair, 2-1. And the time before they versed was actually Six Invitational the year prior in Montreal. So it goes to show, it's a real treat to get to see FaZe versus G2. It tends to only happen once a year. And this is, of course, the first time it's happened in 2025. And, of course, we're just getting through a little rehost as we get everyone back into the game. There's Cyber, the man himself. He was insane yesterday on Chalet.
He was. I think it was a 16 and 6, I think, scoreline, something along those numbers. Just in the end, he was vigil on Chalet, just running around the building, going for kills. He was playing pretty much solo queue ranked, it looked like, and making it work.
And he's an OG of the scene as well. This isn't like a young gunner. He's actually about the same age as me. Funnily enough, the same age as Ginny and Alabama as well on the desk. All of us are 98
so
babies.
He's old, according to Ginny.
According to Ginny, that makes him old. He is technically a little bit younger than Ginny, actually. But he's been in the scene for a hell of a long time. He's been on FaZe since 2021, and his debut was all the way back in 2016 in year one for a team called Nox Gaming way back in the day. He bounced around a couple of those OG Brazilian rosters, you know, your BRK, Immortals, MIBR, before he landed on FaZe. And since then, I mean, he's been a major major champion in Sweden. He's been a runner-up in Berlin at the Six Invitational in Sao Paulo, and of course a world champion for the first time this year. And man, to think that he still has got it just like he was the young gunner 4 years ago. It's a real testament to the kind of generational talent that we see.
Oh, certainly. Honestly, a lot of people speak out the GOATs and everything else, and I feel like Cyber often just goes unnoticed on that, on that list. People don't go, oh, Cyber's the best, and all these things. No, he's kind of secretly being a good player. Reminds me a bit of NGR in Dark Zero. Yeah. I feel like that guy is so underrated for so long. He is like the pillar of that team in all the iterations in my mind. Individually, such a good player. And when we did the photo, that was me, the past, retired, Chaigo, the present, eliminated, and then Stumpin, the king, has to prove the future, of course. A lot of people are like, where are the Brazilians in this?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it feels very separated in seats between like the English and non-English players. But there are so many good individual Brazilian players and teams, we could make a whole list of their own, honestly.
Very much so, but also something that comes to mind for me. Brazil is known for its aggressive play style, but I feel like they're actually, while having a lot of very strong star players, Brazil tends to have its success derived from the fact that its teams work so well as a unit.
Yeah.
That's the difference between what happens in Brazil. You look at G2 and you're like, well, this is 5 of the best players in Europe, or in Loira and Alamau's case, from Brazil. And then on the flip side, you look at a roster like FaZe and you're like, well, damn, they do have a lot of good players, Souls, KDS, Handy, and Vidiking. But you wouldn't say, oh yeah, Vidiking is one of the greatest players ever to come from Brazil.
Fair point.
No, but as a unit, FaZe, one of the most terrifying rosters to come up against.
100%. But I mean, just speaking about Souls for a second, he is a quote-unquote support player, but this guy is, when he first came to the spot, people always said he's like the Brazilian Bride.
Yeah.
And I hate when we compare players to other players, but it's that clutch factor that when he has to show up, he will do it. If he's breached the wall, he becomes an injury. Souls, I think, has really been the individual player who has really shaped FaZe to be more flexible, because there's no weak link anymore. Old rosters, and FaZe Clan, they're an old school team, right? You always have like a hard support player. Think of, I don't want to name the names actually, but there are players that go like,
Are you going to say Goga?
Lagoatness. I'm going to say Lagoatness, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Lagoatness and also Troy Canadian statistically will have a 0-9 game way too often, and you're playing 4v5 with gun skill, but they make up for it in the IGL, leadership, and strat flexibility department. But when you have a team like FaZe Clan, who's top level so consistently, you don't have a CO9 player. Never. No. It's such a rarity.
And a testament to that is the fact that Souls, who you mentioned, he's their smoke player, by the way. He's the guy stuck on that little SMG-11, as you would know too much about. He's the second highest rated player on the roster. In the last 90 days, he's had 144 kills, 114 deaths, so that's a plus 30.
Damn.
Vidiking is the only negative rated player on that roster. I mean, he's playing your Monty, he's playing your Smoke, your Mute, he's playing your Hard Breach as well. So you can't really blame him for that. We've talked plenty here about FaZe, but of course, let's talk a little bit about G2. We've hyped them up. It's all about stomping, right? But let's not forget as well what happened on the stage. Alamau, a Brazilian himself, known for his trash talk, but he doesn't tend to trash talk quite so hard when he's against his countrymen.
No. I mean, he went for the name Judas for a long time. Of course, abandoning Brazil, going to Europe, and going against his fellow countrymen. And trying to make things happen in Europe. Of course, they got the SI victory. And I would say G2 Esports, since the 2022-2023 iteration, very inconsistent. That's been their biggest issue. I hope they stick with this roster. I hope that they can find a formula that works for them. I think when Stumpin first joined, a lot of people, myself, were like, Stumpin might not solve all of G2's problems, or like fundamentals and communication stuff, because that's not what Stumpin brings. But seemingly, Stumpin has been a very good solution to G2 so far.
Yeah, very much so. Of course, Alamau himself claimed that this is going to be the third era of G2. The first, of course, yours, Pengu, back in 2019. The second being 2023 when they won their second invitational. Could it be the third? Let's have a look. For EWC, G2 failed to qualify for EWC last year. So this is their first time here at the event. And Stompin, of course, 18 years old, his first tournament in person. And he's already looking solid. But it's FaZe Clan on the attack right now. They've already got a little bit of a breach. And starting for map control.
Yeah, the breaching is going to be difficult, right? You got the Thermite and the Hibana ban, and now you Impact Trigger with the mirror windows and the Sama keep a barrier. So G2 are making FaZe sweat in the first step of this round, which is the heart destruction. The second step is going to be the roam clear from the other end of the map. So Geisha side, Karaoke T, that's what we see right now. That's where Cyber, the Blackbeard, comes into play, can make quick work of the roam, but half Thunder has been burnt. There's a clash in play as well. So G2 are playing utility. FaZe Clan, they got the Glass and Blackbeard as those kind of, let's try and break apart this bomb side.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of Blackbeard versus Clash here, no doubt. Of course, we've talked about this a lot, Pengu, but that Clash is the best possible shield counter. Have a look at this, though, from Judas. Alamau making his way over onto the middle stairs. And there's a nade as well, flushing out the mirror position. It's going to be a mini execute onto site. Will FaZe draw first blood? No, Alamau finds one elsewhere. G2 to hold down the fort, but Stompin will fall. In fact, G2 seeming to let this slip through their fingers. Reloading. Big entry from Handy. He's taken the ground. He's finished off Stompin. He's looking for another one. Alamau with the shotgun wins the fight. It's all down to Souls on the glass as he brings out that PMM, a dangerous pistol, as he tries to duel with the Clash. Doki takes his head clean off. It's a 1v1 versus Alamau. And Souls, we named him. He is the Clutch King. He is the backbone of this roster, and he brings out that DMR. He knows now it is a 1v1, and he's spotted him for just a brief moment. Alamau, does he push forward? Does he hold his ground? All he needs is one more bullet. Souls has got to land it, but Alamau will clutch for G2.
Oh my days, both so low on health, and there it is. Guys, we're chill, we're calm, don't worry about it. SMG11 fast firing against a DMR or pistol player from Souls on the glass. Disgusting. And I gotta say, FaZe maybe a little bit impatient, like some people mentioned earlier, pushing down the staircase, trying to pick apart Alamau from below. You could truly want the Clash player by the side itself. We see it here, the swing, the check, the double swing from FaZe now was so good. This double injury is phenomenal, but then we chase Alamau. That's when the round kind of falls apart.
Yeah, I mean, to think it even came down to a 1v1 for Souls here is impressive. Alamau, he said he was calm, he was collected. A little spray with the SMG11. That is the face of a man who does not give a damn.
Celebrate first and talk your smack later.
You gotta earn it though, like we say. Nothing is granted. G2 kicking it off on their defense. We always knew that this was going to be a bit more comfy for G2. As you said, FaZe picked the map, G2 picked defense, start on Sky. 1v1 for the first round, a little bit close for comfort.
Sure. I think something that I personally value very highly is when you are either a nervous kind of player or a new player to the scene, which Stompin is, getting a kill in the very first round is such a big roadblock that's now removed. Because let's say you go 0-1, you go 0-2, you go 0-3, even if you're winning, you might get that small, oh, I can't get a kill, I can't get a kill, I can't get into the situation. First round, Stompin gets one kill, phenomenal. Now he's unlocked, right? Alamau, who Alfama spoke about, might shut down in some big games. He's got 3-0. He's feeling it. He knows he's better than FaZe Clan now. So already from a mental perspective, they got a significant advantage having such a good first round.
Yeah, particularly for Alamau, as you said. We know he's very much a momentum-based player. There's been a lot of criticism levied at him post the victory in Montreal about his failure to keep G2 at a high level, and a lot of people marked his inconsistency as an in-game leader in those big games. Now he's got his confidence, he's looking in peak form.
That's a cheeky keeper. So he has an assignment keeper on the couch in Geisha, can hide behind an impact trick outside the breach in the Selma from the Ace.
Very unique. To get there safely though, with this upside down rappel. KDS has actually finished off Doki, so that is that Azami player that you mentioned in Geisha. And while he did waste a decent amount of time, it's good headway here for FaZe.
Now we're gonna see that disciplined FaZe action, not getting over sellers. Blast swings, gets shut down by Vidaking, despite the default cam, and Stompin falls shortly after.
Yeah, that is a rough start here for G2. Alamau forced the clutch, this time not a 1v3, but a 1 versus 5. SMG11 in hand and a hell of a lot of damage done. Vidaking is gonna detonate the logic bomb, and that phone ringing will reveal Alamau's position. He's cut down and cut apart by Handy. Vidaking gets Lippy straight on back to G2.
FaZe Clan, they're a team where it's very dangerous giving away an easy opening kill because they will play the 5v4 like it's a 5v5. They're not going to risk anything. They're not going to get silly with it. And when you're playing Skyscraper on all these cut-off positions while playing utility, they can get easy kills using Captain Fire and a guy on the rappel. That's how they got the first player of Loki. Loki was forced to sprint away with no chance to stay alive. So yeah, G2 denied the wall, but it cost them 1 or 2 players.
Damn, Vida. Well, G2 win the first round of defense, which should be the favored side, but it comes down to a 1v1. FaZe then wins their first attack flawlessly. Not a good look for G2. You can't rely on clutch plays like the first round from Alamau. FaZe look really deadly on these attacks.
Something that G2 has really had this stage is the Loira demon factor. Since the very first day of EML Stage 1 this year, he has been, I would say, the best player in Europe, honestly. He has been ridiculously good. And he's also had a great tournament so far, but we haven't really seen a game, really, that mattered where Loira didn't show up. And I'm curious if Loira doesn't get activated versus FaZe Clan, if that will be a deciding factor of, is this going to be a very close series, or is he going to fall apart too early? Because he has been phenomenal.
Yeah. He's definitely one of the key fraggers for G2. And yet to find a kill, like you said, that monkey off the back, not yet done for Loira and Blaz, actually. I could say the same for Cyber, but I don't think he really cares. He hasn't really had a chance to see many G2 players, thanks to the rest of the team mopping them up. Now it's a map clear. Bomb site taken for Kitchen, so not re-attempting T Karaoke, which is for most teams the favored side.
I kind of like this though. Like when you choose the bomb side, you feel like what do FaZe want to do, generally speaking? Because one thing is the two primary ones top floor, that's going to be more default. But for the tertiary, you can do horizontal, you can do vertical, you can play cutoffs like KDS is right now, just watching the runarounds, the rotates. So I think T2 is trying to feel out, okay, what kind of FaZe Clan performance are we going to see? What's the playstyle going to be chosen from them?
Oh, wow.
My. Stompin'.
Gnarly shot there from Stompin'. Thread the needle despite having Cyber holding it with an ACOG. That's a bit of a tilter. That's the 18-year-old mechanics right there. And the reaction times of a Prodigy. He's holding onto this position really well as well. He's got this shotgun. And there's info. Default camera. But they're checking the position. Two players peek at the same time. Alamau might have been down, but that's fine because Stompin' was there to support. It cost them a lot of HP, but they'll get both their players back up again. A handy in the crossfire as well will be taken down. Well held from G2. FaZe looking for gaps. G2 playing proactively.
So beautiful playing 2 versus 1 in multiple areas there, ensuring they get a trade and a kill on their side. Let's say, Alamau swings solo, he dies, and then the same thing happens to Doki-san. All of a sudden, you're looking at a 4v2 in favor of FaZe Clan. Now, there are 2 players down instead. Small teamwork goes a long way.
And if you're in a 2v1, the chances that one player is going to get both your players without a trade, very unlikely. So it's the right way to play it for G2. Yeah, but Stompin' and Alamau are very low HP, so I would be very careful if I was them. And Blaz taken out. I don't know where KDS found his opening, but a 2v3, especially with the HP differential, is starting to look very possible for FaZe.
If only Souls had those soft breaching charges instead of the Claymores in pocket, because you do a lot of vertical destruction. Instead, a staircase, your only real option now for Souls. He has the Fuser case as well. You can't get the hatch.
Oh. No, and the staircase is awkward because it forces him into that angle that Alamau held. He was always going to see Souls' feet first. Now KDS, he does have Stompin' right around the corner. Oh, that's a missed flashbang. And G2 will know exactly where he is. They can reposition. Alamau coming to help out Stompin'. They might even peek at the same time. Flashbang goes out. KDS is playing this well. He'll find Stompin', but no time to get everybody else. Oh, a C4 pre-fight around the corner. Doesn't work out. And G2 back into it.
It's actually those small fundamentals of peaking 2v1 that I think G2 has been lacking for a very long time. Just simple communication and teamwork in the small moments of the round, saying, hey guys, we got the yellow ping, we know there's an attacker here, what can we do about him? And I think old G2, aka literally 3 months ago, would just take one guy, push him, and then 50-50 coin flip it, right? You win the gunfight, or you lose the gunfight. We're seeing them waiting about 5 seconds or so, get the 2 versus 1, and ensure the highest possible chance of a successful engagement to then further the lead in the round. And it's what creates consistency. The best teams in the world will not take poor gunfights or try to fight them as long as possible. G2's been a great team, but they would often take those risks in the past.
Yeah, especially in that European Grand Final, EML Grand Final that we saw. I mean, it was all about gap finding. It was all about hero plays. It was all about aggression for G2. Now, that was primarily on their attacking side. The only way that you can kind of interpret that on the defense is by playing proactively, which we did see from them, right? A lot of 2v1s, Stompin' and I believe it was Alamau. 2-timing that player downstairs.
And then Doki and I'm not sure it's Loira Blast, but they swung from Drum and Dragon at the same time as well.
Yeah. Good moves. Good
moves.
And even as well, when you've got 5 players alive, a lot of the time the gap on the defensive side is that you don't have anyone taking cameras.
Yeah, that's true.
And yet we did have someone flicking defaults. That's how they spotted that player downstairs at the bottom of house, and that got them a kill.
And one of the things about current meta of Siege is it's very fast-paced, very proactive, very flexible. most maps don't have enough safety for defenders to just say, guys, I'm gonna go on camera for the next like 30 seconds, just like flip around to see what's happening. But Skyscraper, it's an awkward map to attack because it doesn't really have a middle of the map. You have office over into T and vice versa. You can't just be in the middle of a sudden. The staircases are very deadly, right? So it's one of the rare maps where defenders, A, they're heavily favored to win, and B, you are going to have a lot of safety either by the bomb side, if that's clear, or the roam, if they're going for direct attack, to check those cameras. So good on G2 for doing it. FaZe Clan, they've already got one attack around though. All they need to like hit the expected round count is a 2-4 half.
Yeah, I mean 2 attacks is more than enough on Skyscraper. And a third, I wouldn't be too surprised. I mean, we're only halfway through the half. And FaZe have looked competitive in almost all of these rounds. Loira looking to be a demon.
Do you want
looking
this,
for his first kill. Do you want this? It's dangerous. The way Cyber's playing it, it's not worth it.
Yeah. 0-3 Loira doesn't peak that. But the 10-0 Loira definitely peaks that.
Absolutely. I don't think 0-3 Loira would have a lot of luck either. Now this bomb site, G2 might have won the past attempt, but it was thanks to Alamal's 1 versus 2, which was kind of a 1v3 really.
A slow one for FaZe. I mean, both teams are applying pressure right now. Loira keeps running out, applying some phantom pressure, saying, hey guys, I'm over here, I'm watching you. FaZe Clan, some utility, a block downstairs, with no clear sign of what they want to execute on. They got the Ying, they got the Blitz. There's a Cadella, shot 4 pops. The bot below has to find some value here.
And this is the way that they're trying to take these kills. They're trying to use the Buck and the Ying Candela in combination, but Cyber, he pre-fires Loira down. There are trades, and G2 come out just barely ahead. A 3v2 for defense now, as KDS and Handy have not made their way onto the bomb site, but the Buck still remains below. He takes a hell of a lot of HP away from Doki, does KDS. Handy, no more Candelas remain.
KDS finds just one player, or force him into a Handy's position upstairs. That could be an opening, but there's no Candelas in pocket. One flashbang from KDS himself. Again, these staircases, they suck because there's so many crossfires once you get to the tippy top. But you might not have another choice if you're KDS. I mean, it's either staircase or going to repel.
Yeah, and there's not a lot to be done for the player outside of Handy. Not a lot of good angles. He's actually jumped inside and found a goo mine. Gonna have to pull that out. He's already low HP. A few keeper barriers to try and find refuge behind, but look at the way G2 have peeled on back. They're playing behind the keeper barriers. The ponytail spotted of the Azami. Doki finds one. KDS makes it a 1v2. Blaz still full HP. He's holding this long angle with his DMR as Doki continues to hide, ducking and weaving behind the bomb, behind the keepers. KDS feeling the pressure. He needs to make his way forward, but there's no cover, and Doki will take him down. It's another round for G2. 3-1 is the score.
And they stopped the push. What happened there from FaZe Clan was they're doing what we call a split take. They had people, the Buck downstairs, the Ying by bumps out window, then they had 2 people, I think the Grim and the Blitz working from Shrine Dragon window, jumping in, trying to go for backstab. So FaZe Clan, all they need is a gap somewhere on the map. They didn't find it because everybody died from G2 holding the right angles.
And if I'm not wrong, this might be a tactical timeout. I thought I saw Romalio put his microphone down. Romalio, of course, this is the first time as a coach that he is playing with G2 against his former team. Of course, for 3 years, Romalio was the head coach of FaZe Clan down in Brazil and brought them a bit of success there between 2020 and 2023, including their major championship in Sweden. However, ever since he moved to G2, he has not won a trophy. Now, I don't know which team called this tactical timeout, whether it was Rafadel for FaZe, more likely. Yeah, it was indeed FaZe, we got that confirmation. And there's Romalio, the man himself. I heard a lot of rumors when he got picked up after the Copenhagen Major for G2. I heard that it was the most expensive coach transfer in the history of Rainbow Six. That was the rumor I'd heard.
I mean, to be fair, it's not common coaches get bought out in the first place, so that might very well be true, yeah.
Usually coaches move when they're free agents, when the contract is up.
Get kicked.
When you get kicked, actually probably the most likely time. But no, Romalio was highly sought after, and at the time regarded as one of the best coaches in the game. Of course, FaZe, during 2020 to 2023, while they didn't raise many trophies, aside from obviously that major in Sweden, they were very much feared. Like, FaZe have been a team that have always been, top 4 at pretty much every event that they've attended. Whereas G2, they get a championship and then they go missing for 6 months. That's
maybe 12.
or 12 months. And that's the difference between these teams, right? The consistency has always been there for FaZe.
Yeah, G2 high highs and low lows. FaZe not always there, showing up.
And that's why it was such a big deal that for the first time, they finally won a 6 Invitational in Boston this year.
It's about damn time. Still waiting for the Liquid Major, though.
Oh, God. Maybe one day.
Maybe not.
Yeah. Oh, for FaZe Clan, though, while they have finally got that hammer that they've been searching for about 7 years, there's a big difference between being 1x world champions and building a legacy to be remembered. Now, that's something G2 have already done twice, and that's something that FaZe cannot claim.
Handy bring out the Zero here. It's a very uncharacteristic operator, especially on Skyscraper of all maps. Normally we see it maybe on a map like Chalet or Bank or Border, more open, a lot of gaps to be found, a lot of fast-paced action. For Sky, I mean, it's great to deal with utility, whether it be the Moot Jammers, the Gristle Mice from the Ella, the My Discs, good information, flank walls, etc. But it also shows that this might be a very slow-paced round for FaZe Clan, changing the pace from being, hey, let's do a fast split take with the Blitz, to go, hey, let's play information, let's play flank box, let's play utility, just step by step, slowly work the map and try and get to a bomb site execute.
Which is a good move until G2 plays to delay time by shooting drones and falling back. Maybe finding a C4 with this pre-rip that we've got from Alamau.
I also think this works a bit of a FaZe because they banned the clash, so they know that that big obstacle isn't there to stop them when you do a nice and slow take, so time is going to be more on their side. G2 banned the Monty, which we know Vidiking loves to bring out, but hasn't really been necessary in Skyscraper yet. But it would have been a great crutch operator if things didn't really start going their way.
It is still going to be very difficult for FaZe to clear this position in drum, though. But the nades might help out for Vidiking. There's no catch, except for the My Discs, actually. And now Akiba barrier just to slow him down even further. Alamau still has his C4 pre-ripped. The nade goes out. The C4 still being ripped.
Oh my God.
And they do finally erupt on Stompin', but the two FaZe players have already gone too deep to be vulnerable to that C4. And FaZe find their kills. Alamau finally gets Handy back and Doki joins the fray. Ooh. But FaZe are still in control and G2 are scattered. FaZe erupt onto the bomb site and leave Alamau all alone once again in a 1v3. He can't even find the first one. FaZe with another round. The second attack needed. And my God, they are on fire here on Skyscraper.
It's a beautiful setup there. I think a lot of people, they say FaZe, you know, they're like a European Brazilian team because they got the slow, methodical, step-by-step action, very European-esque, but they got the Brazilian explosiveness. Right there, they took almost 2 full minutes. 1:03, that's when they hit the timer, right? They go, guys, I'm gonna nade, we're gonna push it 0 into Franken style from Handy and just explode the bomb site. They did not slow down the second Blackbeard entered that drum area of the map. Go straight into Geisha, finds Doki, dies, but they get bomb site control. And again, FaZe, they're applying so much pressure in different positions. As long as one attacker finds the gap, that's enough.
Even there as well, notice in the replays, a lot of those 1v1s won by FaZe came down to winning 50-50 fights.
Sure.
For example, that player on the T door, like whoever it was, I think it was the Nomad because he had the AK, you know, he gets swung first by the player in T, flicks to the angle, wins that fight. Same with the player who went downstairs and saw the guy hang up on toaster or whatever you call it, you know, that
sure.
That little bit where you can kind of drop down in the middle of the map, that balcony.
Yeah.
Some people call that toaster because you can whoop, drop down like a piece of bread.
Interesting.
He like flicked up. He wasn't expecting the Ella up there. Flicked up. 1 is 1v1. FaZe Clan, they've got the methodical game plan that you've got. You said they've got the explosiveness. They've also got the gunfight skill.
Oh, that they do. Curious now for FaZe. Similar pace, go nice and slow, then hit that explosive execute. Lyra is still 0-5, by the way. It has to be mentioned. On defense, no less.
Lyra Demon is not Lyra Demon at all. More like a ghost. Nobody can see him in the server right now.
He's on U2 now. They're playing smoke. He can play more sheltered role, play utility, stall for time.
Maybe get some positional kills rather than having to have the confidence to swing and take fights.
I quite feel like a Goyo would have been nice here some of these rounds. To say, okay, FaZe, they're going to do a 3-2-1. Let's go really fast. Pop a Goyo.
Yeah.
Right? Slow things down. A smoke is like, in a way, a mini Goyo. You can like more rotate around, toss out the toxic babes. It also means that if smoke's in the wrong position, no one else can really do that job.
Yeah.
That's where the Goyo pre-place one's going to be nice.
Yeah, there's a lot of delay here in the G2 lineup. You know, the Azami, the Legion. Not to mention as well the Fenrir. Blackbeard spotted. Now, G2, how are you going to try and deal with this Blackbeard? The nade sends him on back, and that's free ground for Blackbeard, but Cyber on the Deimos actually goes down and baits it for Stompen, who can retake and immediately forfeit the ground with the 2-player advantage for G2.
Great re-aggression there. FaZe, half the players outside the building can help. There's no follow-up. I mean, I think all 3 of them, in fact, are outside. So now they lose full map control. They can't trade each other. And G2 can now fall back either to the bomb side or they can stay up above and hold on. They can play both sides of this one.
It's not unlosable, though. Oh, especially if Doki goes and swings that. That might be the nail on the coffin for FaZe. 3v4 is very doable, but losing that last player. Oh, and the diffuser as well is still up inside of Drum. And look at this positioning from Blaz. I think he's about to meet a player. Never mind, Stompen steals the kill first. Souls, 1v4. He finds his first. Straight into the Dread Mine. Around the corner.
It's time. Get that first one, bud.
This is Loira's moment. No, he's going to gas it up. Further delay the timer. 30 seconds to play with. A nice Nitro cell from Doki. G2 just need to play their positions as Souls goes hunting for 1v1s. Loira has repositioned as well. This is a good play from him, but it's well played on the other side. Blaz steals the kill before Loira can get off the donut. And G2 recompose. By the end of it, it's a good half, a 4-2 split for defense.
Yeah. Another 3 versus 1 there for G2, ensuring good crossfire, good trade game, not throwing away what could have been a guaranteed run victory into, oh boys, we're throwing, right? So I love seeing that this spin once more. Expected to see result 2-4 half. Now it comes down to, can G2 show up on the attack? The most difficult thing in Skyscraper is going to be the attack inside. And I feel like it's also one of the exciting things because there are many ways to do it. Some teams are super slow, some are super fast, some do direct attacks, some do the split attacks. You have infinite possibilities, but there's no easy option. It's all difficult all the way throughout. I want to see LMA, I want to see G2 do something that's going to catch FaZe by surprise, or at the very least, just scream confidence from G2.
Well, banning out both the hard breach deniers does give them a little bit more time, right? You don't, and it also saves their operator pool. You don't have to worry about getting rid of bandit batteries or Coyote Electric Claws with Twitch, Thatcher, Baby EMPs, IQ, verticality, all the different ways you could possibly do it. So it does give you a little bit more flexibility in the operator lineup to bring those execute operators as meta operators, but you don't have the Ying, you don't have the Monty, and those are 2 of those kind of sneaky operators that you would chuck in there to really brute force an attack. In fact, none of these operators I'm seeing for G2 are the stereotypical execute ops. Obviously, you can kind of use your Deimos or your Dokkaebi like that, but not traditionally.
I actually like that FaZe don't opt for a double heartbeat spend here because they recognize it doesn't matter if G2 they breach the wall because they should get that job done regardless. Yeah. It matters what happens on the bomb side after the fact, and that's where they're targeting these very powerful execute intel or counter intel operators. I mean, Ying is planting the entire team, no one can see a damn thing. Wouldn't be surprised if Grim became a power operator for G2, that would be the 3rd operator ban for FaZe Clan after 3 rounds because it's again bomb set execution. Yeah. FaZe Clan though, with this in mind, with their both Deimos and Dokkaebi being open and picked in the very first round, they cannot fall early on the roam and give any easy kills to G2. It's better for FaZe to fall back and cut your losses early than overstay your welcome.
Very much, and we actually do see those repicks come through from G2. The Dokkaebi and the Deimos will stay, but we get that Grim that you mentioned, that oh so powerful Grim. Also, a notable one is the Zofia, which kind of can be used for execute or for info with the concussions, but a big one as well is, is that Clash going to make an appearance because G2 elected not to ban it on out. So you got to get that Zof there. It's the most versatile Clash counter. Ooh, this could be a Nitro here from KDS if he's got the lineup.
Could have gone for it. Ooh, Blast dies early.
Wow, that was a cheeky, aggressive play outside of the exhibition breach. Blaz was left all alone, no more Zofia. Meanwhile, the Deimos has also been finished off camera on the other side of the map. I don't know exactly where that went, perhaps on the back balcony.
Yeah, most likely.
Backstairs.
I mean, they're lacking presence inside the building. You see FaZe are just holding one angle, Geisha breach, Geisha window.
Yeah. No one was setting up seemingly to actually go for a full clear, unless if that was where we saw Doki die, perhaps, or maybe he entered down below. Could have been a vert angle from T-Room, which is where Andy was playing. It's gone in here, though. Oh, no, oh, no. I could get a kill, though, actually, ironically. Never mind, gets shot out. It's just these 2 players who are all claustrophobically hanging out in Garden. Nice 2K from Loira.
Another one from Loira. Oh my God. He finds his third. What? And now suddenly it's a 2v1 for G2. Loira has turned into a demon. And it's up to Souls to extract him from the server. Alamau and Loira need to put their heads together and figure out how they're going to get in. Diffuser is cold on the ground. They need to go recollect it as the Grimsby's set on out. Souls, how are you going to play this? The patience.
Droning slowly right now. We see it come from Geisha into Drum. Element droning for intel. They just know, hey, we got to figure out where our Souls is, because if he hides in the corner, that'll be the end of us. So they're going to wait. We see it now to the right-hand side here of Soul screens inside of Dragon statue. Haven't found him just yet, but once they do, they got to make the decision. Do we walk in? Do we go for kill? Do we try and snake around for a flank?
It's a reposition. He's not shooting the drone as well.
They should know. They're watching it.
Just holding the position. Now they will definitely know an impact at Loira's behind. Alamau now chasing him down. It's an awkward crossfire. Alamau about to swing him. Loira, somebody call the Exorcist, because he has truly become a demon here. G2 needed him, and he comes up with a 4K to steal a round that should never have been theirs.
He's so back. Defense Loira didn't do anything. Wasn't needed. First on attack, we need a hero. Who can step up to this challenge right now? Jumps in, gets the first, flicks the right, left again, gets the third. It's ridiculous. And I gotta say here, FaZe Clan, it was going pretty darn well until there's no crossfire on the jump in. The mirror swings after the second teammate dies. That should be a 3-2-1 that swing together, but they have a 2-second delay, and Loira gets individual gunfights, and he is monstrous in those.
I'd given up on G2 that round straight up.
No, it should have been over. It 100% should have been over. They lost the round and then they clutched it. And I mean, this is the thing. At the end of the day, Siege, we can say crossfire, communication, strats, operators, whatever. But at the end of the day, it's an FPS game. And Loira just showed us the perfect example of an FPS round of Siege.
Yeah.
Shoot better and you win.
Sometimes. Damn the mechanics. It goes to show though, like every one of these G2 players is capable of having a monster rounds. It was just a matter of time before Loira woke up. Glad he did though, because I mean that's a huge round from him. It gets G2 a pretty critical attack, right? Right at the start of the half. Right when they shouldn't have won it as well. Huge for the mental. And huge for Loira specifically as well. You need that confidence on attack to make the first move, right? It's what G2 failed in. They lost 3 opening kills that round just for Loira to go nuki.
That was my worry in the beginning, right? What happens if Loira doesn't step up massively for G2? That attacking round was horrendous from him, from a strategical perspective. And now we go to the next round, and now we gotta strategically start the round again. Unless somebody goes big. So first step, try and breach Geisha. What they didn't have last time was secondary EMPs. Grim was bringing can openers. This time, Capital, Stumpin are bringing the EMPs out instead. So they can get that first wall. Hibana tricking it, now it's going to be soft, and they can soft destroy it. Now they have a way into Geisha. That's the very first pressure point. But what G2 needs here on Skyscraper is 2 or 3 different points of pressure to force FaZe to watch many different angles, not just hold the same one. That's ugly.
Yeah, this fire though is really gonna...
He lives?
I don't know how Handy ducked and wove through that. Loira's gone in with the pistol. He might actually find the kill, Loira! He's back alive again, but KDS will put him down. He's got the injure, but not the finish onto Handy. And FaZe have recomposed well and truly. Is there going to be a revive here as well? KDS looks to retake. Meanwhile, Cyber's found another one. A big kill from KDS to lock down Geisha, leaving Doki alone. And Handy able to be picked on up again. 1v4 now, Cyber spots him. And that's the reply we needed from the Brazilians.
You see it right there. First of all, the elements were so well positioned for any of the backsteps, the flanks, the injured power-ins toward Geisha. The second one is, there was so much focus on FaZe to retake Geisha control, and that's what I mean on Skyscraper. If you have pressure as the attackers from 2, 3, 4 different positions, and the defenders are heavy focus in one area, there should be a backstep somewhere. There was no backstep in G2. It was all Geisha focus, they got hard countered, and then the backstep last, very late, Banshee, there's an Elamine, they retake Geisha, round it over. Again, Doki-san, another backstep, last player alive. The backstep has to come either first to force attention away from Geisha, or at the same time, so that if Geisha doesn't succeed, the backstep will. Now, neither succeeded, FaZe Clan looked almost flawless.
Yeah, much better from them. That said, you know, both of these rounds so far on the defensive phase, they've looked pretty well locked down, aside from that big Loira 4K. More of an anomaly, perhaps, in the rule.
But there was confidence from T2.
Oh,
Loira was in there.
Loira
pistol in hand. But little bit small lack of follow-up, right? And I will say this, for Stumpin, he's capital, him jumping the window dying is very low value for him, and it's one of those cases where Laura saw a gap, he took it. And if he had gotten both kills, not been injured, had danger control, that's phenomenal, but if he does end up dying, which is what happened in that case, there's no real follow-up. Stumpin cannot help, he cannot retake that space.
Yeah, maybe we needed the rest of G2 to jump in on Loira's gap. Round is done though. Still only 2 attacks required here for G2 to take the map. And this time they're going to go with something quite different. We haven't seen it all from them yet. Right before the next ban comes in, it is a heavy execute. Double shield and the glass. What are they cooking here, Pengu?
It's going to be a plan from Blast, Blitz going deep, Nomad watching upstairs engaged with the air jab. They're going to go crazy with this one.
Already prepped is the window, and in goes Blaz. Alamal's going deep, so is Stompin on the pantry side as well. It is so free, and you've read it to perfection, Pengu. What's going on now with the Blitz? Stompin comes to support. G2 find all the frags. Vidaking making his way back to the site. Handy is above. There was no way that he could deny the plant. Blaz is still alive and still in the site. Watching, locking the fort down. G2 are not giving up any ground to FaZe now. As that timer continues to tick away, you got to start making your move, Cyber. You can't wait forever. And he does find the opening. G2 now just holding on with 2 players left. FaZe have made their way back to the bomb site, but the timer is ticking down, and it's up to Blaz and Doki now to lock down these final few seconds. Vidaking jumps on the diffuser, but Doki's got it on lock. There's nothing to be done for Vidaking. Blaz is staring him down. The round is won for G2.
Woo! It's beautiful. From the very beginning where that started, a perfect read from G2. They had air taps upstairs, there was no Warden, no Geisha presence, they have double shield. That means one shield can cover, protected by the shield, can get down that diffuser. The second one, just play for stalling. Get in there deep, distract the opponents. Once the bomb goes down, you win the round. It doesn't matter if it's 3 versus 5, the postman from the exterior and the verticality above is perfect.
And this is the G2 that we know and love, the new G2, the Stompin' G2, the revitalization that this roster has seen. Go hard or go home. That is their mentality. Right at the start of the round, pick your strat, go for it, send it. If we're going to lose, we're going to lose fast. But if we win, you better watch out because we're going to tilt the living hell out of you.
And because that works so well, FaZe Clan now, from a mental perspective, they got to sit there, okay, we can't roam too far away from the bomb site because they can rush it. We've seen it now. But if you play too close to the bomb site, you give up all that extensive roaming where G2 struggled to enter previously. So now it's a bit of a difficult one. Arbiter bans have come out. FaZe Clan went for an ace ban, which is one of those, okay, it has been a big choice for G2 to get that first hit done. But what we saw from them was the Hibana trick last round, or the round before the rush.
Feels a bit like a nothing ban, to be honest.
It feels a bit like a nothing ban to me as well, where G2 goes, well, we want to go fast, let's get rid of Fenrir, the most annoying trap Arbiter to deal with, and now they can keep going fast. And when you're up 6-3, they're going to have the confidence to say, guys, we can throw a round or 2. It doesn't matter to us. All we need is one of the next 3 crazy rounds to work out, one clutch, one good round, then we take the map.
I mean, G2 have put their hands on the table right now by getting rid of that Fenrir. They're like,
they're showing it.
You liked our rushes, you like our aggression, expect more of that. You can bring as many traps as you want. We're not going to try and take you by surprise. We're just trying to actually brute force our way into the map. And after what happened last round, I'm sure FaZe would have loved to take their tactical timeout, but he couldn't. Rapidel had already used it. And so FaZe now, they have to use the time that it took to have those bans to get their heads back into the game and get ready for whatever G2 are going to throw at them. But at the moment, it's FaZe sowing Nitro cells out into spawn. Loria takes a bit of damage, but nothing as of yet. The Finker to heal them back up again. What are they cooking here with the Finker and Blitz?
Gotta go fast, gotta go aggressive. Shut off the door, jump on in again, take that space. Impact comes out though, denies the push for now.
Oh no, he lives. Somehow he lives, but just barely. Shot through the wall, all the way over from Dragon. As we see the Rayora need to deploy another one of those gates to barricade up that door and remove the crossfire from FaZe, but KDS decides to just swing it. Look at how aggressively the mirror is getting. Alamal low HP still, he tries to fight back, but FaZe have maintained control. Stompin might find his first, but he's been bloodied, and as have G2. This aggressive take has fallen flat here. 3v4. And the wind has left their sails.
A very clear vision though in FaZe Clan that the Banshee when they jump in, impact grenades on the player jump to destroy the Aura door so that the perfect counters follow that exact push from G2. And I think maybe like 5 seconds too slow. It was very much like, oh guys, we're gonna get the Aurora, shoot the DMR, now use the gadget. It was very orchestrated. It wasn't like a wow surprise factor kind of push.
Oh yeah, and like one impact grenade, and okay, now we have to sit here and wait for the Rayora to get more gadgets.
Jump out the window, jump in the window, Blitz almost dies.
Almost, yeah.
It's not over yet though. We still got 3 players alive, Stumpin, or sorry, Laura rather, full HP still. He's shown us before what he can do on the attack inside. LML saying, guys, hit the reset button. Let's fish for a second. We got 60 seconds. If we find one, we're back to even numbers. We can leverage the shield player then of LML to then get more information and keep pushing for an advantage.
Yeah, time to roll up your trousers, sit down on the jetty and go fishing. Look for kills. Okay. G2 making their way forward. This is a lot of ground taken by Loira. Ooh, I don't think he knows. Oh, he's got the read, but KDS has got the shots. Loira's put down 2 more for G2. 35 seconds as they continue just baiting, looking for something. FaZe are not giving them any chances.
I mean, this is all you can do. ML finds Vidiking elsewhere. But again, Blitz, low HP, all alone. Stumpin, now he's injured now, actually. Shut down immediately.
Yeah. Nothing in it for Stumpin. As poor Alamau is trying to get rid of that Banshee. Not able to do so. Gonna have to take some fights now with the P12. Not a weapon you want to be taking fights with, and KDS locks it on down. Big round from the Mirror, holding the fort from Drum. And a very needed one for FaZe Clan, staving off match point. Couple more of those, and we might just see OT.
Yeah, and I really want to praise FaZe Clan's operator lineup there. They had the really good answers. So they're playing the Mirror because the biggest counter to Mirror is going to be the ace charges. Usually Hibana X Kairos is very awkward for that. They're forcing you into awkward positions. So the Mirror is great for the wall denial of the reinforced walls. The Melusi is a great substitute to the Fenrir being banned out to stop any of those aggressive plays. And you pick up the Warden because, hey, smokes and flashbangs are annoying, and they had Blitz previously, and they play Glass. So FaZe Clan playing the exact right operators to be ready for any sort of fancy push from G2.
Well, here we go, Romalia. What have you got cooking for us in that tactical timeout? Raphael's taken his, and now G2 say, well, we've got this 6-3 lead. We've got 3 match points. Let's just cook something up.
All you need is to just make one great plan right now.
One pocket strat for the next round. That's all we need.
If I'm G2 right now, I'm the Romalo, I'm saying, guys, okay, there's going to be this bomb site and this bomb site coming up. So let's just prepare what we want to do for each one, and just one of them has to work, and then we can just go next map.
And we don't...
Sorry?
We can keep playing aggressive if we
want,
right? It doesn't matter if it doesn't work.
100%. I actually think it's been the best looking G2 on the attack so far. It's been the aggression. And if one thing goes their way previously, there's no Banshee to jump in, there's no impact grenade play inside a drum, or maybe they get a kill, that rush could have worked. So it was not far from success, even though it looked like a big failure.
Well, like I said before, it'd be a big chance for Romalio. The first time he's playing against his former team. And,
is it really the first time?
Yeah, well, like I said.
I know you said it, but like it doesn't feel right.
He joined after Copenhagen. Ooh, wait. let me double check this. So he joined in 2023. Oh no, it would be the second time actually.
I was gonna say there's no.
They did play in Sao Paulo in that BO3, so it'd be the second time. Let me double check my stat on that because I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so it'd be the first win he gets over his former team.
Oh, okay, that's something.
Because in SI, in Sao Paulo, FaZe did beat G2. Should be a big moment for Romalio. He knows these players, and even, of course, Rafadel, FaZe's coach, because they work together as support staff for FaZe.
Yeah, they can both be proud of where they are and how they got there. They've been grinding for a while. A lot of X-Kairos on a wall without a... Oh, there we go, without an impact grenade, I was going to say. Not the Hibana trick, however, just a lot of X-Kairos in a straight line. That's a good breach, though. It's a good way in. G2 got stuck in this exact position before, but look at that. Elsewhere, good entry.
Yeah, there is a reply, though, and Cyber is looking to try and escape. He might just succeed. There's a lot of info for Loira. He actually had 4 different players unlocked for him to scan with the Deimos. And Cyber is able to get away with his life, though not much of it left. I think about 10 HP remaining.
Only 3 drones from G2 with two drones left with 2 minutes to go. I mean, they are running completely blind in this round, so those could be calls from Stumpin. Gotta find good value right now. Otherwise, you will literally be walking in and having to check every single corner with your gun. One of the last drones right there, that 1 drone left now.
Wow. I have no doubt FaZe would have been counting those as well, so they'll know full well that G2 are about to get desperate. I don't know how G2 used all their drones so early. Absolutely all of them are gone now.
I think a lot got spent in the prep phase to get the red pings for the Deimos trackers. Right. And then afterwards, you got to get in the building, you lose a couple, and now we're down to 0.
It's the first of 2 logic bombs, though, from Stomp, and we need to see G2 activate on the back of it. And so straight into Terrace for Loira. Doki coming from the other side. As Souls continues to hold on, but he's actually going to fall on back. Being scanned out by that Deimos, he doesn't want to overstay his welcome.
I think this is good. Play time, play corners again. G2 have no real info, and there's not going to be infinite Dokkaebi calls or Deimos trackers left, so eventually they will run out of intel game. BP spotting their every move right now. By the Geisha rotate can be cleared because no nades left for Loira. So again, G2, these corners, they seem almost impossible to clear.
Zol's going to get scanned again here by Loira. He knows that the mute has gone downstairs and Stompin can actually go hunting for it. This is so well played by G2. Stompin finds him. That is peak teamwork from G2. And now the numbers advantage as we still reside on match point.
There comes the Dokkaebi call, 30 seconds. Last bit of intel game. They got to use this right now. They're waiting though.
Waiting for that Deimos tracker to activate once again. Oh, but Doki finds his kill. Blaz will go down, but FaZe just rests now on Cyber. G2 in the 3v1 with 15 seconds left to play. What a long angle from Loira! And before it even starts, G2 put it in the bag. Alamau says, what was that, FaZe? That was the first map going our way. It's 1-0 in the series as G2 takes Skyscraper.
A poetic final round on Skyscraper as well. G2 showing discipline, patience, good use of utility, communication, saying, hey, I'm going to track the guy on the staircase, but he's about halfway down, go kill him. They've problem solved step by step all the way throughout. Nobody started playing solo or individually. Nobody started playing overly stupid aggressively. It was good, solid teamwork all the way through.
Finesse from G2. An early lead with that first explosive attack round win with Loira going absolutely demonic with his 4K. That's what put G2 up 5-2. And then it was just a matter of time. They got it done in regulation, no overtime needed. And now FaZe are well and truly on the ropes. That was FaZe's map pick after all.
G2 had the benefit of starting on defense, right? So they're chilling. They get their confidence built up as well. I feel like if you were to flip this and say G2 start attack, that could be a different story because they don't get that confidence to be aggressive as early as possible.
Yeah, well, next up we go to Cafe. Another very difficult map to attack. Another very explosive, execute-heavy map. And G2 are looking primed and ready. This is peak G2 again, ready to forge themselves a third era here at EWC at their debut at this massive tournament. FaZe standing on the other side, just waiting, fighting for their lives.
Oh boy. All right.
Oh, we are going to break that down on the analyst desk. So what did you guys think of that game?
You know what? Thank you so much for asking. I thought that game was absolutely incredible. G2 find themselves in the lead in this best of 3 on FaZe's map pick nonetheless. We had a lot of questions when it came to how competitive this best of 3 is going to be. And if G2 has a say in it, not very.
I mean, that was the thing we talked about, right? FaZe picking this into G2, and we saw G2 play it yesterday. We were hoping that FaZe had seen something that they could abuse, something that they could play against G2 on that map. But G2 definitely did have the upper hand in this one. Their teamwork, we complimented them on it so many times during the EML stage with Elamau as a new or back as the IGL, and it really shows off once again.
I'm always scared when I see a big team pick Skyscraper. It's the most defender-sided map in the meta. You know if you pick it, your opponent is going to start in defense. And it all starts in defense with a really good play from G2. But what matters is the attacks. What did we see that we did not see from FaZe when they were attacking? G2 abused Deimos, they abused the green, they abused the blitz, they got the direct takes, and they abused the immense individual power in their players to overtake FaZe in these attacks. Honestly, incredible to see, and that was FaZe's pick.
Yeah, and it wasn't just the individual players that have stepped up. I also really enjoyed, as you highlighted, and something that we've seen in the EML, is the teamwork that we're seeing from G2. Because there were instances where FaZe was thinking it would only be a one-on-one kind of situation, but there was always someone lurking around, and that is something that you want to highlight.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm thinking of round 2 or round 3 actually in defense. Let's take a look at real footage, right? Let's take a look at Stompin when he is defending on the side here. So we're gonna see Stompin on the tier room bomb side. He's all the way extended in Expo right now, and he's gonna face 2 players. He's facing Handy on this side and Cyber in a 1v1. Now at this point you're thinking, Stompin is stuck in a 1v1, he's the sole extension of G2. Let's take a look at how he's going to play this. As you can see, he's getting drone right now, and he's going to take this incredible 1v1 against the Ashe. With SMG11, there goes Cyber. Quick tip, one tap, insane skill from Stompin. At this point, you think he's alone? No, he's actually supported by Ella, who's on the cams for him and spots a second player that was cutting him off. He's yellow pinging him so Stompin can take the gunfight. And you're thinking, oh, Stompin is taking that 1v1, that's great. But what actually you're going to see here is getting support not only from the cam, from Ella, but Alemao came downstairs to help him and take this 2v1. At this point, because he created some space, Ella can then get aggressive, go retake upstairs, impact the wall, and take her own 1v1 and win it in coordination with Doki. This is just one example of the incredible prowess on the side of G2, enabled by, yes, incredible gun skill, but also team play, sheer team play and information gathering. This is the micro team play that we're seeing in G2 right now, enable their aggression, and that's the main difference in why they're taking this map against FaZe.
And you love to see it, especially on that defense, making sure you hold on to that space and actually assisting those players over on the roam as well to make sure they can hold on to it for as long as possible to make it difficult for FaZe to get that ground and to actually do something on their attacks.
Yeah, and that is map 1 done and dusted, going in favor of G2. And as a reminder, it was FaZe's map pick. Next map is going to be Cafe, and that is G2's pick, who have an incredible history on it. 7-1, if I remember what you said correctly earlier. We're going to be heading over to a break, and we'll be back with Cafe.
I've seen everything, but that man does things I've never seen.
No, No, I'm not talking about that freak of nature. Is he here? No, he can't be here. He cannot find me. I have to get out.
Nobody could possibly understand the chronic, sustained cruelty that's going on inside of this man's thoughts.
Let's go, Zach!
Fuck you go.
You're the king!
He's great. Let's go, bro.
Nice, bro. What do you
Ricardo, bro.
Okay.
I love you guys, bro, for real.
Yeah, we love you, bro.
We love you too, Stompin. The king has arrived.
Well, you heard it from the man himself. The young prodigy is here to play, and he's one map up in the series, on the verge of eliminating the world champions here at EWC as G2 continue their campaign.
It's kind of crazy how Stumpman just kind of shows up, Stumpman plays his own game, and just kind of wins.
Yeah.
Like, you're up against FaZe Clan, you're 18 years old, you just had your first debut stage of Pro League, and it still feels like this kid belongs here.
Yeah.
Like, right out the gates.
Yeah, it feels so right for Rainbow
It doesn't make
Six.
sense, though.
It doesn't?
It makes so much sense, and yet it doesn't. This guy comes from console, seen out of nowhere, pops off in EML, goes international, and can hang with the big dogs.
Can I be honest?
What?
I had never heard of Stompin before he joined G2. I had never heard about this young prodigy that everybody was talking about until he joined this roster, and then everyone's telling me, haven't you heard? Stompin is the next big thing. He's the next Spoit. He's the next Bolo. He's the next Shaiko. And he's joined G2. I was skeptical at first. I thought, oh, great, G2's picking up another star fragger.
I think rightfully so.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have we seen G2 just buy the best talent, right? And it not actually generated trophies.
And even then, not even G2, but a player gets hyped up massively and then they just kind of fall flat, right?
And we've seen it before. I mean, Spoit came into the scene and he won a major on his first season and then never raised a trophy since then. G2, though, I mean, they think this could be the next big moment for them. On the back of this big roster change, they were sent down here by Spoit, actually, funnily enough, by Shopify Rebellion.
Need to locate and
That's
defuse
true.
bombs.
And now, one map away from eliminating FaZe Clan. It's G2's map pick, and so FaZe Clan will start on that favored side of defense as they look for a lifeline in this series to keep their EWC hopes and dreams alive. There's a $2 million prize pool here. $1 million for first place, I believe. I'll have to double check.
750, I want to say.
It's 750, isn't it? Which is, funnily enough, the whole prize pool of a Rainbow Six major.
Fun fact right there.
So there's a lot of dosh on the line here for these teams, not to mention the trophy, which is pretty bloody impressive, if you ask me. I love the way that the EWC trophy system, the teams contribute their keys to unlock the trophy.
I'm a big fan of FaZe once again, the Operator Band selection, right? The Blitz, the Ying. Then they did the ace ban on Skyscraper. I'm like, hey, I don't like that at all. I want to see FaZe commit to this, right? Like, we're looking at, again, the Grim, the Cavatar, the Dokkaebi, the Deimos, things that are enabling G2 to get kills and progress the map. Not a damn Heartbreacher. That's not what we need right now from them.
Well, you know what's scary for me if I'm FaZe is you look at what G2's taken out. Azami, no more hiding behind those keeper barriers. Jaeger, okay, Jaeger ban on Cafe. That means your only catch is going to be the Wamai, which we haven't even seen brought out here by FaZe in the opening round. That's an ambitious C4 from Cyber. Doesn't land. He's actually going to get spotted by the Deimos before he finds a mute jammer. Alamal's elsewhere found one. A kill downstairs from Handy. On Handy, rather.
Split pressure. I mean, they're bottom wide, they're reading door, down the window, a wide window rappel. I mean, they're applying pressure again everywhere from the building. And this is the thing. Cafe has for a long time been defender favored. With the Siege X rappel change and whatnot in your Operator Band system, I do think this can easily become an attacker favorite map, or a 50-50 at least. And G2, they can get in the building and get a foothold a lot easier than Skyscraper. In the first 6 seconds, they've already shown this.
So much damage can be done from these repels as well as the Lion locks the defenders in place, and that opens up the gates for Doki to come in. Player on repel, somehow Souls has survived. 1 HP and he finds his kill on Alamal. Eventually taken down by Loira, who has jumped into Cocktail, traded by Vida. is locked out by the Rayora gate. Blaz now holding his line, but FaZe have well and truly recomposed. G2 trailing behind as Doki looks to try and spot Vidaking. Blaz is just waiting patiently. Doki does find his mark on KDS. Blaz to open the equation for G2, putting his team into a 2 versus 1. Vidaking cannot withstand. The Frenchman gets it done. G2 firing on all cylinders.
And again, when plan A doesn't work, there is always a plan B. Time to go big or go home. Doki finding good value. Blast playing it patiently. There was a clear vision right there. We're aura off, the double door to top wide, rappel on in, and try and get down the diffuser. When that didn't pan out because the players on the bomb side died, that's when you go, okay, up the wide staircase, hold your angle, try to start fishing for those kills. It all worked out this greatly though, because they found the opening kill. Alamau downstairs and reading. They started in a 5v4 and still became close, but having the early lead was enough for them.
Oh, I didn't realize Blaz got a 3k on the round, or 2k on the round. Big moment for him. I was a bit scared that G2 would try and force a plant down in that scenario, but no, that's not the G2 way.
No, you gotta, again, utilize what you have available. In that round, it's the Deimos. Those trackers, they had 2 or 3 they could use, just in back-to-back quick succession. And that's, again, what G2's been doing so good. They're not just going fast, lose the round. They're going fast, okay, let's reset, use utility, so play slow for a little bit, and then when we're ready, we go fast again. It's that pace change that's catching FaZe off guard so many rounds on both Skyscraper, and I think also in the first round here at Cafe. They don't know when things are happening and when they're resetting.
Yeah, G2 love to go pedal to the metal and then shit that handbrake. And then go pedal to the metal straight again. It's what makes them so unpredictable and then so difficult to read. FaZe already off to a little bit of a rough start. They go downstairs. This is mining. Oh no, this is all the way down in bakery.
Kitchen and kitchen, as we say. Kitchen service.
Kitchen service, kitchen cooking.
Yep.
Gordon Ramsay, we like to say.
Made the universal callout sheet. We settled for kitchen service.
Oh really? No?
Yeah.
You don't use the Gordon Ramsay callout?
We used to have Gordon and Ramsay. There's like different areas of bombs that I was like, we always messed it up. It's like rice and pasta. Like you always mess up which one is which one.
Yeah.
But yeah. No, it's the thing about Cafe right now is that FaZe kind of force into many different things, right? One is that you want to have utility, like the Kai Tuber right now for wall / head deny. But then you also want to have things to cover your positions, like the One Mile, and have smoke for, you know, plant deny. They don't have any trap operators or any shield counterplay for the Monty. So I think G2 right now, they're using a lot of those in the phase for information, saying, what do they have that we can just straight up counter? Like, they don't have the right tools for this.
Yeah.
And I think the Monty, the Vert, the Execute is genius because, yeah, there are C4s, which can't really reach most of the areas for the plant positions. It's pretty much handy on smoke with 3 toxic baits as the sole solution for a default kitchen headshot here. I think G2 again have a great read strategically. No Goyo, again, no Goyo at all in this series, by the way. No Goyo.
Yeah, surprising to see a lack of it. For FaZe, though, they can just continue to whittle down that timer.
Yeah, they will.
The big question is, how are G2 going to take control of VIP? It's traditionally so difficult to clear out. Are they going to ignore KDS?
I think it's Monty, Hatstrap, walk in and plant because there's no plant deny. And you just have them flank in and you have to flank watch right here from Doki. I think you can simplify it that much because we know there's no Echo, Maestro, the C4s won't reach you, and Smoke is not even playing by the bomb side, so Smoke won't reach either. I think just ignore them is going to be the play.
Well, not if Cyber can take down Doki. That was your flank watch player that you were talking about, and that's because Cyber is playing in this position near the bar. But as you've said, they're just going to go straight down into side. They're going to force the plant down and look to ignore the VIP position. A Nitro Cell actually finds Stompin and not the planter of Alamau. That means the cover needs to come from Loira, and it does. 3v3 into the post plant as Handy goes deep, but Alamau finds him. KDS now on for his flank. VIP left unscathed, and that means that he has to make his move. Loira spots him, wants to take the fight with the pistol up against the DMR. KDS goes for the reload as the Monty locks down that position. A reposition now, but KDS will finish off Alamau. It's up to just KDS now with that DMR, but Loira has him on lock, has him spotted, and will take him down. You read it to perfection, Pengu. It's a perfect round from G2.
And still, Doki died early. If he doesn't die bottom Garage because Cyber lashes out, that's even gonna be a much easier situation for G2. They had to problem solve on the fly very quickly. Monty already dropped the hatch. They couldn't afford to say, guys, let's wait 10 seconds, get a guy in the white stairs carriage door. So instead, Lyra drops with the Monty Alamau, and she just blocks the angles and protects his teammate, and they go aggressive. They go in, they get the kill, they watch the flank, they cover. They do so many things with so few players because G2 has really good communication. And I think FaZe right now, they're lacking the foresight game to saying, guys, what's the weakness right now? What can it do against us? And they go, we'll be fine. They don't have a Monty, right? They had a Monty, right? The one operator that can actually completely screw you over, they had that operator.
Alamau played it so well as well. You mentioned the other day, this is, in that case, it was related to Clash. In this case, it's not. But how a lot of players will actually equip their pistol on the Monty, and it puts the shield on the back, and it means it's much faster to go for the plant. It also meant that once the plant was finished, it was much faster for Alamau to get up. He didn't have to have that animation to get his shield up, and it actually meant that he could just quickly 180 and take that fight, get that kill. G2 looking spot on. Every one of their plays is always in the perfect position. Blaz for the backstab, Loira to cover the plant.
I mean, Loira was working overtime.
Oh, he really was.
He was flank watcher, bomb side plant watcher, flank watcher again, and then they doubled on the smoke.
I mean, when Doki died, it was Loira said, okay, that's fine, I can do your job too if I have to.
It's, if I'm FaZe right now, though, what I want to see from them is more proactivity, because right now, what I would say, guys, don't let them 5v5 execute by the bomb side. Try and disrupt them. That might mean play overly aggressive, play 4v4, 3v3, because then you're making G2 more uncomfortable because they don't have the right tools to deal with all the issues. But right now, if you give G2 safety, where they can just like get information, make the right calls, and then counter you, they're looking dangerous when they're attacking. So I want to see FaZe lash out before G2 gets ready to execute.
It's all about the timing of when you try and look for those gaps, when you play that proactive defense. We saw it from G2 on Skyscraper, and now it's FaZe that have to exemplify it. Playing in this position on Cocktail for Souls previously, he was flushed out vertically. KDS has got the bathroom on lock. I don't know why Alamau went for that peak, solo and dry, but it didn't pan out. Neither has anything for G2. Everyone seemingly falling. Stompin', the last one alive? What is going on? He's on rappel, he's isolated. He doesn't even have that diffuser. FaZe have already won this round.
That's a bummer. If you're Stompin', that is, right? A slow bleed out here. Gonna go in through a door. And, I mean, at this point, you just play for content, right? Get the clip, get the kill. Feel good in the server. Nothing to lose to Stompin' right now. Nothing to lose at all.
I mean, he's about to die. There's a player right next to him. Hang on a second. And he completely whiffs it. Oh my god!
Winnable!
Stop. Stompin'.
No diffuser still.
1v4 now, down to a 1v2. Alamau's active in the chat. And Stompin' suddenly realizes this is truly doable. He needs to get that diffuser back again. Cyber and Souls have got to calm down. Stompin', make your way back over. 45 seconds. He's a slow operator, though.
They don't know he doesn't have diffuser. I don't think he has to pick it up. Just ignore it, play for kills.
This is risky. This is ballsy from Stompin'. As FaZe try and play their crossfire, he's trying to bait out the swing, and he does, but he doesn't win the fight. And Cyber locks in what could have been a very precarious round for FaZe.
It's one of those things where this might not matter a lot because, oh, he gets 2 exit frags, he just still lose the round. But think if you're FaZe clan, oh, 4v1 easy round. Oh, whoa, not easy at all. Even when G2 out, they're still in it. And this right here was a rat play from FaZe clan saying, okay, let's play off pace. They think we're playing passive. I'm going to just be in the corner below the hatch, by the way. Completely exposed, no coverage. It worked out. FaZe finally lashing out first, not waiting for G2 to make the first punch.
And now, the bans come through, and it is the Deimos. It's also the Fenrir, which we saw banned by G2 on the first map. No surprises there. They want to play aggressively. They don't want to have to worry about those Dread Mines slowing down their executes or their pushes, that aggression that they love. But FaZe have immediately taken their tactical timeout.
I think that's good. I think right now there are some things that are like strategically, okay, guys, with these bans, what does that mean? Secondly, fundamentally, what do we need to do? Is this going to be a passive couple of rounds, an aggressive couple of rounds? Is it going to be a communication issue? Is it, like, proactivity? Because there are some clear issues for FaZe that they tried to fix in Skyscraper that hasn't really been fixed yet here on Cafe. And now that you have the full scope of the first half with operator bans, you got to make the exact right calls now going forward and get, I think the FaZe clan, get a comfortable couple of rounds to not go down mentally on the side swap. Because, I mean, they're defending and it's not looking all that comfortable.
Yeah.
And I love the bans from both teams, by the way. Fenrir, Deimos, I think both teams did what they should do in this case. No more ace ban like on Skyscraper.
No, you're right. I think FaZe are finally getting a little bit of a better read, but they're standing on rocky ground because G2 already have their 2 attacks on Cafe. A third one feels pretty imminent.
Yeah.
FaZe had to play quite well. Like you said, they had to play quite proactively on that last defense round. Guarantee that win. And even then, because Stompin's a gunner, it got close. G2 are sitting pretty at the moment, and you know what the danger is of FaZe Clan taking their tactical timeout on defense? It gives the space for Rafadel, or rather for Romalio and the boys to cook. Yeah, those 2 names are very similar. I used to always get them confused. Romalio, G2's coach, Rafadel's FaZe's coach.
Yeah.
But Romalio and Alamau and the boys have had a chance to cook up the perfect execute for this round.
5 seconds remaining.
The FaZe Clan, they're gonna pick up what I'm gonna say good guns here. Doc being brought out, right?
That's
Mira
a gunner.
has a good vector, a DMR from Souls and the Aruni, Warden for the smoke, the flashbangs, etc. that they're expecting. And I think FaZe actually has a really good read again on the right operator selection. Now it comes down to the crossfires and the communications and guys, where are the gaps? What do we gotta watch? Where are we vulnerable right now? And for G2's side, we gotta look at how they utilize the information from Alamau and the Munty to lead the team around, and then the capital fire from Blaz on how they can isolate those cornered players from FaZe Clan. And that's where Doc comes into play, because Doc can heal through capital fire and stay alive. So a lot of counterplay here.
Yeah, they've definitely read each other well. But I think what we're going to see from G2 is measure twice, cut once.
Yes.
They're going to work for a while, figure out, okay, where are these players? What info have we got? They're not necessarily trying to bait for an early kill, not going fishing. But once they figure out, okay, this is the gap, we're going to send out the fire. We're going to send in the Monty.
And that's where the Monty is so scary to leave open, because Alamau can now play this operator every attack round if he wants to and just get that safety net going. Hey, I'm in the middle of piano. This isn't normally possible because you're Monty. It is possible. Full info on where the mirror windows are, if they're swinging, if there's got piano or not, and it's simplifying the attack immediately. And there's no wall deny, there's no mute, no better, no Kaid. There's a dock instead. And in this specific instance, they didn't want a dock because these mirror windows, they're gone immediately.
There's not much point in that dock when you're staring at a Monty, right? The value of him is the ACOG on that MP5. You wanted that mute to try and protect that mirror window, but it's gone. And G2 have already made significant headway in this round as the Hibana X Kairos continues to detonate and expose these defenders.
That's the first step done, but the follow-up has to be the G2. The awkward thing for me now is that Blaz, who has the smoke in it, or the smoke arrows and capitals on the other side of the building, he can't help his teammates pick apart Bathroom and Freezer.
Oh, it is on fire though.
Stairs, push at White Hall maybe perhaps instead.
Yeah, this is going to open the gates for G2 to start storming down White Hallway.
They aren't yet.
Vidiking actually, he's downstairs. Blaz is waiting. I think he might have heard that player. Meanwhile, Doki has found the opening kill. Cyber goes down. Aggression from Vidiking. He knows that position on the windows from Blaz, who's trying not to give up his life. Here comes the Monty straight on inside, but both get stunned. Alamau finally gets the last laugh, and Vidiking feels like he needs to go for a run out, but he's not going to spot the player until it might be too late. He's the last man standing, and despite finding that kill, there's a hell of a lot left to be done. A flashbang in his face, and bullets from Doki. G2 come to life, and FaZe sitting back down again.
And again, it's just really good fundamentals, G2. This step-by-step problem solving, and FaZe Clan, again, not having that one operator to deal with the one issue that's going to win the round for G2. If they have any sort of real wall deny, they can deny these Skyros from Loira. Those mirrors, they stay intact. Munzy can just walk in for free in the same way. And even if Munzy could walk in, his teammates couldn't. They didn't even have any smokes. They didn't have anyone to stop the lines of sight. They just had manpower, control, and a 3-2-1 execute. G2 again with a perfect read.
And it's getting scary now for FaZe. They're trailing 3-1 after already losing their own map pick of Skyscraper. G2, they didn't get the favored side here, but perhaps this is going to be an attacker-favored Cafe. I honestly don't think this is just Cafe being attacker-favored. I think this is G2 just being that much better.
It has been. And I'm not gonna lie, it's been in a surprising way that they have been better. Yeah. Because this is not the same G2 that played in EML that got first place in Europe. This is the same team, mechanically speaking, but better teamwork, communication, strat, problem solving. And I want to give a praise to Alamau. I think for the 3+ years he's been in Europe, he's had really good moments and he's had some underwhelming moments. Obviously, as an individual player, he's been great, but I feel like there's been times where you don't see the leadership from the front, where he's lurking around, backstabbing, doing something else, and his team is struggling. He's been in the front lines almost every single round in this best of 3 so far, and the rounds have been won or lost off his leadership.
Yeah, G2 are really showing us a little bit more variety in their play style. In EML, their success, a lot of it tended to derive from that explosivity, the gap finding. That's not what we saw just then. G2 said, let's brute force this. And it's forcing active defenses from FaZe, but Vidiking almost loses his life trying to get proactive. As a nade to clear out some barbed wire, claims half of his HP, and Doki is even here waiting for some of that aggression from FaZe. G2 have got the read. FaZe know what they got to do. They got to stall out G2. They got to keep that pressure on early in the round, but G2 are ready for it.
I think G2 are expecting some information game like a Valkyrie and Echo here, so FaZe could make better decisions, so the Nuke is a perfect counter to that. They don't have exact info on the cameras, but it still works the same. You can lurk in, try and go for an off-pace play, catch FaZe by surprise. Meanwhile, G2 they apply pressure elsewhere. C4 takes down Blast first. Oh, he got that.
Gnarly shot from Stompen. That's the mechanics we've come to expect from this guy. But meanwhile, his team has lost a player. Now it's time to go deep. KDS will find one, but Stompen's there for the refrag. Down to a 3v3, but G2 have stolen the top floor. And that opens the gate for them to clear out all of these players below using the vertical angles.
That's a 4v5 as well because Doki was outside the building just with the Nuke holding a passive angle. So that's actually G2 making good work upstairs despite not having numbers advantage. Again, good teamwork. They got an inkling downstairs. There's a player somewhere. A yellow ping came out. The vert, be careful. C4 in the pocket of Vidiking. Can't go fishing for a kill.
What are they hunting for here, G2? Oh, hello!
There he is!
Doki's just walked straight into the middle of the site! He's found the opening for G2, and now FaZe are left reeling. Cyber expecting the player, two of them swinging him at the same time. Handy needs to clutch up, but Stompen puts him in the dirt! G2, a 4th round of attack on Cafe. They are well and truly in the driver's seat on Cafe. FaZe are gone from the server.
Wrong read from FaZe once more. Off-pay Doki Nuke works out. And also FaZe missing some critical shots. I mean, in that 1 versus 2, he barely hit a single bullet. That's so uncharacteristic from the players of FaZe Clan. This out here is just Doki being better. He's just better. Double swing, again, great discipline. But then the whiff and a half comes through, and G2 will lock it down. Nice and easy.
G2, they're so unpredictable.
Yeah.
In the previous round, not that one, but the one before that, they're brute forcing with Monty, with Capital. They're holding windows. In that round, they're hard clearing, and then they're just saying, Doki, go kill.
Yeah.
Go run in there. Walk in with that Nook. They're not expecting it. I mean, I nearly packed my pants watching that from the defensive player's perspective.
Scary.
You just see that terrifying Nook swinging you, taking you down. G2, my God, have they shown up here on Cafe. Not to mention on Skyscraper, where they won reasonably handily.
Yet, I really think a lot of these rounds comes down to operator selection. I think FaZe is just getting the worst end of it. So 2 rounds ago, when they were playing the mirror windows and there was a Monty from G2, they walk in, there's no wall deny. Last time that we just saw in the reading defense, they had kite tricked all the walls in piano, but no mirror windows. They're not playing in piano, they're not playing bathroom, they're not playing freezer. They give up almost everything for free. It feels like FaZe are trying to spread themselves either too thin, playing 5 very different strat kind of operators, or they're not synergizing the right operators together in the right round. G2 always have what seems like a really easy way forward. Now, they're making it look easier than it is, because they're really good, right, for G2, but I do think FaZe could do a lot more in their setups before the round even starts to make it more difficult for them.
And they're making FaZe scared. Vidiking almost went and walked past that pillar's doorway, but he was terrified that he was getting baited by that Twitch drone. Eventually, he does get rid of that shock drone. And G2, again, it's the first phase of the round. They're just going to sit back. They're going to drone things out. They're going to investigate the situation, figure out, okay, where are these gaps? Or are we going to brute force an angle?
I think they're expecting a cheeky, aggressive play right now. They're just holding angles. FaZe, they tried it about 3 rounds ago. There they step forward. Soul's now on his feet.
Is the thing, after Doki makes those aggressive plays with the Nook, it's forcing FaZe to get proactive, to get suspicious, thinking G2's always coming for us. So it baits the Brazilians into overpeaking. G2 are now capitalizing that. Damage with the guns. This is a good position from Handy. The trigger discipline, he takes him down. Another nade kill. That's 2 for 2 from Doki on that gridlock, but Alamau's in the site. He does get down to a nitro cell. He might be finished off shortly. Handy in an awkward spot. whiffs the shots.
Wrong gun.
I don't think Alamau is going to be savable here for G2. This could be a big Nitro cell, but no, it doesn't do the damage that's needed.
And he's taking a lot of damage onto the Gridlock Stingers and Red Stairs. This is very awkward. He's slipping away. KDS though finds a 2-piece. The round is just over. What?
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but out of nowhere, FaZe
jumped out.
Yeah, big jump out from outside on the cocktail windows, or perhaps the white window, but G2 could not recompose it. Oh, is this a tactical timeout?
I'm so confused. I'm so confused.
Oh, I'm completely gobsmacked. I thought we'd already seen both tactical timeouts.
The round was so active, and it was like probably about 60 seconds before any like real action happens. I thought on my mind.
Yeah.
Then FaZe finally took the round into their own hands, makes a high risky play, jumps out the window, but it does win them the round. He gets a 2-piece. Third player was injured, and C4 got the 4th.
And so we move into the second half, 4-2 split in favor of G2. FaZe starting to redeem themselves a little bit.
Sami?
It is a tactical timeout, we can see as well.
Sami. Okay.
IQ ban.
I was thinking a lot in that last round about how FaZe didn't play a single round of Valkyrie or Echo.
I have a feeling we're going to see both of them.
Yeah. And I feel like Valkyrie is, of course, a static information operator. You put them down, you can't really move the cameras around. But for Echo, if you don't know what G2 they're up to, you can just move that yokai drone around and try and scout for active information, and that could get you a lot further. So I like this in G2, going with the pocket band, saying, hey, we're the king of Monty, you can stabilize the round, that's gone. Enjoy playing other shields if you want to, because playing any other shield operator than the Monty on Cafe is quite challenging. When you got the IQ band, of course, you can brute force information into operators and make FaZe slow down the round to get punished for being too fast.
So I actually got this wrong. I didn't know that the coaches can actually talk during the operator ban phase. It wasn't a tactical timeout. The coaches are just allowed to talk.
This is like, I think we're still working that out Siege X, because some events, well, there's only been 2 technically.
It's true. The second Siege X event ever.
I think in Reload, at one point in the tournament, I think that was the same case, but I don't know if that's stayed the entire way through.
Yeah, we're still figuring it out.
Yeah, we're still figuring it out.
And I say we as in me and you. I mean, obviously the tournament staff have decided this is the way to play it, and it's really cool. It essentially means you get a free tactical timeout.
Although be a short one, but yeah.
A very short one.
It's like 20 seconds.
Yeah, and at the same time, you need to be deciding what you're going to ban, so you can't necessarily spend a lot of it listening to the coach's greatest strats and plans.
Like this in FaZe, they can force this a bit, right? They got the fuse shield, they do soft destruction if they take the roam clear above, then go for a plant with the cover of the shield itself. Glass executes, C4 attempt to stomp it, doesn't find much, but it's applying pressure and slowing down FaZe. And I think they've read the situation. They know there's a ram. They might have hurt the fuse shield. It's going to be a full map clear. G2 is sticking around on the first floor for as long as possible because they know they can leverage time on their side because they're playing the Goyo. The first Goyo in this best of 3.
Yeah. Yeah, quite a combo. Goyo and Smoke. Not to mention that if it's a late round and you've got a player dead, you've got that Valkyrie. There's a lot of extra info available for G2 to assist with the remaining players' playmaking. Logic Bomb. Loira has already hung up his phone, so he makes his way upstairs.
Very early, like no one's in the building from FaZe, really.
It's essentially a retake.
They just dropped the red stairs, the Dokkaebi call goes out, and G2 still has full presence on the first floor, and I don't think FaZe have any idea. Second call comes alive, but do you want to spin it now for execute, right? That's a tough challenge.
Oh, Andy is so close to finding a player here, just around the corner. He walks straight into the crossfire, and Stompin spots him, takes him down. Loira to support with a double kill from the same spray. That's massive for G2. The FaZe clan sent begging for a round. It's flawless from G2. Another one in the bag, and they are inching closer towards knocking the world champions out of EWC.
It's ridiculous again. It looks so effortless, and I think it comes down to, again, FaZe not really doing the right things in the server. They have all the right operators for a full map clear, top-down attack, and yet they're in the first floor. They kind of skipped top floor, didn't do any vertical construction, used the Dokkaebi call so early in the round, they had one guy inside the building. Oh, that's disgusting timing, by the way, the double kill.
3K for Loira. You mentioned that Goyo, you mentioned that they needed it. Perhaps it wasn't the util, perhaps it was just the Vector in Loira's hands required for G2. 3 rounds ahead now. FaZe, we need you to turn up right now. Skyscraper just wasn't good enough, and this is even worse. Is this really how FaZe Clan go out without even pushing it to a map 3? G2 have made them not look like stuff of World Championships. G2 are hungry. I can't believe this is an elimination game so early on into the tournament between these two behemoth of a teams.
I would love if this was been like, they play each other now, the loser still stays in, there's like a rematch from like the semifinals or grand finals.
I mean, it's
and
too
see
late.
like who learned the most. But this is it, this elimination match.
I mean, both of these teams have already lost to North American greats.
True.
And now one must eliminate the other. G2. They've got their grasp on it. The game is firmly in their hands. It's up to FaZe now to wrench it back again.
Look at G2's lineup here. This is 5 operators, okay, maybe not the most, 4 operators that synergize very well together. They have a shield and piano, they have Jaeger and Romai for any sort of like soft destruction deny, and they have Runegate as well. Good weaponry, long line of sight, ACOG scopes. Then Doki's like a +1, he can roam around, got a C4 downstairs, just playing Muzzy, he's chilling. This is G2 saying, guys, there's a clear vision. When we saw FaZe on defense, there's like 2 or 3 operators that are like, what are they supposed to do? They're playing so much like Sentry, the recruit operator on defense, where it's like, yeah, you get 2 secondary pieces of utility, but what's the strat gonna be?
Yeah.
I like that vision from FaZe.
Well, the Deimos is once again a central feature here of these rounds, but it's gonna fail. Not sure exactly how it failed. There's no mute jammer on the board.
It just said no.
G2 is still holding on to their positions. What is that? Oh, what the hell am I watching, Doki? Little bit of an embarrassment there. He probably should have found that, but not a lot of bullets in the Roni. And he's going to laugh himself. He went for the knife with no ammo. KDS, an early kill gifted to him as FaZe prepare for this attack.
If only he had longer arms, could have been the saving play, but...
If only he was a little bit taller.
Doki playing Mossy, I mean, it's one of those, you know, cosplay situations. Well, they're going to go for it.
This is the entry from FaZe. Worrying about these players in Piano that they are still not dealt with. Stompin holding his line. FaZe, big shot from Stompin. Souls now holds on. That's the one from Stompin. 10 kills to his name. A 2v2 now as Souls is forced on back again. Another one from the American. Stompin on the Frost is holding down the fort for G2. And it's up to Souls to clutch up. He doesn't know where they are. He's pre-firing. And no doubt there's someone watching his position. The default cam finally shot down. He doesn't have the diffuser. He doesn't have any teammates. And he doesn't have a lot of hope. Another shot towards his direction from Blaz at bar. A flashbang goes out. He wants to approach it with the pistol. Sees him. Bit of damage done. Watch out, Blaz. He falls back, but Stompin finds another kill for G2. And another round. One more, and they knock FaZe out of the tournaments.
Stompin in the comfort zone, the chaos, right? This guy has played so many 1v1s, played roller tournaments where I imagine it gets really messy very quickly. He's zip-zapping around the building, just going for kill, and rotating so well around it as well. It was a 3 versus 4 as one player was injured from FaZe clan, but such good rotations, and I gotta say for FaZe, they look a little bit shaky, nervous. I mean, Souls in that 1v2, bow to your king, Doki. He saved the round.
Oh, yeah, I mean, after Doki gave up a free one to KDS with that jump out, yeah. But that also just personifies G2, right? You see Doki laughing here in an elimination match after he completely fluffs up. He doesn't care. It's the G2 camaraderie, you know, a lot of people have said, you know, they've got a certain energy to them, a certain aura. Yeah, a lot of people would have said, you know, G2 is a little bit toxic. But really, they just have good vibes. They have so much fun.
I feel like it's turned from, like, I don't know, not toxic, but like maybe negative toxicity to like fun banter.
Yeah,
in a way.
They're just cheeky now. I think that's the word that we would say.
Yeah, I would say so. And when Stompin's going 12-5 against FaZe Clan, you know it's a good game from G2.
Yeah.
Like, it is.
Yeah, so many multi-kill rounds from Stompin. In Australia, we would call G2 larrikins. Cheeky little mischievous troublemakers. And they've certainly made trouble for FaZe today. 4 more rounds the Brazilians will need in a row to push it to overtime to keep their hopes alive here at the Esports World Cup.
FaZe unable to find their footing and get stabilized in a round. I mean, when you get opening kill to opening kill like previously, you'd think FaZe, they got this one. Didn't shoot default cam. G2 had permanent information on everything that was happening top floor until it became numbers advantage in favor of G2. So FaZe are failing on the fundamental basics right now. Not shooting the cameras, not getting the building, and misusing utility. FaZe need now back to basics. Take it nice and slow. Drone, get down the red hatch and start working the map nice and simple. Expect aggression from G2 because they're gonna fight you. Look at the lineup. They got the Doc, they got the Gore, they got the Lesion. These are individual operators that can be so creative. There's the aggression. He walks up, they're watching it, they're ready for it. That's Warden off the board. Not a huge loss because there's no Blast, there's no Ying, but still, numbers advantage.
It's well baited from FaZe, but on the flip side, Doki died first last round. It didn't seem to matter for G2.
Yeah, you gotta aim for Stompin now. Take him out of the game.
Yeah, he's the pivotal player for G2. He's the hero maker.
He's been promoted to Doc as well. Yeah. There was that good old meme in North America with the 92 Dream Team. Whoever's playing the best game of Siege right on the server, they get promoted to Doc.
They get their Doc license. He certainly earned it, 12-5. Loira, I mean, he's just about earned it as well with how many multi-kills we've seen from him. He's got that Vector. Alamau joins the fray. Only 3 remain for FaZe as they get desperate. Stompin still holding his ground. FaZe are taking the top 4, and they do. G2 are happy to fall back, knowing full well they are still in control.
Yeah, but again, it's by G2's own choice. They say, you know what, we're going to surrender top 4 because they could have stuck around, play 3-on-3. We say, no, there's 60 seconds left. We're comfortable by the bomb side. You got to work the clock. You got to work the self-destruction. So many things can still go wrong for FaZe Clan. There are 3 drones left, so limited intel. Hatch was thankfully soft for them. It gets popped right open. But G2 can sit up now for the next 20 seconds and wait for FaZe to make the first move.
That comes down to the vertical game here for G2. Just waiting as FaZe get that sledgehammer to work. The one that they raised not long ago in Boston.
Look at that.
And here comes Vidiking. He's got that diffuser in tow, but the angle is found from Blaz. He's ready for it. Bit of damage, but not the kill as of yet. And so FaZe slow back down again, but look at that timer. There's just 10 seconds left. They need to go now, and Blaz is waiting for them. He finds the opening kill. Cyber and KDS need to spring into action now, but G2 have sent them back to Brazil. The world champions are done. FaZe are out of the tournament at EWC, and G2 are sending them home.
A moment of silence for FaZe Clan, but huge praise to G2 individually, as a team, the strats, the leadership, James. They had everything today. This might have been the best showcasing from the G2 roster since winning SI with Fabian as coach back in 2023.
And the question remains, begging for us, could this be the 3rd era of the most esteemed and successful organization that Rainbow Six has seen? This is where it may well start. With Stompin joining that roster, the renewed fire that G2 have seen in the last 3 months, and here at EWC, knocking the World Championships off their podium.
It's ridiculous. I mean, Laura on Skyscraper, Stompin here on Cafe, just really showing up when it matters the most. Never really looking shaky, never nervous, never out of it. And FaZe Clan, they did not show up the way I expected them to. But I will say this, G2 outclassed them so much strategically in operators and operator band selection. I think they had much better prep work as well. So Romalio, we gotta mention him. He showed up as a coach.
And it was the first win for Romalio against his former team of FaZe Clan. The last time and the only time he ever faced them was at Six Invitational in Sao Paulo, his home country of Brazil, and he fell. G2 fell to FaZe, but not today. No, he gets his just revenge, and for the first time in a very long time, it's been 18 months since these teams have met in the server, G2 take down one of the greats of Rainbow Six, and FaZe, they're done. Let that sink in for a second. They are out of the tournament.
On day 2, by the way.
I can't believe it.
Falcons left day 1.
Falcons first rounded, FaZe second rounded, and guess who remains? It's G2. And we have an interview on the stage with Doki.
Yes, we are here on the main stage. We got Doki with us. We've been used to having you on the interviews, but good God, this was fast. 7-4, 7-2, what the hell?
Yeah, 2 of our best maps, I'd say. So, I mean, we weren't scared going into the game, but once we see the maps, we kind of knew, like, okay, like this is going to be easier than it maybe should have been, but we played really good, like some standout performances from Loira and Stompin, again, as always, that kind of carrying us, but the unit we're playing right now as a team is just so good, so.
I want to talk about the your unit specifically with Stompin, because of course, you know, he's been kind of living right in the same spot as you. You've been playing throughout the stage together. Obviously, first time that it gets to play on the big competitive stage, but this time on an actual stage. Is there something different? It's not yours yet. So let's not break it. But what do you feel it was like? Because today he played incredibly well. First time on big stage, different sort of setting. What's it like?
I don't know. The guy's just made to play video games, so I'm not even gonna lie. Like, usually, like, okay, I know there's not a crowd here today, but like usually when you're playing in front of one of the best teams in the world, facing face to face with them, you'd expect a young 18-year-old guy to get a bit shaky or a bit nervous, but he doesn't care. He just plays games. He shoots people. He kills people. He just loves playing. He has no nerves. He's just laughing around even when he's playing bad. It's like he just loves to play, which is like the best thing ever, right? Like that's exactly what you want. I couldn't have asked for a better teammate or a better player on the team. So Zach's the GOAT.
I'm living and loving this camaraderie. It feels like it's been a while since we've had this. You also have Alamau and Loira that kind of have their own dynamic in this. So in general, can we say G2 are back now? You're on the main stage.
I just gotta take every game as it goes. Like we've beat the world champions.
Just another day of the office.
We want Furia. That's who we want. So we have a score to settle with Furia. So until we beat them, I don't care.
What's the score like? Because Alamau historically has always had the nerves, the shakes when it comes to playing against a Brazilian team. Wasn't the case here against FaZe. Furia after. Why do you specifically focus on them?
I mean, we beat them to win SI, and then they've beat us every other time. So they made the roster change to get Felipox and Nade. We've made our roster change to get Loira and Stompin. Now it's fair game. Let's go Furia.
There you go. Very much looking forward to whatever match you end up having in the quarterfinals. Doki, as always, this time in person we do the interview. G2 are back. You heard it. They're going to take it game by game. We'll see who they play next. Back to our desk.
Thank you, Milosh. And thank you, Doki, as well. Congratulations to G2 for closing this one out 2-0. They just beat the world champions and sent them packing before the playoffs even started.
And it's the way they've done it so far. They've looked extremely confident, not only out of game in a trash talk, not only in the chat.
No, wait. We said the trash talk was negative aura.
I will say this. The trash talk pre-game, they lost that battle. But every single round in that match, they won the battle of confidence. In the gunplay, and honestly, that aggression and crowd control from them was insane.
Yeah, I do not want to play against Alamau if he's having a stay on the shields. I mean, we talked about him transitioning back to the IGL. It might take a hit on his personal performances. If the Blitz isn't available, he'll just play the Monty. And I feel like that was the big trend for G2 on this attack in general. We talked about the crowd control operators, how FaZe probably should have banned a few. Well, they did. But there's just so many, like the Deimos is still available. They can still do whatever they want.
And we get to see our first Ski Crush live. Yes, yesterday some were crushed, but today it is in front of the audience. They're
having fun, and I'm enjoying it too.
I wish there was the noise, but bye-bye, FaZe. That is definitely, however, alongside Falcons' key, this is another one that you really want to put in your trophy because this is the defending world champions.
Yeah. I mean, they had a target on their back. Look at how Stompin, look at his face, look at how happy he is. These guys, they just, for his debut on a big stage, for the first time ever, he beats the world champions. What's the best story about this? You know, you cannot beat this. It's actually crazy. And he drops, again, double digit on that double map. I don't know if he's +5 like he told Lexing, but he was certainly +5 in my heart.
I think it's a little bit more than that, actually. It was a very good performance from him there today. And like you said, already defeating a world champion. That's our main question that we had for G2. Can they play with these big international teams? Well, the big international team there is right now is FaZe. To show that you can take them down, to qualify the main stage is absolutely huge.
Yeah, and this is a really boost for confidence when it comes to G2. You now have the breathing space because you know you're no longer on that chopping block, but you've also proven not just to the world but to yourselves that you have what it takes to be able to take down one of the best, if not the best current team that we have in Siege. But I'm shooketh. I don't think this was any of the expectations, and it gets worse because I'm gonna dive into this like right now because you're still on the desk because I owe you an apology. I said there is no way in hell that Weibo would knock out DZ. I was on that NAL copium. I've maybe been there for a little too long at this point, and I genuinely thought they could do it. But no, they get 2-0'd. by Weibo. I am so sorry.
Hey, I mean, I get at the beginning of the day you laughed when I said that there's a chance that Weibo take down Dark Zero today, but right now I just want the apology video with tears, maybe some ukulele playing in the background, because that 2-0 against Dark Zero, absolutely outrageous. We came back and our game had just started. Weibo is already far in the lead against Dark Zero, something we did not expect, but it's so good to see for this roster, for that team from APAC, obviously having had their international appearances before, but it hasn't always been easy for them around the SI last year. To get back now to the playoffs is absolutely huge for them.
It also means that for Group A, we have every single one of our teams locked in and ready for playoffs. We got Shopify, Virtus Pro, Weibo Gaming, and G2 now as well with this win that they just took over. But honestly, I think as much as this is an incredible feat from the side of Weibo Gaming, a lot of question marks from my end when I'm looking at the likes of DZ, because what happened?
I wouldn't like to be negative on this. I think it's actually Weibo playing extremely well. And I will say this, I don't think, obviously, Dark Zero are going to be annoyed about this. Obviously, they were coming as one of the best seeds in NA, and they were playing so well in NA. But one thing about Weibo that really, for me, forces respect. It's one of the first team that is 100% composed of APAC players that is performing on the best stages. Look at Fnatic when they were performing, you know. It's been a really long time, you know what? And then look at the other ones. Most of the times they were using EU imports.
Yeah,
now you look at one team. Yeah, I know about it, but we didn't perform. But you look at these guys, Speakeasy, the master player of Airwolf back in the days, Mentalist as the coach as well with Mipi. And then the relief, you've got Reeps, the young, best up-and-coming player from APAC. It looks like an APAC super team that finally is able to mesh well and play at the level of the best international teams. And I'm loving it.
And they're also getting that experience under their belt. But another player just that we have to highlight from this series, regardless of how Weibo and DZ went, we are talking about G2 FaZe, and it was stomping. This guy absolutely popped off today, and that's what we wanted to see. That's what we needed to see, and genuinely, this is the reason why he's on G2, because they saw this before anyone else could see his potential. They invested in the stocks when they're like lower.
That's the thing, right? I mean, the youngest player at this tournament, G2 picking him up was arguably the biggest roster change from all regions in total going into the stage. And like you said, it was going to probably drop +5 today. But to echo what Doki said as well, right? This guy is just a vibe to play with, it seems like. Even if he's losing, he's still having fun. And he's looking amazing on that stage. I mean, it's going really well for him.
I could not have picked a better teammate. That's what he said. And I think it's very true. And I think that we both saw that. And at the end of EML, we had this amazing, heartwarming interview with the two of them. They were sharing one single headset microphone to tell us about that victory. And the dynamic between the two, the bromance. I think he's made Doki that much of a better player by giving him responsibilities, and Doki has given him all of the experience and in-game vision for him to perform, and we're looking at a final team of G2 that's absolutely amazing to witness.
Yeah, I mean, great for G2. They were able to advance over to the playoffs, but unfortunately that means that FaZe is going to be sent back home. Their key is crushed, but we also have Lax standing by with KDS for the interview, so take it away.
All right, guys, I'm here with KDS. KDS, obviously, wasn't your guys' day. It's an unfortunate to having to see you guys leave. Is there anything you're taking away from coming here out to EWC?
I think we are going to take to fix the communication problems we have. We are not playing with each other, you know, like making some plays together. I think this is the main problem for us in this match against G2. We are very... we are in the advantage, and we get in the round on Skyscraper. Loira kills 3. I don't know the part in English, but they kill 3 of us and run the round. So I think we make a lot of these mistakes, little mistakes, who cost the whole series for us.
Now, when you obviously look back at your guys' history, you guys recently won SI. Do you guys feel like you have a lot of pressure on you to kind of maintain that same performance from event to event, SAL to SAL?
I think we don't have the pressure, but I think we want things. When we won the 6th invitation and we want to continue in the top, we change a lot of things because we are a team to be inspired for the others, you know. So I think this new meta too affect us a lot. So I think we just need to work and we'll be fine.
Okay. Well, you heard it from KDS. I'll let you say one last thing to the fans that were supporting you guys here, whether the fans here, the fans at home. Any last words you want to say?
Thank you everyone who supports FaZe. Sorry for today. we play very bad, and we are going to strong to the Major Munich.
All right. Well, KDS. Thank you. We'll see you later. All right, well, that's it from KDS. You still can't count the boys out from FaZe. Obviously, they make an early exit, but that's it from us here. We got another game coming up right after this break.
Heartbreak from FaZe, but Leo, there is this round that really highlights these issues that KDS is talking about.
Yeah, we've just seen it right now. It's a 2v3 from G2, and that was the first 1v1 that they lost here. And as you can see right now, at the same time, Blast takes another 1v1 here, and then another one here towards Freezer. And it's just one key example of the coordination problems that we've seen so far. He mentioned it as well. They were the best team at coordination. They were the best team at cohesion and team play, and they've lost that. Ooh, that one round one, by the way, of Cafe, was a statement for me. It meant that G2 was going to take it to 0, and that happened because these guys kept on taking 1v1 instead of playing as a team. That's something that needs to change, but I love the mentality of KDS, at least recognizing that and making sure they want to work on it.
And honestly, being helped by that Deimos as well is something we keep on seeing by this G2 team. Like, you ban one crowd control operator, you'll just play with the other one. And yeah, it shows that there are maybe some communication issues. The teamwork isn't maybe going as they really want to, especially on these rounds on defense on Cafe. You want to win those rounds, so really set yourselves up with a good first half.
Yeah, and for FaZe, unfortunately, they weren't able to do some of those, because we were saying, right, it's a best of 3, it's not a best of 1. You have a chance to learn from your mistake and make some of these adaptations, but it didn't feel like FaZe was able to do it. Yesterday, from the best of 1 that they had against Dark Zero, against the second best of 3, no, the best of 3 that they played, they did make those adaptations. It was really good. It was really smooth. It was like the FaZe that we're used to seeing. But it's just that lack of consistency right now that is biting these teams in the back. And unfortunately, with the way that this tournament is formatted, you can't snooze. You can't just be like, oh, I'll just play the next one.
No, absolutely. I think, to quote some of the biggest champions, it's a little bit... It's hard to get to the top, but it's even harder to stay there. And if you look at Falcons being eliminated, if you look at FaZe being eliminated, those are teams that have been dominating Siege for so long. At some point, you've got to find something to be rejuvenated. And that is something that happens only by falling. It happens only by being eliminated in those events and learning. And that's what's happening for these two teams that will come back stronger 100%.
Yeah, and with that, G2 versus FaZe is wrapped, and we are done with our first best of 3 of today. G2 advancing to that playoff spot where FaZe is being sent home. We have, however, one more team to send home and another to send into the playoffs. SSG against OXG, the NAL clash coming up next after the break.
Okay, I think I will guess it's Stompen. It's so hard. I can't even see his eyes properly.
It can only be Canadian, or not?
That's very true. Is it Canadian? Yes. Okay.
I go for Coated. Is it? Oh God.
Third?
Mephi. Woogieman? Is Rin?
No.
What? Ah, come on, man.
Very loud. Oh, now that makes totally sense. I know exactly who is it. Ashen?
Very good.
It's Ashen.
Very good. Oh, it's Ashen.
Okay, blonde guy. He let me think it's Alemao.
It's Nurs.
That's Alamao. I've seen that picture about 100 times.
Oh my God. It's Alemo.
Say the Herds.
Oh, that's me. That's me. That's me in primary 1. I was 4 years old. That's me in school.
Oh my, how is this Shaiko? He doesn't look nothing like it.
Is it Usus? It's Shaiko.
It's Shaiko? No. It is? Oh my God.
Is it Spirits?
Yes.
Yeah?
Okay, easy, Spirits.
It's Spirits? No way. That was actually spot on.
It's gotta be like Faye. His eyebrows is the same.
Is Efak from Falcons? Oh my God.
I guess it's me.
Is it Fisher? Really?
I knew that's Fisher guy. Looks like him.
It's Fisher guy? Yeah, it's just the fish. I just said that for the fish.
Oh, it's Forest, yeah.
I think it's Forest.
Oh, that's Forest from OXG, 100%. Yeah, that looks identical to him right now. Like, he hasn't even grown up, he's the same guy. That was taken last week, not 20 years ago.
Hello everyone, welcome back. This is Jenny, and we are here for the second best of 3 of today. OXG against SSG. But before that's even started, I have 2 very special guests joining me to have a very important conversation about esports and the mental side of things. Alamao joining us, so first off, congratulations. And Jess.
What's up, girl?
Thank you. Hello, guys.
What's up, Alamo? It's good to see you, bro.
Oh, okay.
Ages. Oh my goodness. It's so good to be back, Ginny, I can't lie. I'm seeing all the players again, I'm watching all the games up close. I love it, I live for it.
I love having you as well. So happy to see you back. But Alma, let's start off the conversation when it comes to you guys. You just won. But yesterday, that loss against Shopify was a little intense. I heard some of the things that Canadian was saying. I saw you put your shades on the second that game finished. So can you walk us through what you guys did last night to prepare for today? Because FaZe was also a very difficult opponent.
Yeah, I think we just look back to our game, and I feel like it was very unfortunate the way we were losing the rounds, because I feel like we could have closed 5-1 on defense, and then would be really easier to go to the attacks and close the map. So I think the rounds were piling up, and then it became harder and harder, and then did some mistakes, but I think it was fine. We look back, we didn't feel like we were worse than Shopify. I feel like we maybe deserved more than them. Of course, we did some mistakes, but we went with our heads up, so we were feeling very confident for today's game against FaZe, especially because it's BO3, and I feel like everybody's more comfortable to play the BO3s, because on EUL, as soon as we play the BO3s, we beat Secret, we beat Falcons, and we're just very confident to play today.
I love your confidence. I want you to know that every EML play day, every time you get on camera, the confidence exuding. Do you always feel that way? I've got to dig deep here. You got to be honest with me. Do you always feel that confident truly?
I mean, I feel this way sometimes when I feel like the team is really good.
Yeah.
But even the times I don't show it, I try to pretend I'm still feeling confident. So maybe other teams don't realize it.
Yeah.
But when I'm generally confident is when I really trust that the team is playing really good and we have real chances of winning a tournament. So I feel that way now. Maybe I felt that way when we won SI in 2023, and also Atlanta, I was feeling very confident. We were playing really good, and yeah, just the past year, not really good for us.
Is there pressure? Do you feel pressure in general on your shoulders when it comes to having to exude that confidence, considering there are a lot of younger players on the roster right now?
Yeah, I feel maybe like after we won a side, like I think we got a lot of like pressure on our shoulders, like maybe like not the whole team because we changed the roster a lot, but like especially me, like cause I was like the captain in IGL when we won, and then like I kind of have to show the other teams like that we are feeling really confident, so the other team, like the opponent, doesn't feel like so comfortable like to play against us. And yeah, it's good to be back because last year I stepped out as IGL, and then like I was kind of like just like playing my own game, and now I feel like I have like the weight on my shoulders again, like just to show the other teams that we came here to win the tournament.
Well, it's good to have you back, and it's also good to have you back, Jess. I know we haven't worked together, but you have a very big experience, like large experience background when it comes to esports, when it comes to psychology, when it comes to different things, and I think that feeds really nicely into this conversation of confidence and just the mental side of things, especially because we're looking against SSG and how that team feels more like it's being run like a traditional sports team rather than an esports team.
I'm glad you brought this up because this is something that I've been watching with a fine-tooth comb, seeing what SSG's been doing. For those of you who are not aware, SSG is into the mental game probably 100 times more than other teams. You can disagree with me if you think, but just given how deep they tend to go with their methodology, I know they've gone with Optima HP recently, bringing people on board to be able to work with them. Their methods are sometimes unconventional. I'm sure you've heard whispers about some of the things that they do in the background, but some of what they do is all backed by science. And I think that what I'm seeing from SSG now, I'm hoping is the future of mental coaching. It's something I tried to do with my players way back in the day when mental coaching really wasn't something you did with players. And they were a little resistant, a little stubborn, of course, but I think nowadays players are more open to being mentally coached by people, especially from the professionals. Where's your mind with it? Do you guys run that same sort of thing, or is this more something individual?
I feel like I think maybe we are like your old players because we feel a little bit resistant, to be honest. We always say like...
Can you explain why? What is the resistance?
Yeah, maybe like I think every player has like on their mind like back when they performed like really good, and they think about, look, I was not doing like any special work with like psychology, so like they believe like I can just go back to that mental state naturally.
Yep.
But of course, like science shows like you can get more help with like professionals to do it. It's just hard. We try a little bit, I think, on the last tournament, on the Rio tournament. We were trying to do some like meditation, but end up me and Doki were just like joking about it. It didn't really work well.
Look, I think there's a lot of methods. I wanted to highlight for everyone out there a few things that SSG and Optima HP have been trying to do. It says that they have 6 core factors that they're focusing on: mental performance, pressure management, leadership and team culture, injury prevention, which is an area we don't really ever speak about, I suppose, fitness protocols, and nutrition guidance. Now, that's a lot. And as someone who's only really worked in the psychological aspects of things, I'm seeing fitness, I'm seeing nutrition. We've seen their workout photos. Very impressive, boys. Don't get me wrong. We love the muscles, but it's the mental muscles for me that I'm more focused on. And I think given what they're trying to do you see this spreading? Do you see this as a contagious possibility for other teams? You guys are already up the top. You guys are doing great things. Could you see yourselves injecting something like this into your playground?
I mean, you list like some of the aspects, and I can see like maybe myself doing it. I try like to keep like my nutrition like good. Like I try to like use music to like be on my to work on my pressure, you know, like before the games. But not every player does that. Like we tried to help Doki with the nutrition part, and he just wanna eat fast food every day. So
oh, call him out, okay.
So we tried, you know. I think for Rio, for the Reload tournament, our manager Luca, he helped us sometimes with these things. So he was trying like to give us vitamins before the practice, like creatine. But of course, like Doki, maybe some other player wasn't like against a little bit. But I can see it's working for the space station. I think we lost to them twice last year, and it's always like a really hard match against them.
Mm-hmm.
You can feel that they are really comfortable in the match.
Yeah.
They play like they're playing scrims, like very aggressive, like, so I can see that it's working for them, and they are becoming better and better.
I think that's really interesting as well, because like from my background in League of Legends, I know that G2 focuses on those things for their league roster as well. So I think maybe it also depends on the
pretty
players.
Boys.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what you call them?
Nah, I'm just joking, because they're like the main team.
But I see it in League as well. I see it in Valorant too, where a lot of, these teams focus a little bit more on when it comes to nutrition, when it comes to working out. So I would like to see more of it in Siege, because I think the game yesterday against Falcons with SSG was really impressive. They had a lead, they lost it, then it was down to that last round, a 1v1, and my heart was racing, and I was just watching. But can you imagine, you can probably, but being in that position,
being in the 1v1 element,
just being in that position where it's if you lose, you just go home on the first day, and mentally they were able to do it, which is super impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when you're playing as a player, and you're on this situation, you really have to be on the flow states. You have to be normally, because you cannot think. If you're on a 7-7 match point, then 1v1, you're not thinking straight. You're not thinking rationally. You're just playing on automatic. So you need to be in a good mental state the whole match, so you can actually play automatically good, because you will not be thinking straight if you're in a 1v1 last round.
Okay, well, I also spoke to the assistant coach of SSG, and he was saying to me, I have a quote here, and he's allowed me to use this, so I don't want him to turn around and say that he didn't say this, but there is context behind it. So
context matters?
Yes, he said that I hate working with pro players, but I love working with athletes. And it took me a moment to read that sentence a few times, go back and forth with him. What do you mean by that? And he goes, pro players are players that get in and are good at the game, right? And they have their ups, they have their downs, they have everything in between. But athletes focus on every single area. And I think that was the aspect that sort of pulled me in a further back view of the team. And they don't see themselves as pro esports players. They see themselves as athletes. Is that something that interests you to hear? I mean, he hates working with pro players.
Yeah, that was Chubbs who said that.
Yes.
My former coach.
Yes.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
Do you think he means you?
No, I mean, I know
he
he loved to work with me. I mean, I kind of carry him to win a major, so. But yeah, he's a really nice guy and a nice coach. He couldn't help us with a lot of strats, but on the other way, he bring this part to the team, so the mental part. So he always helped the environment to be very natural, very relaxed.
Yep.
So on team one, I don't remember from us being nervous. I think before the tournaments, I think we really got outplayed when we were in the international tournaments. But I always felt the whole team was in such a good vibe, and I think he helped us with that a lot.
Well, thank you so much for your insight and for your time. And once again, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
And thank you as well, Jess. I appreciate it. Very lovely segment that we had here. We are going to be looking at SSG against OXG. But first of all, SSG had an incredible run in that lower bracket in the NEL. They are looking to replicate that here today. So let's see how exactly they ended up in that position.
From a region in decline, with little hope left of ever lifting another trophy, comes a group of players that never gives in and never gives up.
No C4 either. It's all on him as the Grim Pillar with the Bailiff out looks to finish him off. Just sit back and watch SSG in perfect silence become the best team in North America in one of the craziest and most bizarre runs I've ever seen.
Yeah, make sure you need us. And we're here to take other teams' keys. Whoever's in our way, and we're there to crush them.
Will answer back from the same position. That repel mechanic that was changed over in Siege X will pay off so well for him. 80, but Benja is unstoppable in this position.
Team in North America is about to get a whole lot rowdier in Rio.
SSG did get rowdy indeed yesterday against Falcons, but today they're going to have to do that on the stage against OXG. A little bit of a rematch here. I'm Ginny, joined with Leo and Jess, and we're going to break this one down because this is the NA clash. But from what I've seen yesterday, Leo, both of these teams are locked in.
Honestly, both of these teams causing absolute incredible upsets. The biggest one for me, obviously, being Oxygen beating Furia. But still, for SSG to knock out the reigning champions of Falcons in the loser bracket, both of these teams having upset some of the biggest titans of Siege, But the least expected one for sure, Jess, that was Oxygen. No one expected them to beat Furia.
I mean, Gomez, even himself, just didn't
disappeared.
He just disappeared. He was just
He's
so
here,
good.
I promise.
He is here, guys. Don't worry. But I love the fact that Oxygen has come out and been an unexpected dark horse for me. It's not a team I necessarily expected, not to make it this far, but to do the damage that they have done thus far. So I love it.
Yeah, and they're arriving here with the Jamil Motorsport arrivals, and Lax had a little bit of a chat with them to see what they're up to.
Just the man I wanted to see, Forrest. How are you feeling about today?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I'm just...
Just the man I wanted to see, Forrest. How are you feeling about today?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I'm just here to play with the guys. You know, we're just gonna show up and play strong and give it our all.
Well, we've already seen this matchup throughout the NAL. It was quite the barn burner. It was a hectic game, to say the least. Are you going to do anything differently to get over that hurdle of SSG?
Hopefully today we don't shit our pants and we can actually convert the game because, we definitely had them by the balls, but we just couldn't convert. So, as long as we keep throwing curveballs at them, I think we have a good chance.
So curveballs and no shitting pants. That's the key to the success to get past SSG and put yourself into the main stage.
And we also don't let go of their balls. We keep squeezing the entire time.
All right, well, you heard it from Forrest. That is the plan for Oxygen to get over SSG.
OXG against SSG, and then we have Forrest.
Forrest, what a character. But I mean, looking at Space Station, it feels like we should be seeing here. We should be seeing him here. We have seen him for more than 3 years with Space Station. It feels weird to see
But
Space
we got
Station
Newers
without
now.
Forrest. And yours was probably what was lacking from Space Station. But if you look at this, here's the reason why I think we should be seeing him here. So, mind you guys, Forrest did not play 1,000 days with Space Station. That accounts also for the Astralis score, but I count that in because Kola was the coach and because J9O was there. In my opinion, Forrest was he was a key member of that roster for more than 3 years. Yeah. He was the IGL, by the way, back then, of Space Station. He was the chaotic blitz player that would die every round, yet Space Station would win. Now he's back on OXG, a completely new roster. Grixer, his former teammate, my former teammate, both of them actually, of United, reunited on OXG. It's gotta be weird for him to face his former teammates of 3 years here at an international event when they dropped him only a few months ago.
Or he's gonna get in their head rent-free.
Or they get in his head rent-free because he's overthinking it. He goes, they know what I'm going to do. They know what I'm going to think. I don't know which way the pie is going to slice on that, but I tell you what, whichever way it does, I'm excited to see this.
Absolutely. The fact that both of these rosters came out swinging yesterday, I think a lot more expectations were on the shoulders of SSG, considering that they were that #1 seed coming through from the NAL. And we just had incredible expectations of them. That first BO1 didn't necessarily go their way, but once they were in that BO3 against Falcons, they really came to life. They win that first map pick. That was Falcons' map pick. The second one comes down to the absolute wire. It is literal mental warfare at that point, and they managed to close it out. But they're here again today to go up against OXG, and Lax had a chat with them as well.
Oh, here they come, the boys. Just finished the gym sesh, a little bit of a cold plunge. I'm here with Alec Foltz. Foltz, Alec, how are you feeling about today's matchup against Oxygen?
Feeling confident, I think we played how we wanted to yesterday in that second match. We were not playing our best in the first match. We weren't playing to win. We figured out what we needed to do to fix it going into that second match, and I feel super confident right now.
Are you guys still riding the high of knocking out the champions of last year of Falcons and then bringing that same tenacity and resilience into this matchup against Oxygen?
You got some haters. I'm not really worried about who we beat or who they were. Like, they're a good team regardless. I think the biggest thing is that we played well, and we can ride that confidence of us playing well.
And again, we've already seen this matchup in the NAL. It was quite the barn burner. A lot of overtime rounds. You guys do end up finding that success. Is there anything that you're going to be doing differently to close us out in a faster pace?
No, I think we have a great read and a good map pool versus team. So as long as we play how we did yesterday, I'm confident.
All right, well, you heard it from SSG and Foltz himself. They are confident. They are ready to bring it to Oxygen.
Cold plunge, barn burner, Jess, We're ready to go. Consulate, Chalet, and Labs.
Ooh, I love this. I mean, you just heard the reference there. We're confident in our map pool, especially against this opponent. And you bring out Consulate, and it's a map that I call a specialist map. I have a few maps that I think are specialist maps.
Skyscraper is one of them.
Skyscraper is one of them. Consulate being one of them. They're maps you go to when you're confident, when you have a plethora of strategy to throw on the board. Clearly, OXG are doing that. It's weird because we saw them go against NIP. You got that 4-7. Okay, were you not expecting that? Is that something that you were just going to throw away and go, that was irrelevant? Okay, and then before that with the wild card, rather, stage 1, I thought that was a decent showing, but it's against a team that I wouldn't necessarily confidently look at and say that that's my map. So they've clearly done some work on this map, and then their opposition is clearly weak on the map, so I like that.
So quick prediction from your end, Leo.
I'm thinking that Space Station has the best map pool. Chalet is a great pick for them, and Labs, they had a great map, 7-3 against Falcons yesterday. This is an SSG win all over for me.
I mean, I want SSG to do well because I have the mental coaching bias. So I'm going to be biased.
You know what? I think that's a fair enough bias to have. We are also ready to head into our second BO3 of today. SSG against OXG. Let's get them on the stage.
Yes, indeed. We're back on the stage and we continue on with our eliminations. Hi, I'm Milosh. With me and Ian.
Hello.
Ian and Ian, Mr. Chambers. Yeah. Can you believe it? The world champions FaZe Clan are out of the running. G2 knocked them out. They stomped all over them.
Look, we can't be biased.
No.
Big up G2. I love to see G2 progress in this tournament. But what have we seen so far? It's getting crazy. Yesterday, the Riyadh Kings, Falcons, out of here. Just now, like you just said, FaZe Clan on a flight back to Brazil. If you are a neutral, this is perfect. What an unpredictable tournament we've got on our hands.
You want to talk unpredictability? Guess what? Dark Zero, they are out. Weibo beat them and continue on with that APAC energy through the tournament. This is what we love to see, unpredictability actually materializing.
And we're only halfway through this play day. Another matchup still to come, and it's all NA. Should we do this?
Absolutely, let's get it over.
Please welcome onto the stage, SSG! Look at this. Talk about confidence. Talk about swagger. These guys are full of it, and with good reason as well. It's all coming together, and we talked about that huge upset yesterday with Falcons going out of the tournament. It was those guys that sent them packing.
Well, it's going to get tougher here because all NA bout cannot begin without their opponents. It's OXG! Oxygen Esports, what can I say? A breath of fresh air from NA onto our EWC stage. We finally get to see the squad compete all together. Now with Forrest on the team. It used to be on the SSG squad not too long ago. And now able to show off on the stage. This is a big fight to see who makes it to quarterfinals tomorrow. So Ian,
yeah,
you want to play a game?
I'm a little bit nervous about this, but let's do it.
Let's do it. All right, let's bring them out.
Ashen.
Forrest, Ashen, join us. Come on in. Come on in.
This could pop off. I'm just saying.
I am out. I am out. I am out.
This could pop off.
You take those things off? Can you still see?
Hey, how's that perm looking, huh?
It's natural. Someone you wouldn't know.
You just went to the bathroom right before this, the mat bands and stuff. You shitting or what?
Well, if I shit pants in the bathroom, I don't shit pants in the server.
I don't know. Just making sure, you know. You're just making sure you're not shitting, you know. That white chair over there better not have any brown spots after.
I mean, yours already brown.
Oh, how do you know? You didn't step on my side. I saw walking up over there.
Just know I know.
Hey, just know I know. You're switching the mouse pad. You have a lack of confidence right now. That's all I gotta say.
Dude, I've been on the same shit for like a month.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what? that is the definition of shit talking.
Very much so.
Yeah, guys, thank you so much. Go and get into your positions. The rivalry here is legit. Despite the little hug there, both of these desperately don't want to go home here.
There's a lot of history between both these teams and both Forrest and Ashen, but, you know,
that was good.
No Browntown in this game.
Absolutely not.
Maybe in the server, but that'll be for us
Keep
to
some fresh underpants on standby. That's all I'm saying.
Ian, we're fresh and ready.
Let's get into it.
Good evening, everyone, from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The heart of the action is here at the Esports World Cup. We're coming to you live from one of the most pulse-pounding stages in esports, where the intensity is as high as the desert heat. Today, it's a North American showdown with pride on the line. 2 teams, 1 region, but only one can advance. They've battled rivals from across the globe, and now they face each other thousands of miles away from home under the bright lights of Riyadh. Will we see dominance or an all-out war between familiar foes? One thing's for sure, it's going to be a clash you won't forget. My name is Samuel Stokes-Stewart. I'm joined by my good friend Jesse Jonathan Chick. How are we feeling about this thrilling matchup ahead of us, Jesse?
Sam, I'm feeling absolutely fantastic. It's SSG Oxygen, the all-American battle to figure out who goes to playoffs and who goes home. And it couldn't be any better, just given how much history these two teams share. It was at the very start of the season, back in March, when SSG made the controversial decision to drop Forest from their roster and bring in Newers instead. Completely different players, but really wanted to switch up their system. Now, it didn't work at first. They really did not perform to their expectations at Reload, but through time and through effort, they have managed to forge this team into something that looks really deadly, getting first place in the North America League. Meanwhile, Forrest didn't just sit down after he got dropped. He went to OXG, signed with this roster, became team captain, IGL, and has led them, I think, in an underdog story that nobody else really expected. Top 4 here in North America, now battling for a spot to get it into playoffs. This is a team with a lot to prove.
Most definitely. And for Oxygen, you really have to lean on to what Force has brought to this team, because what we've seen here at EWC was a little different from the stage, right? They were very aggressive, getting into their opponent's faces during stage 1. And now we're seeing a little bit more reserved version of Forest. His calling's been so good. This team has been dynamite. It's been really fantastic. And honestly, I've liked that we've seen highlight reel plays from every single one of these players. We even had that game where Grixer wasn't exactly up to snuff, but the rest of his teammates were there, and they were able to take down some big opponents. But we'll let bygones be bygones for now, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for Space Station versus Oxygen.
Oh, Sam, this is a fun one to get into. We start on Consulate here for this best of 3, which was the pick of Oxygen. Kind of a weird pick for OXG to go for a map like Consulate. They went here just yesterday against NIP, you'll remember, and they lost 7-4. It wasn't a great showing from OXG. That's one of only 2 times they've played this map so far this season. The other one was a win, but it was against Wildcard back at the regular season, so not really a wealth of experience from Oxygen on this map, but could mean that they have a lot to hide, and they've been really prepping to bring it out for a big game like this one against SSG. They'll ban out both the Clash and the Mute ban, which you don't see very often on Consulate or really any map. One of the best ops in Siege for sure, but gonna be interesting to see how Space Station try to adapt to that ban.
I really like that, especially with the Mute ban coming in here. It's gonna highly affect how the defense can try and manipulate not only walls, but obviously the information game. And Consulate, I mean, there's been a term that we've used for a long time in Siege, and it's roomitis. Sometimes maps have a lot of rooms, you gotta clear a lot of things. Consulate is one of those maps. You require a lot of heavy lifting from those drones, so having that Mute ban implemented is going to help Oxygen a lot, clearing this map out.
You see the double shield ban from SSG too. That's going to be hard targeting Forest too. Is one of those players that will go to the fuse shield if he has to.
Any shield. If it's a shield, he'll play it.
Yog is honestly the guy who's been playing a lot more Blackbeard so far on this team. OXG have not had the greatest win rate on attack so far this season, so none of their shields have great win rates from any of their players. But Yog has been playing a lot of this Blackbeard, something he's really become comfortable with. Expect if they bring double shield, or after round 3, if this Blackbeard gets banned, expect to see potentially a little bit of that fuse coming out, because Forest is absolutely willing to run it. For now, though, it'll be a top floor take, and despite the Finka, I don't expect it to be a crazy rush strategy or anything like that. It looks like they're just going to go take in through admin, slow and steady. As long as they drone out J9O, this should go okay.
Well, that is the first ask. Yog will be here on the window rappel, waiting to see if he can fly into admin. Does have a couple of people to worry about over towards break/copier. This is always the most difficult stepping stone on Consulate. Getting into the darn building, especially off these windows. That's why you see SSG front-loading this portion of the map. This is the most straightforward area to enter this top floor and try and take down this site.
It's interesting how aggressive they're playing this. We don't see this out of a lot of teams where you really fight for admin for a long time. Eventually with the bees, it looks like J9O is going to fall back. Benja's there as well. He does get caught by the bees and also falls back. So nice retreat from Space Station. They don't lose anybody on their admin extension.
very solid, and I think just some good support overall by SSG, knowing their angles well, and J90 obviously using those keeper barriers up to pretty high caliber there too. They'll be able to peel off and, you know, keep that time sink that they've been able to gather so far, as Oxygen will finally get their first foothold on the map.
So I like the send strat. A lot of teams are running this right now, Sam, where they're going to use that to try to cut off the top spiral players, like where J9 is right now, from meeting. You're going to toss it through this doorway, maybe through the drone hole, and you can really isolate the two parts of this map so that they can't work together to go for a stop of this push to create that crossfire. That's going to be the goal from Adam. It's going to be easier said than done, of course, with all this utility still being used by SSG, but that's the plan.
That's a huge find there from Newers, and it's going to make things only more difficult for this offense as they are trying to find any gap, any way in towards this site, but it's just going to be a firefight back and forth. Faros to find one, J90 as well, and then Grixer to get us down to the 3 versus 3, as nobody can make any headway across checkers.
Oh, that's a big pick from Adam, finally grabbing the man advantage now. Just 2 more to find inside the site. It's been scrappy in the vending hall, as it so often is, but now 1 falls back and 1 plays close. Falls is going to have to fall back too, as he knows he doesn't have his teammate support. No toxic babes either, so 30 seconds to go.
That's rough for Yaga, especially with this push starting to come in from the front desk off of Grixer. Lots of good angles here for Oxygen, and a beautiful shot out of Yog. That's the exact moment you want to try and take that fight, and with Newers all the way downstairs, things have all of a sudden gotten very complicated. Still has some ice nades on him as well as that nitro cell, so still has some utility to try and support, but he has a Yogg staring right at him. 1 shot and a potential downed Blackbeard, nitro in hand, but a dead Yaga. And Oxygen, a little limit tested there initially on that clear, but they're able to find a way out of that fire and pick up the first round.
Beautiful game plan coming out from OXG. I mean, we saw this in their opening game too, where they were able to take down Furia in a huge 7-3 win. They were in a very practiced team where they seemed to come in with a great strategy. SSG did their best to disrupt that start, right? They were really starting to fight the players that were walking up spiral stairs. They were going for some aggressive swings out into the vending hall too. It got messy, it got chaotic, but it ended up being mostly even right until that last kill to J90. Big for Adam to be able to find that, then grab that defuse kit, follow up his Blackbeard player, and start planting so quickly inside of meetings so that even though Newers was below with the nitro cell, he didn't have time to deny the plant. That was really good play by OXG, where they all went at it together and they got the result.
That round was all about adaptation from both teams, and fortunately for Oxygen's sake, they ended up being the winner in that one. I especially like that once we start to, see them slow down over towards checkers, Jesse, we start to get that, additional player over towards spiral, start adding new angles, start adding more complications for Space Station to have to work through.
So yesterday against NIP, OXG started on the attacking side of Consulate. They won a single round, Sam. So they've at least matched that scoreline now, and if they can keep up the pace from just the first round, they certainly will be looking to better their original scoreline against NIP. Sets themselves up, too, to have a nice second half. They did win 3 other 5 defenses against NIP, but of course we're just in too large of a hole at that point.
I mean, we just get to call him a terrible person for that setup, right? That's, Ashen, I'm just telling you, that's an immediate Alt F4 for me, man, if you kill me with that. That is disgusting stuff.
Oh,
the timing, it happens, man, it happens. I do like that Space Station has immediately changed things up, though. We've got a little electro shuffle going on right here. The ice doesn't make it, though! That's so unfortunate for Space Station. They were trying to leverage that utility from Newers, but it doesn't extend enough through the wall to be able to capture it.
That would have been a really cool strat, but just unfortunately doesn't quite get there. Not 100% sure if that's just based on how he threw it or what. Benja with a nitro will be able to get a big pick. That might have gone through the window, Sam, to be able to take down Adam. That's a huge angle to be able to find. They were so predictable, OXG going for this electrical wall, and they've really paid the price for it.
A lot of people used to hatches with the nitro cells nowadays, but not so much just straight through the floorboards and out through the window, and that's definitely a spot right there that you need to take a lot of consideration towards that. Secret, as SSG will be able to claim 1 here, but doesn't mean Oxygen's out of it yet. J90 trying to hold things down over towards that secret stairs. We do still have Yaga persisting over here, and he'll just be able to get some vision. That's the beauty of this Blackbeard. He can go aggressive really whenever he wants to, but he gets to choose it. He can just stare you down and be like, there's some players sitting in sight currently.
They're trying to find their moment. They would really like to pick before they go commit to a big push here. Can't really find it. 2 players still here in the electrical hallway. The other 2, well, one of them dies now, leaving Yaga all alone. They both go down. Diffuse get down to the hall then too. Gomez and Grixer, the last 2 alive, nowhere near their teammates. Grixer's rappelling in top floor, and Gomez is down in garage. So, Sam, they've got 60 seconds. They're going to have to work something out, but do they know where Ashen is? Yes, they do. Get the down and managed to find their first pick of the round. Still way more to go, though.
Yeah, and especially on this bomb site, Jesse, things just get so complicated because you have to worry about every single floor of this entire building. I mean, you know, you immediately vacate that top floor, you try and rotate down, assist your teammate, get a plant down, somebody just runs upstairs and takes it. A little worried here for Folt. Seems like they had a drone over towards Radio, but it's a trade between the two. It's going to go down to Grixer to try and solve this puzzle now, but it's one that's pretty tough cookie to crumble. So he's going to try and swing in here through Coffee. Not too much going on for him right now. Don't think anybody's really going to give him the time of day. And after that shot, they know where he's entering from as well. It'll be a shot from J90, and that'll be SSG's first round.
Yeah, again, tough that they couldn't make anything happen through that kind of electrical push that we saw coming through from OXG. That was the brunt of it. 3 players died there. Well, the other 2 really didn't have a chance at that point. I talked a little bit about Yaga playing that Blackbeard. Again, it was his most played operator. I was from up above, not the floorboard, Sam. Still through the window, top floor, though. Big pick. Anyways, I was talking about that Blackbeard pick from Yaga. Was his most played operator back in Stage 1, but only a 33% win rate through the regular season, so it wasn't really something he found a lot of success with. I know he's been practicing a lot with it, and I think he certainly has a lot of potential with this operator, but we just haven't quite seen it from him so far at this event, and that was another one of those rounds where they just couldn't quite get the space with the Blackbeard, and eventually SSG just were able to work those picks instead. One thing they've been really consistent on through these first 2 rounds is they're willing to fight you. You know, every ounce of space that you want to take as a team, where the brunt of your push is going, there's going to be somebody there slowing you down, fighting you, trading your shots. And credit to Oxygen, they're usually trading them out well. Round 1, at least, they traded those kills really, really nicely. But even still, that pressure is incredibly annoying to deal with.
It is. And, I think that you kind of got to see the other side of that as well in that last round with SSG. If you get hit hard enough, it's pretty hard to go and find those refrags because a lot of times people are outside, they're trying to get information for you, they're doing their other tasks. There's a lot of things going on in Siege. So sometimes it just gets a little bit too complicated. But speaking of Yogg, this is his 3rd go-around with Oxygen, man. He's been just running around North America playing for different teams. Oxygen is his first T1 team. He goes to XSET, then M80, then back to Oxygen, then back to M80, then back to Oxygen. I mean, he's just got an affinity for teams with green.
Yeah, he really does, doesn't he, Sam? He's got a long history with this team and the players on this team for sure, so he's been one of the mainstays of this roster. Benja, another mainstay, honestly, at this point for SSG, has gone down, the first player of round 3. Will die on that Legion and leave his team in a 4v3 situation, 4v5 situation, I should say. A lot of track stingers going down around yellow, but unfortunately that's not really where OXG are actually looking to push in. Instead, Yogg goes back down the stairs, and this might be a good enough play to catch them off guard. He went down, set up the stingers, up, set up the stingers, back down to enter.
I don't hate it, especially if he's just patient here. He kind of waits for things to build up for his team. Actually might be more of an active player. You hear that drone in your ear as it rolls in by plants. Do you have that player off to the left-hand side, and man, Ashen. The hills have eyes. He knows Yogg's there. Just by the drone, he just pre-fires it and almost takes his entire life. Ashen looking for somebody else's lunch now. A frag grenade and some bullets too, and he will lose his life to Forest. Probably feeling pretty good about that one.
And that's a lot better Blackbeard play coming out. Combined with Yaga, actually, the pressure that he was providing, they worked together to pinch Ashen. They found his position, they worked that pick. It's been a flawless round so far from OXG, which is why Space Station are now starting to get desperate. J9 looking for a swing to make something happen. Vaulted doors down to the main floor, hoping to find an aggressive angle too.
Nitro Cell rip. Not only did we hear that, but Gomez heard that too. He's like, yeah, you know what? I'm just going to exit stage left. How about that one? Nitro Cell out from Foltz, won't capture anything at all. And Oxygen, they are finding every isolation pick they can. Space Station are too spread out, and I know, kind of a hard thing to not ask to do in Consulate, but I mean, that's the truth right now. Oxygen continue to find these picks, and it is impossible for Space Station to try and fend them off.
Now it's going to be 40 seconds. This is pretty much impossible to stop. They need to be able to find a plant, but 1v5 feels like it's unlikely, Sam.
Yeah, some shots out in a flawless round from Oxygen. Hype out of the coach and the bench. Cool, calm, and collected. Oxygen probably pretty happy with this exchange so far that we've seen, at least for these first 3 rounds. We want to use this small of a sample size. Yep. For those of you guys that are, some fresher viewers to Siege, we'll walk you through it. Newers got picked up after 3 years to the day with Oxygen. He's traded over to Space Station for Forest. Space Station wants more firepower. They believe in what Nu was able to create early on in his career during that LMG meta a little bit post where he was just the most confident guy in a lobby you could find. And Oxygen was looking for somebody to take up the helm, lead them in a direction, let these players, Gomez, Yaga, Grixer, Adam, let them do their thing. And so far, it's been looking really, really good. What's your takes on these? How are you feeling about Newers and Forest in the respective squads right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think at the start it was really worrying. It almost looked like both teams had lost the trade because SSG, especially at Reload, were looking like an abysmal team. It was probably the worst tournament that they've played in many, many years, with Ashen having certainly a personal worst tournament by every stat imaginable. And OXG, again, they were a little bit scrappy at the start of the stage. Felt like they weren't really aware of what their identity was supposed to be. And then as stage one kind of went on, OXG found their footing. They started to realize who they were. And I didn't know if that was going to be enough coming into EWC, coming into Riyadh, but then very first day, very first game up against Furia, you and I were casting that, Sam. They clearly proved what they had been working on that whole time. So, no, I think at this point it's quite clear that both these teams made the right decisions with their moves in the offseason. Doesn't mean they can both win, unfortunately. Only one of them can walk away the better team today, but so far, I mean, I think OXG have been looking like a really well put together squad. Was a little bit worried about the Consulate pick coming out. Was a little bit worried about them starting attack on Consulate too, but they're up 2-1. This is a really powerful position to be in.
Yeah, you can see this map has been very well trained, and that's really what it takes, man. It's a lot of dissecting. There is a lot of things that need to be coordinated on Consulate, so therefore it requires a lot of shot calling. You have to be able to be adaptable, and so far Forest has been doing a bang-up job of that, so Oxygen more than likely very happy with that, and SSG happy with Newers, as we were just talking about, betting on him and his talent. They were confident that Newers would be great in their system. If they were able to rekindle even a part of LMG Nu, they knew he'd be shooting for the stars, so. Now Oxygen back on the windows again, back on the top floor for SSG here as they try to solve the issue that we saw earlier. Oxygen was able to make it up to Checkers. They stalled out just a tad bit, but that's when that adaptation came in over towards Spiral.
SSG, once again, don't lose anybody as the admin clear comes through. They're happy to concede that, though. XG just wasting a bit of time before falling back off. Now it's up to Oxygen to get past this vending hallway. This is one of the most powerful crossfires in all of Siege. It's a good reason why it's always being brought with that sense to try to cut it off in the way, part way.
Oh!
But a big swing. Wow, Sam, that was big.
That's so unfortunate. The positioning from Yaga and Gomez betrayed by the Shield player as Yag tries to make it out of the way. A Shield intended to soak up bullets, but the only thing soaking up bullets is Gomez's face. As he will go down, it's a 5 versus 4. Time starting to slip away a little bit too. Oxygen a little bit worse for wear from what we saw previously on the same offense.
Their last push was 3v2 man advantage. It's a tough bomb site to push, even let alone with a man disadvantage. They needed Ying or something to work.
Wow!
Shots scores, of course, got a chance.
That's so impressive. The Kandala's in. Some nades, too, or an explosive of some sort will take out things on the front desk. Newers finds 2 with the ump. You don't see that every day. It's a triple for him. A quad. Let the man get it. Does he have the capability? Ashen will go down. They know where the last one is, and Newers locks it in. Shoot for the stars. I'll blow up the damn moon.
Up against his old team, Sam. He's been so long, exactly 3 years and 1 day with this OXG roster, and now he's on the other side showing them how it's done. Really nice stuff coming out from Newers in that round. I mean, just mechanical movement of a god. You see how good the crosshair placement is in a lot of these shots, how consistent he is in his swings and his ability to take down these players as they come for him. As they get more and more desperate through the round. Oh man, he's feeling himself, and he knows just how dirty he's done him. Newer is one of those guys that it's hard to root against, man. He's so good.
He is, man. He is. And he's just such a good guy, too, as well. And I'll tell you right now, you already know, Jesse, that's what you don't want to see from Newers right there. He just nonchalantly was like, just another day in the office, man. They're just giving them to me.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a scary prospect.
Well, Space Station even it out now, 2-2, Sam. We'll head back to the basement. This was the one bomb site that Space Station looked the best at. Actually, they were playing a split site last time, weren't they? This is our first time seeing the basement. Okay. Switching it up a little bit then for SSG and going to make things a little bit tougher from Oxygen's point of view because they won't have seen this defense before. They won't have the ability to adapt.
Curious to see how SSG wants to hold this down. A lot of times we see people go for that extended roam game, try and force the opponents on the offense to clear things out, the full breadth of the map being utilized. And a lot of time, that requires a lot of time sink. And you can see SSG's kind of pigeonholing them because we have Fultz over here on piano. That impact, you're not getting a plant downstairs unless you get him out of there. So we'll see what Oxygen are capable of. We might see some other things start to bring headway to them. But Force is going to start off with the most basic thing you can on the basement. We're going to go down to the garage door and we're going to get things open.
No, we're not. Jane, I know, is going to stall that, at least for a little bit of time. They do have the banner if they want to try to work some shenanigans. It's easier said than done, of course, coordinating with that super out, but it doesn't look like Newers is in any position to do that. It looks like he's playing over towards electrical instead, so going to be just holding on a different part of the map, and it'll just be a time waste game plan from J9O as he stalls out the breach. Could go for a pick with the Nitro Cell as well. A little bit late on the last tuber out, though, so it will get opened a bit earlier than it planned.
Yeah, very unfortunate. And never really a chance to get over there and actually just fully take that off of the wall. So that will be exploded, and now a new access point breached into the side of the building here. As Oxygen will more than likely start to make headway. I was going to say somewhere else, but you look at the lineup more and more, it looks like they just want to bully their way directly into this area. And the most worrisome thing is Oxygen have done exactly what you want to do with the glass smoke setups. They've waited to be able to get Warden off the board. SSG more than likely already aware of this as everything starts pouring in. A Nitro Cell out will deliver as the case goes down.
Big problem now for Oxygen. How do you find a backup plan? Another Nitro takes down Adam. They're risking it all for just this glass play, but it's all falling apart now. Ashen's still far above with no map control, Sam. This looks completely lost. Grixer gets one for his troubles, but it just seems like at this point in the 2v4, they're going to have to go to a different plan entirely if they want any chance.
Yeah, honestly, when you really think through how the round just went overall, especially with Yaga going down, Grixer's taking some damage, but that's going to be all she wrote for round 5. I think Space Station had a fantastic read as to what was going to happen. They go downstairs, they see the Warden ban, nobody touches the building for the first minute and a half, and they're probably all just sitting there going, okay, we know that 4 of you are sitting outside of this garage door waiting for this thing to explode, as J9O is just constantly chucking ice nades at that wall, holding things down, and yeah, the last one doesn't hit, but the writing was already on the wall. They knew what the script was, and they they followed through. That Nitro Cell was really all they needed right here to be able to really put a thorn in the side of Oxygen.
That's part of the problem with smoke plants, right? You can't stop those Nitro Cells because you can't see them as they come in through the smoke. They might have thought they were lucky going for a smoke plant without a defending smoke on the other side, but instead 3 Nitro Cells did the job just as well. Denied the plant, got a second kill right after, and then again Ashen just a ridiculous position playing up above. If you don't clear him out of there, I mean, once your smokes are gone, you really have no chance of winning that round. So they go all in on one strategy, something that Oxygen have kind of been doing on a couple of these rounds now. Doesn't feel like they often have a great backup plan, Sam.
No, it really doesn't. But this is the true stress test here. When the last round you can pull out really any strategy that you want, as there's no adjustments that are going to be made down the line, unless we do obviously get to overtime. Always have to put that caveat in there. But I mean, I would say respectively for both sides, I think they've both done a bang-up job. Calling from Fultz was fantastic. Forrest is having some nice shot calls here. Not exactly a big fan of the last one. I think it was a little bit too obvious what they're going to try and go for with that Warden ban.
Yeah.
But hey, things happen. It could have been, shoe on the other foot if they end up winning that, and I'd be singing their praises.
We'll go to Piano next position. This is the 6th time this season the Space Station have tried to defend this bomb site, including the one time earlier on in this matchup, and they have yet to win it on the defensive side. 0% win rate here, 4 plays before this game had begun, so they're really hoping that they can finally get a win on this site. Maybe feeling the need to play a little bit more aggressive to try to force that man advantage. The up lineup from OXG certainly suggests they want a full clear top floor because they've got so much soft breach.
Oh, what a find. Reload! The drone play non-existent.
That's the
on the
kit,
top
man.
floor. You're lying to me.
Yeah, that was... Oh, no, Forrest had it, and he dropped it right before that kill.
That's...
Scared me.
Yeah, that was terrifying.
Yeah.
I was about to go in there for a split second, Jesse. I won't lie to you. But no, Oxygen's still the case. It's in Forrest's hands, thank God.
Yep.
But I'm still a little quizzical as to what Adam's decision-making is there. It was more than likely an all-clear call. People don't just swing windows in professional play willy-nilly.
Yep.
So Nitro Cell goes out. Does it claim another life? It does not. Foltz won't be able to find all that much as he will skimper off into the ether of Consulate.
But it's another
Oh my God! The drones are just nowhere to be found! They don't know where a single damn SSG player is!
You can ban the mute, but then the Mozzie comes right out afterwards. Sam, False playing this operator made a huge difference.
And the Solus. They've just got everything to destroy drones right now, let alone that fact. They have their own info game, too, with Ashen working on the Valk.
It really does seem like they've completely taken over the information game. They're likely to look to go up 4-2 unless we can see a miracle out of these last 3 players in Oxygen. Yaga lurking for a kill here on the Visa stairs. Forrest outside. Grixer's top floor at the moment where he might find an engagement with Faults, but no matter where they end up going for a fight. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Yogg hits the deck. And he'll hit it again, but not by his...
no. Oh, no.
Man, oh, man. I don't think that's how you want your last round to go of the half, unless your name is Space Station. Then you are a very, very happy team. Oxygen. I mean, what a suffocating round to watch from them. I legitimately am just a little gobsmacked at some of these different situations that we fall into. Obviously, again, they tried their best to back it up with what they had, but SSG just seemed to have the right timing, the right moment every single time throughout all of round 6.
Yeah, it really did feel like Space Station were playing their game. I mean, they like to play aggressive. They like to go forward and take those fights early, and that's exactly what they did. They get the 4-2 split now in Oxygen. For their part, I mean, they had a 2-1 lead. They kind of threw it to get to this point, but a 4-2 split attacking on Consulate is actually fine.
Yeah.
You know, actually, you're not on a bad position, as long as they don't let the mental get away from them, right? This seems to be the problem of every single opponent that faces SSG, is they start to lose the game, and then the game spirals, because SSG never slip up. They are always playing at their highest level. So for Oxygen, as long as they can maintain their highest level as well, they should have a good time on these Consulate defenses. It could be a really defender-sided map. Throughout this season, again, they've only played it, they only had the one game that I have stats for back against Wildcard, but they did have a 2/3 win rate in that matchup in the 6 rounds they played, so they should be confident on these defensive sides, but really is going to be told in the server, not on paper.
Yeah, always love that, man. My favorite part. You and I talk about numbers a lot, and I always really appreciate our conversations, but it always does round back to that at the end, don't we?
Yeah.
Well, him and I will yap for hours, and then at the very end, him and I will both go, but they still got to play the game. It's ridiculous. But yeah, dude, when it comes to SSG, I mean, some of the hallmarks of them are just unwavering resilience, remarkable psychological endurance, and pure dedication to their system. That's my favorite part. All of SSG is fully bought in. I think I said it yesterday, where I was like, SSG is an organization where even the janitor is fully bought into the system. That guy's taking cold plunges, the whole 9 yards, and we'll see if SSG are going to be able to build atop that really good foundation and handle things here on the Consulate offense.
Well, it's going to be let's get everybody to the roof situation for SSG to start things off.
As you do.
This will be a very different strategy, I think, from Space Station. I think they do still want to finish admin. They haven't actually cleared admin so far, so they will have to still check that off. Yaga's playing a little bit aggressive, but we see him fall back to the hallway now. He's going to be holding that with admin. Not with Adam, with Adam. But once they get this right, they're going to be once again focused on getting past that vending hallway. That's always going to be the biggest problem that you face as an attacking team. It's a really powerful crossfire. They don't have that sense to try to enable that either. So if they can work a pick early onto Yaga, that'd be a big difference maker. Or if they can somehow get a pick otherwise on the map, that would also be a huge deal.
E1D out, and usually that's a sign of the times. Something's going to happen, something's got to give, but no motion out of Ash, and no motion out of all of SSG, really. Where's the bag, boys? Come on. And there it is. J9L fly in on the lower admin window towards your screen, and he'll find a beautiful frag! What the hell is going on? J9O explodes the doors off of Oxygen. And he's still the only one in the damn building. There's so many crosses. He's still taking gunfights. I'm terrified for this man. There's a guy right on the other side of this wall. It's going to be Yaga up close and personal. He's crawling on the ground.
This is gross.
J90 is just doing everything except throwing the kitchen sink at this defense right now.
Yaga's wasting a lot of time, though, Sam.
He is.
This is a real big problem for them. They've got a great man advantage, but if he gets at least one more pick, maybe another after this, then he could turn the whole round around.
Newers with a nice find, though. It'll get it down to a 3 versus 2. SSG knows it's go time. It's sub-minute. They're trying to press things now. They had the man advantage, and that's the beauty of things on constant when you get to a situation like this. You can pick and choose what value works, and they've traded out bodies for map control. Now we're getting down to a point where if you hit some nice shots, you'll open things up. Fultz will be in the wings, but he's not needed for that plant. Instead, it's Ashen to set the defense on fire.
J90 and Ashen, a very common couple of players to be getting all the kills in the server. Usually would be Ashen first and J90 second, as the entry and support combo tend to play, but J90 can make those entries happen too if he needs to. Ridiculous gunplay coming out from him, be able to find those 2 early picks onto both the Forest and Adam. And then once things whittle down to the 2v2, once things get a little bit more chaotic, they do start to rely back on their superstar, right? It's going to be Ashen stepping things up at the end of there. Big team play coming out from SSG and big individual moments as well. Sometimes it looked like they were stalling out in that round. Sometimes it looked like they were stressing a little bit. Sometimes it looked like they didn't know what to do next. But when they did make a move, Sam, it was always the right one.
Definitely goes to show you just how complicated Consulate can be. Even with a round where SSG did a lot of right things, it came down to a 2 versus 2, and Grix are getting clipped, bouncing over the top of the meeting table that's been flipped over.
Yep.
It's just wild sometimes how things will boil down. And Space Station Gaming, so far, so damn good on Consulate. 3-round lead, looking good on the offense. And now Oxygen fans at home begging for an adjustment, begging for a moment to get them back in. Granted, pretty early on this defensive side, but that's the other thing too. We're only 2 rounds away from SSG locking this up.
Well, they're going to have to rely on their entries. It's Adam all by himself on the top floor playing all the way above, and he's already being hunted down by Newers. He's going to be here on the Jackal likely. His goal will be to find him. And he doesn't really have any support once again. Yaga is technically on the first floor, but that's over by Electrical. That doesn't really count as part of the roam game, so Adam has really been left by himself. He's made it all the way back to Visa Stairs, so he's in a very comfortable position. Almost more of a fake roam here where he set up these pests to try to stop the drones, to maybe fake that there are more players on the top floor than there actually are. And then his goal is to not die, right? Play down below, play your life a little bit more. His nitro's used already, so if he dies, it's not the end of the world, but it doesn't feel like he's playing up here to get 1,000 kills or anything.
I love how big brain and of an adjustment this Jackal is, and I know what you're thinking. Sam, it's Jackal. They're just trying to track people. I know, but the big thing is here is what does Jackal not have to use? Drones. You don't have to worry about Mozzie Pests. You don't have to worry about mute jammers.
Yep.
That's it. You just put the tracker on them, and they have to vacate the premises. And it's a beautiful setup from SSG. It demands respect whenever you get pinged like that, because otherwise I just sick my dog Ashen on you, and you die.
Comes after the Deimos ban too, which would have been a similar operator to fill that position, but instead they do it with the old school way, right? The footprints come out. They do get a track eventually down onto, I believe it was Forest, but with these view chambers, it can be tough. That's a great toss from Gomez right onto J90, the superstar from the previous round. And with a man advantage now, this might be exactly what they needed on the side of OXG to get their first defense.
It's looking really good. You know, they do have that solid clear upstairs, but Oxygen give it proper respect. They'll back down. And with that Nitro cell coming through now, they've got the man advantage. Only a minute remaining for Space Station Gaming, and they need something special to make this happen, and it starts right here with Benjamaster.
I mean, barbed wire is the worst thing for a Nook, but if this swing comes out, if it's smart from Gomez, he's probably in close enough range to one-shot, so it's going to come down to whoever's faster and if Benja can click the head in the first millisecond.
All quiet. Somebody hit somebody.
Oh,
come on.
The Blackbeard just shows up.
Oh no! Oh, you gotta do something now. The frag grenade out, and he's gonna take them both. Oh no, Ashen. That is not how you want to try and solve that puzzle. That's so unfortunate. As Adam will take out Fultz, and the last remaining SSG member will fall. Oxygen with a beautiful round on the basement. Wow.
I mean, Gomez.
Yes.
Puts together one of the most beautiful plays on mute I've seen in a hot minute. Certainly the greatest mute play I've seen this game, because Gomez really did step up after the Nitrocell kill, playing Spiral Stairs, perfectly reacting to the sound of that. Monty coming through. Gomez is one of those players you're happy to rely on, one of the veterans on OXG. He's the best. He was the best player on Oxygen yesterday when they played their 2 games. He went 20 and 14 combined for their first 2 matches. And it really does feel like he is starting to hit his stride. Didn't have the best stage 1, only a .91 KDR through the North America League. But this tournament just feels like it's his. Gomez is turning up on a completely different level.
Yeah, and I mean, Grixer 10-5 right now. I mean, I really have to lean on that, just sing his praises for a little bit, because the thing about Grixer is that he's been so absurdly consistent ever since he joined the Sonics. And like now we're at this point with Grixer where he switched over to Oxygen. That roster's went over to Shopify Rebellion. It's basically, you know, rebranded, new faces. You got Troy in there. There's a lot going on that's a little bit different now. And Grixer, unfortunately, he got the axe, but still a fantastic player and clearly more than T1 capable, as Forrest is putting him to work. And he's just like, I'll take it.
You see all these Oxygen bodies up on the top floor there. Looking at the window, gets shot a little bit now, but Ashton's going to be the one who's on the other side of it, so hopefully with the shield won't fall to any ridiculous spawn peaks. Meanwhile, Newers is going to enter in through the basement. Now, there's nobody down here for him to find. We can see that from the player positions. Forrest is on the main floor. He's the sole anchor, while the other 4 players on OXG all roam up above. Of course, the name of the game when it comes to Piano Exposition is soft breaching from above. It's coming down to, can you hold the top floor for very long, because every plant spot on this site can be denied from above. They're not all easy, so some teams will try to cheese it. But it does feel like with how committed OXG are to holding down this top floor, they feel confident they'll be able to stop any plant as long as they keep holding this position. So it feels like SSG are going to have to do something to force these players out.
They got the time to do it. Space Station will continue to process the map, and this is probably going to at least attempt to build up to a proper execute. You got the sense in there, you got the air traps to try and hold up the flank. You can just kind of see the semblance of them trying to hold things around this checkers area, extend across that top floor, and as Jesse said, get a hold of that verticality. It's the most important thing on this bomb site, and I mean, you can have a very bad day as a site player on this map if that's given up.
It's a long toss on the Sens. I hope he knows where that one's going. Can sometimes be tough to seal where those are going to be bouncing around with the Sens walls. Top floor is still firmly in control of the OXG, so this is going to be a really awkward plan from Space Station. They force the players out of certain parts of the top floor, so they know that they have at least soft control over meeting that OXG can't control anymore. They've got a couple players that have gone down below too, so now you've got to be worried about, can somebody deny you from the bottom, can somebody deny you from the top, or can somebody deny you from horizontal? I mean, there's a lot of threats right now for Space Station.
And that timer continuing to eat at them as Gomez finds a stalwart Benjamaster in the hallway, just non-moving as he gets cut down. The BB will see the verticality upstairs that SSG has failed to deal with. And finally, the pressure coming in from J9. He'll see the player. Gomez backs off, almost finds the frag still. I do believe it's just J9 to try and deal with this issue upstairs as Ashen tries to force the case down. He'll die to Grixer's shotgun on the Solus. You see it sometimes just because you do have that SMG-11 secondary, and this map can get pretty close quartered. So, big fan of that one there as Space Station scramble to try and find a place for this case.
It's impossible though. I mean, Grixer's still below. He's going to know exactly where you plant the second you start planting. He sees it there, and so he can't deny that directly from below, but he can tell his teammates.
Oh, and the down on New. Is this case going to be confirmed? I don't think it is. J90 finds him from above. It's a triple kill for Jay, and Fultz finds the last one by the skin of their teeth. Space Station win the round. Oxygen, somehow, some way, it slips through their fingers. Jesse, correct me if I'm wrong, they basically did everything right except maybe getting the pick on J90 upstairs.
Man, Yaga literally had the angle. He knew exactly where the plant was happening. He had a free shot to take down Fultz as he was planting, but it was through a soft wall. He didn't have exact vision as to where Fultz was putting the fuse kit down, so he tried to rotate through the doorway into Piano. That's what J90 was watching. That was so close, down to the wire. I really thought Oxygen were going to walk away with it. Super smart to start on the top floor with all your players, then go down to the basement. That was your real plan to deny the plant. But in the end, SSG too strong in the chaos, Sam.
Yeah. Their mental fortitude is just something else. We're going to have a tactical pause coming here from Oxygen as their fresh-faced coach, at least standing behind them. He's been here for a little bit, but standing behind them will have something to say. Redeem the Dream, now a general manager for Oxygen. Congratulations, Taylor. That's a big deal. So, always a positive thing to see people like Redeemer make big moves, man. He's been around the scene for a long time, and it's just super, super cool. Funny enough, actually, if you guys want a little bit of history here, SSG entered Siege on March 2nd, 2018, acquiring the LFO roster at that time in North America. You want to know who that was?
Who?
Chala, Redeemer, Thinking Nade, and Trippin'. Yes.
That's wild.
Yes, my friend. A pretty interesting prospect there. And yeah, I mean, SSG has just had such a incredible tenure here with Rainbow Six Siege, and definitely one of my favorite organizations from our region.
No, yeah, I mean, it's been great. In this tag timeout, OXG really needs to try some way to dig deep. I believe it's Phenom who's behind them now in that coaching position. The French player that came in, not player, but strategic coach, kind of analyst who's been around the scene for a while. Was on Fnatic for a little bit of time, and then was in Tier 2 EU for quite a long time. Izzy Dream might be a name some are familiar with. Team 86 back in the day for Tier 2 EU heads. So he's been around the block for a long time in Siege. This will be his first time being head coach behind a Tier 1 team, though.
Yeah, he has to be excited, especially with the results they've already garnered here at this event. Oxygen been looking like a completely different team from what we saw from the stage, as we referenced earlier. But inside of this best of 3, it's looking like what we saw from Space Station against Oxygen in that lower bracket run, as Space Station is looking pretty darn confident right now.
No, they're looking good, Sam. I mean, this is how they seem to look in all lower bracket games, right? Playing with confidence, zero fear at all. Things get messy sometimes, things get chaotic, but they have the teamwork, they have each other, and they have ridiculous mechanics to back it all up at the end of the day. Not to say that OXG don't. They're obviously a much newer roster. Both these players made a roster move at the start of the season, but OXG swapped in 3 new players, Forrest being just one of them, of course, coming alongside Adam joining this team as well as Grixer. So it was a much more drastic change from OXG, and they've had to really do a lot more learning this season than Space Station have. On this round, to try to hold it down, they will rely on a couple of roamers up above. They've got Gomez holding things down on the yellow. They've got Adam trying to support him. Yaga up here too.
Oh, Gomez gets executed from Ashen, but Yaga will at least be able to get the refrag, so they'll get some semblance of value back out of that. But things are going to get a little bit more difficult here for Oxygen, as Gomez was that secondary frag option for them right now, as nobody else has really been lighting up the scoreboard. Wow. But as soon as I say that, Adam will make me eat my words, as he will destroy Benjamaster.
So 2 kills from the roamers on the top floor. That was pretty nice from OXG. Trade 2 for 1, and you killed Benjamaster on the Habana as well. I believe he used a lot of those already, but if he hadn't, I mean, that's going to be a big issue for them. They're trying to get the claw here, Sam. They can, okay, they get it with the EMP. That's pretty tough to hit, actually, sometimes, because you don't know where it is. Worst case, they could have used that Selma charge on the side, and it would have been a little bit up the hatch anyways, but better to do with the EMP, do it the right way.
Yeah, you can always be a little cheeky, right? But as you said, do it the safe way, just in case things do end up messing up. You don't want a situation like that. And you still have to be a little scared for SSG. I want you guys to realize that they are walking on an open landmine field right now. And there also happens to be guns pointed out the floor. It's a trap house right now. There's a bunch of things in here that can potentially cause you harm. And Space Station looking like that's exactly what they will fall to as of now. Some shots out of Newers will not find their mark in a conducive fashion.
Talk about a man who loves just getting under his opponents. Grixer for the 2nd time, having huge value. First was on the Solus, now on the Pulse. Reading all this information, feeding the kills to his teammates. Adam grabs another, and J9 left in the 1v4. No chance at all.
They'll be shut down here as Oxygen very quickly dispatches SSG. A failure to launch for them in this round, just really nothing going their way. Yeah, they're able to get that pick on Ashen, but it's an immediate refrag here from Yaga. And from that moment onwards, it was all positive wins towards the back of Oxygen.
Yeah, I mean, I think it does partly come back down to Benja's death as well. If if you have Benja up, you can probably get a lot more of those hatches. The other hatch that was inside a Visa office was also electrified. So, I mean, maybe if you have a little bit more utility, you can open up both those hatches. The hallway hatch probably becomes a little bit more viable for you as well. There's so many hatches to get down inside a server. They only really had one they were working with on the side of SSG. So, not the push that they were hoping to go for. The good thing is, Sam, they'll get 2 more chances before this heads to overtime.
Yeah. You know, that round really seemed like that one that SSG kind of stole away, where everybody was just in the 4 corners of the earth on Consulate and somehow, some way were able to make a round out of it. That time around, though, it went the way that you expect it to. Oxygen is able to find all of these ISO players and start to do some very serious damage to people like Benja upstairs, because SSG are trying to accomplish a lot at one moment in time. And unfortunately enough for them, and anybody on offense on Consulate, that's how this map works.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you try and do one thing at a time, that timer's just going to hit 0, and that's it.
Yeah. Wow, here we go. More aggression coming out. We see Gomez taking a cheeky angle on a window, trying to find some aggressive early play. Work a pick off SSG. I think they realized from that last round that they can get the man advantage in the early round, and that late round becomes a whole lot easier. Main garage wall being attempted at the moment. There are nitro cells that could fly out, and one gets tossed by Gomez, but no cigar. It sounds like the wall did manage to get opened up. The Electric Claw didn't manage to do much, and without a two-brow, of course, they don't really have any other options to keep it closed.
Yeah, kind of surprised by no Tubby in the lineup, but there is a large roam going on for Oxygen, so I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. It's not something where they really are too concerned about holding downstairs, and if they're able to hold Piano, we know how big of an issue that could potentially be for the offense, and you can clearly see that's pretty much Gomez's game plan right now, but there's a shotgun waiting over on the yellow stairs. Ashen, supported by a drone that we just saw tossed down low, more than likely looking to remove this player from play.
Not 100% sure why he's on the Amara. I guess just loves the gun. Gets stunned out though. Looks like he's gonna hit one of those yokai cams and have to fall on back. So now under heavy pressure, expecting to get pushed, but kind of fighting ghosts here, Sam. Nobody's actually going after him.
Yeah. More than likely going to be stuck here on yellow for just a little bit, as there's more than likely a player downstairs that's holding that pipe store as well. It's not really going to be an area where he can escape at the current moment, but he's going to wait, as he knows just from the team comms that they are still working across the map. They're going to open up new angles, make things a little bit more difficult for this defense as they will start to peel off.
We're looking at a 5v5 execute coming in here, Sam. All 5 defenders down in the basement. SSG not looking to engage with them before the push count comes. This will get the hatch, which is likely electrified, which is why he's putting it on the soft wall. So explode through the wall, open the hatch, and so that's going to be mission accomplished coming through from Faults. Giving value to both those exothermic charges. Floorboards ripped up by Newers, and everybody can start to get into position for the actual execute. Likely we're going to see that kit come down through yellow, try to get a plant down over towards radio, but could go through the breach too if they want to play with some smokes. They have no smokes. No, it should come radio then, Sam. Could do something cheeky with the hatch, or maybe spiral stairs, but that'd be the play.
And they're going to fly right now. Fly, Eagles, fly. Is Fultz flown into the sights, and the plant will attempt to go down. First, Yokai will stop him, and 2 big kills out of SSG, out of the verticality, I do believe. Yaga and Adam both go down, and that's going to be the fire wielder there, although his utility will persist. SSG have been able to carve out Garage. There's just not enough stoppage utility. And Space Station Gaming, it's practically a flawless round. I did not expect that in the slightest. Really, the only stoppage utility we have is that Yokai. It gets 1 usage and then it's stopped, and then we don't see a single other piece get flung out to prevent that case from going down. Every person that steps up to the plate is immediately dusted by Space Station. A beautiful Consulate out of SSG.
In the end, they were able to work those picks, Sam. Really nice stuff coming out with that push. We saw the brunt of it over towards Garage, but Benja hitting the back as well, coming down to the Visa stairs, I think making a big difference in that round too. Really impressive stuff from Oxygen, but it is SSG who are better in the end of it. Looking really solid on Consulate. They steal their opponent's map pick.
Truly impressive stuff. And we've had a lot of words to say about these 2 teams, Jesse, but you know who also has some words to say about this? Our analyst desk. We'll be right back.
Secured against OXG. Why are you laughing, Leo? What's going on?
I'm just having a good time. That's a great game.
It was.
That's former teammates playing against each other, and I'm just sat here watching it. I'm just having fun. It was a great game,
It was,
to be honest.
Actually, just something that we had a little bit of like a back and forth on was when we're looking at Forrest, it's like, is he going to be in their heads rent-free? Are they going to be in his head rent-free? Is he going to be worried that they know what's coming next? Well, I feel like we kind of have our answer.
And I love that it was two clash of styles as well. It just felt like which style would overcome the other, which one was stronger in this case. It's actually map dependent, I feel. I think there's other maps where OXG's style would overcome SSG, but SSG were clean with it, and I was really happy with that result.
It was basically chaos versus organization, right?
Absolutely.
Chaos versus structure. I think that's pretty much how we put it. On one hand, you've got Oxygen with Forrest as the lead. He's going to bring the Blackbirds. He's going to bring the Ying. He's going to bring the Finca. All of the weird, shady operators, the Tachanka in defense. And he's going to go and come up with some crazy stuff. Now, most of this, I think the biggest gap happened in the attack side for Oxygen. They struggled. Only 2 attack rounds. Why is the reason for this? They were extremely predictable. They kept on attacking front the bomb site. Whether it was top, whether it was basement, it was extremely readable, extremely predictable. Although it was chaotic, it was almost one front, no backstab, and that was my biggest issue.
And I really want to capitalize on what you're saying here. I'm looking at the operators I've listed here. Adam on Sense, Forrest on BB, Yog on BB, Forrest on Ying, Yog on Glaz, Gomez on Ying, Warden Ban. I mean, I could list all of these rounds, and a lot of this came down to them also then repicking. And I'm watching them in the repick. Go back on the VOD, guys, and they're repicking operators like 6 times. And I'm like, what is the conversation? What's the plan? Because it's clear that you're not sure what you even want to take on some of these attack rounds. So Oxygen picked this, but it's like they didn't know exactly what they wanted to do.
The plan was that maybe that was not the plan, or maybe that was the plan, or maybe chaos was the plan. But I think as well, Leo, you had one specific round that you really wanted to highlight when it came to the attacking struggles that we saw from OXG.
So we saw opposing playstyle, right? What about we check what happens when SSG actually attacks? 20 seconds left, 3v4. Surely they don't win this, right? There's a Solis downstairs. They're trying to execute. Look at what's happening. They send a sense wall. The diffuser is going all the way into a safe plan spot. J9 has retook upstairs. He's gotten killed there. Then you have a perfect cover on the planter from above again, and he gets the plant because the top floor player once again covers the right doorway at the right time. That's the difference between SSG and Oxygen right now. In the very last few seconds, they execute much more complex attacks masterfully.
Honestly, they didn't know there was a Solace to begin with. You could tell by the droning, you could tell by the information collection. They were worried with the top floor, as you should be on that particular setup. They didn't know there was a Solace below. So when they had worked that out, it was, I think within 3 seconds, the game plan had changed. And that's how fast you need to think when problems arise. They had a redundancy for the redundancy. And when they got into piano to get that plan down, I thought that was just brilliant.
And just look at that final round. That execution on basement.
Oh,
that was pure. That was clean. You've got a thermite running in. You've got the EMPs to cover for the UK drone. You've got a cover coming from the yellow door. At the same time, someone upstairs. You've got someone still on the bridge shooting the C4s. Everything felt great.
You say that, but I think they just didn't overcomplicate things. Let's bring Ram because Ram's not banned, and if I open up the floorboards, you have nowhere to move. And it just felt like Oxygen wanted to bring all these cheesy ops and whatnot. Sometimes just the simple is what works best. And even though OXG picked it, I think they misread how difficult they needed to make it. Honestly, SSG opened up the floorboards, side is ours.
Yeah. I think as well there were certain expectations of how this was gonna go, considering the OXG SSG game that we saw in the NAL. I thought this was going to be a lot closer. Also taking into consideration even further how much OXG was able to push Furia yesterday. Like, we're talking about Furia, right? And then you come here and this is your map pick and it doesn't go your way at all.
I think there's a big difference between these two teams. I'm curious to see your opinion on this, but I believe they're not at the same stage in the sense that we've seen since the last meetup they've had, Space Station go through multiple games through the loser bracket, go through another BO3 victory against the reigning champions of Falcons. This team has grown with New Year's. They've went through huge obstacles. They've went through multiple overtimes in NAL. They've beat Falcons. They've grown. They've matured, and they're not at the same stage of Oxygen.
And they have the mental coaching in there as well.
The bias was kicking in. I was glad you brought it up because I said there was a bias pick for me for SSG. I want to see results from the mental coaching. That's what we're seeing. But also I wonder, and I want to hear your thoughts on this, beating Furia puts a false sense of security in your head you're better than you are when Furia has a bad day at the office, yes or no?
Well, you've just lost your map to SSG. I think you have no sense of security whatsoever. I don't think whatever you did last time changed anything.
So this is where you have to go back to that drawing board because it is a best of 3. So you have that opportunity to bring it back, to adjust, to recalibrate, see what needs to go next. We're going to be coming up with the break, and then we'll head into the second map of this series of SSG going up against OXG. So stick around.
Welcome back to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for the Esports World Cup. My name is Stokes and I'm joined with Jesse as always for this tournament as we'll be running through this follow-up map. We just got done with Consulate where SSG had a very dominant showcase of exactly why they wanted to take us over there. And next up we have Chalet. Mr. Chick, what are your thoughts so far on what we've seen and what can we expect to see from Chalet?
Well, map 1 was tough for Oxygen because that was their pick. They choose Constantly at SSG. On the second half, they only get 2 defensive wins out of their 5 attempts. It was not going to be good enough to take down a team like Space Station. So now they got to do the impossible, win their opponent's map pick against SSG and also the decider. Chalet will be our second map of the game, Sam, and Chalet is one that OXG have never really had success on. They're on a 5-game losing streak when it comes to this map, and some of those are from previous rosters, so I'm willing to ignore them, but 3 of them are with this roster, so you can't throw all of that data out the window. We have seen Oxygen fail at this map over and over and over again. It has not been one that they've been comfortable with. SSG only have a 2-2 record, which doesn't sound amazing, but both of those losses were 8-7 games, and both of them were in the NAL playoffs against quite good opponents. So the sample size for both SSG and Oxygen are both quite large, but when you look at these two teams, it's very clear SSG have had much better results on a map like Chalet.
Well, man, I mean, I guess there's only one option for Oxygen at this point, Jesse. You just can't shit your pants. That's it. That's all you got left.
Is everyone on the broadcast going to say it? Everybody? I won't. I'm not going to do it.
Do it right now.
No, sir.
You got 6 seconds to say it right now.
Sam, I hope that whoever comes out on top of this does it with a clean pair of underwear and do it with a smile on their face. Chalet loading in right now. SSG Oxygen to the operator bands. Chalet's an interesting one. You almost always see a zombie taking off on this map. It's probably her best map in the pool. We'll go for Clash first. I'd expect a zombie second. If it's not, we're starting to get a little freaky on the side of SSG. Could do a castle instead, side of auction, I should say. You could ban the castle instead. It does very similar things, but I think the Azami's just a little bit more adaptable. Ashton asks, why ban Clash? And they will go castle instead of the Azami instead. So leaving, I would argue, the most powerful operator on this map up on the board for Space Station to play with. It's a risky move, Sam, but it's the one Auction have made.
Yes, it is indeed, my friend. And, you know, it's a pretty interesting thing as well.
They're not even going to play it.
They did. There it is. Yes.
You know what? Janet probably thought it was banned, because it always is. Then in the last second, he was like, oh, wait.
Yeah, he's like, oh, wait, we should actually implement the best operator on this map. That'd probably be a pretty good idea, wouldn't it? But yeah, I mean, the big thing now is that, you know, Auction are going to leave that up. And, I mean, I'm pretty sure SSG is going to match their freak, so I'm a little worried right now, but, you know, I've been wrong before, and I'm open to it again. So we'll see what happens here. But after what we just saw, I feel like we're going to be having a very confident SSG, and, I mean, we've already seen their mental resiliency, and let alone that fact, but we are in the lower bracket, which seems to be where SSG thrive. They are indomitable with their backs against the wall. As, I mean, we've made the joke a couple of times what they keep saying, but truly, guys, their mental fortitude is just from a different planet.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams have met each other twice throughout this season. SSG came ahead both times. In one best-of-3, the only time OXG won a map, it did go 8-7. Since that 8-7, SSG have not lost a round 15. Period. They've won every single max overtime that they've gone into since that single one that they lost against OXG. And again, they still won the series versus Auction in that game anyway. So definitely feels like Space Station had the momentum when it comes down to these really high-pressure games, when it comes down to even going up against Auction so far this season. These two squads, as we've said over and over today, extremely familiar with one another. We saw Newers play for 3 years on OXG. We saw Forrest play for 2 years on Space Station. There is lots of love between these players, but only one of them can win and take it all the way to the playoffs of EWC.
Somebody has to go home. Only one of these North American teams can persist here at the EWC, as this is one of the more aggressive formats in the esports. You have a slight slip up, you go home. It happens to Falcons, it happens to everybody. And yeah, excuses can be made, but everybody's got to play the game at the end of the day, and sometimes you do get caught off guard. That's just the name of it. So for Space Station, they'll look to continue to try and hold on to a little bit of extension over in Bathroom, as Fultz has that deployable shield inside of the hot tub. Yago will start pouring bees in here to try and force back any player, or at least just get a little bit of information over towards that master closet area.
Yeah, Solar take to start. Interesting Grimby setup. Nobody really plays in that deep of the bomb site, but they send it deep anyways. Track Stingers will start to cover Benja, but he's not been forced out of this position, Sam. He's happy with his utilities. That's fine. Throw the bees, throw the stingers. Doesn't love how close the stingers get, but he has not been forced to move out of this position and could still cause lots of chaos.
Yeah, and honestly, he doesn't even need a peek yet either. He'll rotate back to the closet and end up cleaning up those track stingers just to make his life a little bit easier, because he does want to go for that Nitro Cell swing. Ashen will come in, and Adam will completely eviscerate him on the swing. Gritzer will go down to a Frostmat, and unfortunately enough for him, in Common Day Siege, he's not going to be able to sprint for a little bit.
Yeah, slowed down for a little bit now. They're going to have to be able to find another way into this site, but it's chaos inside of Solar, Sam.
Undeployable shield here for Fultz will be able to at least pay back something. Knows one might be coming for the window, but an active Adam will find his third kill of the round. It's just down to J9-0 now, as Gomez will die. Does have an opportunity here, but the cross should be prolific, and it will be, as Forrest will take him down. That'll be the first round. Decently clean from Oxygen, especially with what we saw initially. I was a little worried with them flirting with Solarium and not really having active players over those other windows, but they eventually were able to cross their T's and dot their I's and pull this one over to their side.
Let this be a lesson to everyone that even though you jump into 2 Frostbats in 1 round, you can still win, okay? You can still have a big game. And all it takes is having somebody on your team named Adam who's absolutely filthy to drop a 3K like that. It's a really nice stuff coming out of the end of the day from OXG on that push. They did jump into a couple of bats. One of them ended up with the player losing their life. The other one, they managed to pick it up and it wasn't too big of a deal. But even still, that's one of those, again, pre-practice strategies that OXG have likely set up for a map like Chalet. Because like a lot of the time in this tournament, they're coming in with pretty complex ideas about how they want to take certain parts of the map, and sometimes that means not taking very much of the map because you've got 5 players really focusing on one area altogether. And while that does sometimes have its drawbacks, you know, you don't always have so many dimensions going in for your push. It does mean that that one part of the map that you are pressuring, that you are applying a lot of your focus to, ends up being really, really powerful. And so we saw that from Oxygen, ends up working out in that round.
Yeah, if you start to get the snowball rolling in a situation like that, Jesse, it just becomes a massive boulder that will smash into the defense. You know, we saw those 2 initial picks coming out of Oxygen, and that's really where the sign of the time started for SSG. And, I mean, as you said, when you're so honed in on one portion of the map and you just have bodies littered across that space, it doesn't exactly even matter if SSG does end up picking up a person in that situation, because you have so many bodies to try and refrag and recover that scenario. And I mean, even with that being said, Oxygen didn't necessarily need that just because of how solid that opener was. So now we'll lead into round 2. SSG are not feeling confident on that top level anymore. They will make an adjustment. And I do believe, yes indeed, we are in Barn Gaming.
Yeah, we swapped the focus on Solar for a focus on Library, so we're elevating our minds a little bit more in round number 2.
Speaking of elevating our minds, Gomez, with the Spider-Man rappel to take out the Kiba barrier in Library.
It does it as safe as possible. It knows it's Newers on the other side of it. Newers can hit some absolutely disgusting shots. Teamed with him for quite a long time, so he's well aware of what Newers is capable of. That's why he's trying to blind him fully before he can go for this jump in. Otherwise, he's going to have a really tough time.
He had to toss it, otherwise the laser gate was going to eat it up. He'll throw another one out, and won't be able to find too much. It's going to be an aggressive play here as all of Oxygen fly into the bomb site. SSG will deliver, though. Finally, they're fighting back. Forces look so good on these shields here today. Him and Yaga both playing a lot of this Blackbeard, and it's paying off in dividends as 2 kills go his way. Able to still try and find a place to put this case down, but the big issue is right now is SSG have a lot of solid control still across the board, especially in this top level to complicate things.
7-0 combined stat line for the last 2 players live on Oxygen. We're only in the middle of round 2, by the way, with that, so this could get absolutely disgusting really fast. They've kind of got site control, but again, up above is SSG. They can deny almost every single plant on this map by playing that vertical.
And that's exactly why you see Ashen just standing still upstairs, working around that little space, using that verticality to his advantage, and also on the other foot, why you see Oxygen responding in the way that they are. They know how dangerous the situation is right now. They more than likely can't even leave bar stock just because of the vertical angles, and they don't exactly know where Ashen is positioned. If you choose wrong, you lose the round.
They had a drone on Ashen, but he just moved, so that information is now gone. They might hear his footsteps, but they'll try the plant regardless.
Halfway through, swings in, and they're not accounting for Newers. Like a demon in the night, he'll swing in and quickly dust this away. Only 18 seconds remain. Ashen, you do not need to flirt with death. You have to force Adam into a bad scenario. It seems like it might work out, though. Adam sticks the plant, and now he has a chance. A chance for redemption in round 2. He'll get the first kill. He knows where Newers is. Dances, bobs, weaves. Another chance. Not able to get the head yet. The timer coming low. Pistol popping. Adam! What a moment as Oxygen come alive here on Chalet.
Huge move. The 23-year-old from Ontario, California. A massive play when his team needed him the most. Not an easy round to win, Sam. The 1v2 chooses to stick the plants. That's such a risky plant to stick. You could get shot from above. You could get run at from the doorway. Anything could happen, and you could just instantly lose the round. But he knows he has to stick if he wants a chance of winning this in any realistic scenario. Does just that, and then insane aim. Took him a couple tries to get the final kill on the Newers, but doesn't seem to matter. The pistol gets the job done in the end. Adam, what a ridiculous play. And again, a guy that we were really hoping would step up this event because he's the main entry guy on Oxygen, and they've not had a great entry season so far. Now we're seeing an insane tournament from Adam, and I mean, those are the types of rounds that turn things completely upside down for teams.
Yeah, 100%. And what a better place to do it as well than Chalet, a map that, I mean, you said it yourself, this is not a playground for Oxygen at all. In fact, it might be their own personal snowy hell. It's just not good. But somehow, some way, Adam has discovered himself once again here on Chalet, and he's making the most of the situation. What a beautiful round. And ladies and gents, this is why you always trust yourself. You have to try. I hate it when I see players just give up and go, I'm just going to go take a gunfight. They've already won the round. Not Adam. He just tries to force the case down, and he finds a will and a way to be able to bring round 2 back to bear for Oxygen. Especially on the offensive side, man. I mean, god damn.
Well, we'll slow things down a little bit after the ridiculous round. Adam's 7-0. I mentioned he plus Forrest were 7-0 in the 2v2. Now he can hold that title just by himself. Oh my goodness, just a ridiculous play. The bomb site's going to shift downstairs, Sam. We've really seen pro teams move away from the basement on Chalet. This bomb site has really fallen off in pick rate in really every region across the world, as teams just don't seem to favor it these days. SSG taking a bit of a gamble going here, but they've got a heavy roam extension to the top floor to try to make up for some of the weaknesses in the basement, and so far, none of them have been caught.
And that's the thing. It's almost a requirement nowadays to be able to extend things and force the offense to deal with your different positioning, because if you try and turtle downstairs, it just doesn't work out in Common Day Siege. It used to be really solid back in the day, but it's 2025 now, folks. We've got 10 years of tenure under our belt when it comes to Rainbow Six, and, you know, things change. So SSG most definitely on an unfavorable site. Doesn't mean that they can't win, but like we said, doesn't mean they have to do things a little different.
Yaga up above, maybe trying to watch for some of those flanks to come through. It's just Adam, actually, who's been left alone, and they will. No, Benja finds Adam instead.
Where the hell did he shoot him from?
It must have been that was a ridiculous vert angle. Jeez, Sam.
Oh my god! This is why I love Siege, because there's no other game in the world where you can just clothesline somebody from the basement to the 3rd floor. Get the hell out of here, dude. That is disgusting.
Ashen moves to kitchen. They know on SSG that it might not be clear. That's why they're not really moving through the map. They don't want to sit inside of Fireplace. Oh, and there's great Valk cams too. This could really open things up for Ashen to make a play.
That camera's been just so useful so far. That's how Benja got that kill as well, was that Valkyrie camera just sitting there and constantly pinging that player on the stairs. An aggressive swing, and Forrest is completely asleep at the wheel. Benja more than likely knows that better than anybody, that he's more than likely going to be shifting things back and forth with his hands as he's trying to get can openers and bees and everything else in between, but he's the only man out there, and now it becomes a huge issue. Oxygen, although this bomb site is very easy to take if you turtle, it's hard when there's a massive extension and you choose to not clear. It's very, very difficult. They think that they can get it all done if they grab Library, they grab Fireplace, but that's exactly what SSG wanted.
Getting a lot of these pushes, OXG don't want to take much map control. We've seen it in every single round so far. Direct into Solar, direct Library into the site. Now direct kind of only on the one Fireplace side of the map, right? It doesn't feel like OXG want to go for full clears, and that's fine. Has worked out for them more often than not, but it does have its drawbacks. That's, I really think it was just Benja too at the start of the round, taking things in his control. A stupid vertical angle to get the first kill, then a really risky play on the main breach. A lot of players would not be willing to go for that, especially at a man advantage. But Benja's not an average player.
No.
Benja's a ridiculous, crazy kid from Denmark who's come over to this North American team and is starting to show everybody exactly how Siege should be played. Loves to get in those aggressive spots so far this tournament too.
I mean, Jesse, it just shocks me so much that there's so many extremely talented Danish people in FPSs.
Yeah.
Because, like, they're the nicest people on the planet. Have you ever talked to a Dane? They're very straightforward, but they're just very nice. They're very cordial people.
They really
and
are.
you put them in a server, and they're just a demon. It's terrifying, man. It's really, really scary. But Oxygen have to be feeling good about themselves right now. I know they only have 2 offensive rounds, but even if SSG complete this full cycle here, you still got a decent chance. We'll have to see, though. I mean, Chalet does tend to lead offensive-sided. What are we in Common Day? What's our percentage at? Probably like 55%?
Yeah, it's pretty close. I mean, it depends on what data set you're looking at, of course, but generally it's going to go a 50-50 attack for defenders.
Gotcha.
That's as far as most maps really go attack-wise once you look at a large enough sample size, but even still, with these teams particularly, they both do lean more defender. SSG have played this map many, many times, again 4 times. Oxygen have played it 3 times, and both of them have a higher defensive win rate than they do on the offense. So you might think this map should lead a little bit more defender-sided just because of the teams that are playing, but again, that changes on a given day.
Yeah, most definitely, especially just because of the circumstances of the map. That's why, you know, for a long time now, we've referenced Chalet as more of an offender-sided map just because of how the angles play in towards the map. It can get really difficult to try and move around as a defender. And Oxygen have shown that time and time again, even on some more one-dimensional takes. What a find from New, though. And that's the one thing about this guy. He does not shy away from a gunfight. He doesn't care if he has an SMG and a 1X. He will find you, and he will kill you.
All 10 of these players know how to crank. I mean, there's no other way to really say it. SSG especially, though, when it comes to getting those early aggressive plays, they love to hunt for them. That's been the story all day long. I should note, through this entire best of 3, SSG will start on defense on all 3 maps. So expect to see a lot of this engagement where OXG maybe go for a bit linear pushes, but they're going with everybody together. Space Station trying to swing aggressively to slow that down.
The time sink right now from Oxygen starting to become a little bit of an issue. Granted, they are still going for that direct Solarium take for the most part. Have those 2 bodies over here, getting that Master Window Repel in right now. And you can see that far player for Oxygen working his way over, more than likely to the bathroom balcony. Just be able to help things out with that window as well as Piano. Can't always adjust as well, but as of right now, that seems to be the game plan for Grixer, as we're more than likely reaching crunch time. Adam's going to go down, though, and things starting to become more and more of an issue as ice is added to this wound. Such a problematic situation right now, and Forrest has been discovered down low as he tries to slip through the cracks.
His teammates are both outside the building and have both yet to find a kill this game, so it's going to be really tough, I think, for them to pull back this 3v5.
Yeah. The Solarium take just not really working out as they're almost required to clear out this top floor, Jesse. So much verticality works its way into kitchen, and you really just don't have a chance unless you are able to rid yourself of this top floor problem. That's why Oxygen have put so many ducks up here, but Forrest is finally going to be able to find something to try and work themselves back in. It'll be their first big kill, and Yaga with the equalizer here. A lot of things not expected, especially with so little time. The case is all the way across the map. SSG legitimately just needs to stay alive, and they have their first round here on Chalet. Forrest will go down. Another find from J90, and that should be it for round 4.
A little scary. I gotta give credit in the end there from Oxygen. And they were going for those pushes. They were going in different directions, right? They had one player pushing the site to try to get kills, a couple other players pushing above to try to get kills. They knew they couldn't plant. That wasn't going to be in the game plan, so just flood every area of the map, try to fight for it. I think it was never going to be a high probability win rate, but even still, I think they gave themselves the best chance that they had there. Really good attempt there, but of course, Space Station, just too large of a man advantage, I think, to ever give that up, and then happy to just waste time, right? They never got over-aggressive. That can be a real big problem with Chalet. When you're existing on that top floor, the window pressure is so strong that you can often wander into those angles and you lose your life. But there's one operator, Sam, that does make that a lot easier if you're a defender, and it's the one op that wasn't banned out in that first quarter. It's the Azami.
Oh, it's that one that has almost a 90% ban rate on Chalet, right?
Yeah, that'd be the one.
Oh.
That'd be the one.
Damn. Well, I mean, a little unfortunate when you really consider it, but I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, Oxygen are still doing a pretty bang-up job of working around these Kiba barriers. It just so happens that this was the most problematic round when it came to a lot of different utility fronts for Space Station. You got the ice on the window, you got solid positioning over there, let alone that fact, but just the site selection there from SSG I really like as well, is they weren't really able to get anything conducive to success going on those other sites. So they change things over to Kitchen. They force Oxygen to play their game. Because like I was talking about in the round, you have to take that top floor, Jesse. If you don't take that top floor on the Kitchen bomb site, then we just kill you, and then that's the round. So they had to try and flirt with that a little bit. It doesn't work out. It goes the way of SSG, and they'll tie up the ball game.
Well, I'm going to count my chickens before they hatch and say I'm glad we're going to see a Ying come out for round number 5. They banned that Warden after round 3, and I thought, okay, we're going to see some crazy Ying plays. Didn't see it in round 4. Wasn't brought as an operator, but now Forrest's going to try to take full effect of that operator ban. Playing with the shotgun, too, because why wouldn't you? Top floor will be the bomb site selected by SSG, so this is going to be an attempt from OXG to try to clear over and make a good push out of it. Instead of going straight for solar, like they did last time, they're going to go for the library side clear. There was a spawn peek by Newers, but it was droned out early. Nobody fell for it. Nobody tempted it. And with the second drone spotting him there, he is just going to fall off, choosing not to risk his life in a battle he probably would have ended up losing with that information advantage. So the right call from Newers, and we'll leave it to his teammates up above to try to lock down this library side.
Oxygen are probably going to take their time as they will do their due diligence in the information game. You can see things starting up over on the library side, but the big the big monikers here are going to be Yaga as well as Adam. You got that Deimos in as well as the Dokkaebi as well, just to try and get some information out here and assist this offense. A lot of time in order to do so, but the big thing is that they're really going to want to try and deal with these angles once again from Space Station. And Yaga will start us off positively perfect as he'll take out Newers.
Long
what
shot.
An angle, too.
Yeah, right on the bathroom window. That's a nasty one coming out from the Yog Dog. We'll get that man advantage now, get going for OXG as they can now start to work even more picks with that. Beautiful vertical angle as well. Pops the Mira and even distracts Ashton for just a second as he kind of lets them walk in right below him. He almost got timings there where he could have had a great opportunity to get a pick, but didn't quite find it in that situation. And so now this is still going to be a man advantage for Oxygen. Getting off his wall open is the next step, and they don't have a ton of time to do it, but they should have the tools. No, they're going to have to start using the Selmas on the floor.
Oh, he forgot it was closed, I think.
Yeah, Sam, he definitely thought that was a close mirror.
Yeah, that's mad unfortunate.
Oh boy.
As he gets dusted, and Oxygen finally finding some semblance of success after that last round. It was a little slow rolling there. Yeah, they're able to get that pick on New, but finally able to make some very considerate headway. What a round out of Oxygen as they practically just beat SSG over the head with a hammer.
Yeah, I mean, one pick can make all that difference, right? You will get that early player down, and then you are able to start working more with the util. I really thought the office wall could be a huge problem, because when you push in from library side, that's basically the only place that you can go in for a plant, right? When you're pushing master, you can kind of choose a couple different spots, but if you're going office, you really need to get behind that half wall. To get behind the half wall, you really need to be able to open up the office wall, and that should be really tough with an electrical on a tuber but well, the tuber goes down to the mirror window, which, whether he remembered that it was popped already or not, kind of irrelevant to the end result, right, Sam? He goes down to that angle being held by OXG. They work even more picks, and they take the lead back on Shell.
Yeah. Yeah, that last round, definitely an interesting one for Space Station. Almost seemed like they just couldn't get out of their own way. You know what I mean? Just some very aggressive peaks. We have New back in the same window where he killed somebody else on the roof earlier. That's why Yog checks that so quickly. Although, obviously also a default thing to do because people love that window as a spawn kill. But even past that, you see the situation go down with Ashen, as well as what we see a little bit later on with another aggressive swing coming out from SSG on that same bathroom window. So really just donating a lot to Oxygen's cause, and they're like, oh, we like charity work, so we'll take that round.
Well, Bar Games will be the next test and the final test here in the first half of Chalet. This was where we saw that ridiculous 1v2 clutch coming out from Adam. It was 7-0 to start this game. Now, falling off a little bit to 8-2 coming through, but even still, should be feeling confident as he goes into this final round on the offense. Oxygen are setting themselves up to go for probably a full map clear, not something that they've been really eager to do so far this game. But if they can start to work their way in through Master, then they can work a little bit more angles into this library hold, start taking advantage of some of the operators that they've got, including all the smokes that they've been bringing in with the glass, maybe some of these sense wall plays too.
Yeah, it seems like they want to go for something that can chop up the side a little bit and make life a little bit easier down there, especially with the Warden off the board. You're always expecting things like that, right? You're expecting the Yings, you're expecting the Glazes, and everything else in between to work its way in, because, it just becomes that much more impactful when you don't have somebody with some special glasses that can see through everything. Some nades will pour in. Great positioning here from Benja as a stun will come through too, but doesn't seem like they have anybody downstairs on the game window, so he'll count his lucky stars as he'll make his way back in towards bar stock.
A lot of angles being held again. Feels like OXG are fishing for a pick, and that's a strategy that worked for them last time. Got them that entry frag onto Newers. Yaga again, quite solo. Oh, what a play. Faults runs out from Wine, and he gets that initial kill on a Forest, taking out the glass. That's a really big for a player to take off the board. You remove the IGL, the captain, and now you kind of set your teams up in a way where they don't need to play as aggressive anymore, Sam.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about fishing. Sometimes you catch stuff, sometimes you don't catch anything, and sometimes the fish fight back.
Yeah.
As Fultz will run out the bottom door and quickly dispatch Forrest. Probably feeling pretty good about that. That's IGL on the IGL crime, by the way.
True. Well, this is just disgusting. Did you have a nothing's disgusting for Adam, though. Adam says, give me a spoon. I'm going to eat that right up. Yum, 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 yum. Jeez.
I'll tell you what the solution is. Just walk. How about that?
Just walk at him, bro.
Just walk at him. Hey, sometimes that's really all it takes. And Adam, he's looked very solid, very confident in his ability so far. He's had some massive impact on this offensive side and rears that head once again here in round 6. Equal playing field. The map control going to be a huge thing here as Adam will dust yet another player.
I mean, what is it about this bomb site that just turns Adam into a different beast? Even when you're fighting somebody else, you gotta then check your back because you know Adam's coming. That's what Benj is watching for.
Fultz with the double kill now. Be able to discover something over here on this kitchen hallway side. Finds the sense, and that's going to be a triple kill for the IGL to wrap things up on round 6. SSG, cool, calm, collected there, as Oxygen just never really able to make any considerable headway, minus those picks that we saw from Adam.
It was weird. Adam was able to find the gap, but nobody else was able to really get anything going. I mean, we saw Yaga with a defuse kit on the top floor, able to maybe kind of try to push with the team you'd expect, but Gomez was then down below, ended up losing a gunfight over towards Fultz, who was coming back from that basement room he was playing. Grixer was outside on the window. Nobody on OXG was really together in that round, Sam, and so even though one player was able to pop off and have a couple of big impactful frags, nobody else was able to win their fights. Nobody was able to get traded after those players went down, so it ends up being SSG tying things up at the half, and a different strategy when it comes down to the operator bans immediately. A zombie being taken out by SSG, feeling that it is worth a ban here on Chalet. And OXG saying, we are not fearful of your shields. We're going to start banning the hard breach, which might make things really, really tough.
Yeah, especially with Ace and Tabana gone, that's all the ranged hard breach. That does mean that you will be forced to get in the building to do any of this dirty work. And that dirty work has gotten a lot dirtier. You know, AC/DC said dirty deeds are done dirt cheap, but I feel like this is going to require a lot more than dirt. We'll see what SSG are capable of. We're not really going to have anything except maybe some can openers here for them on this offensive side as of right now. We'll see down the line if we see something like Thermite work its way in.
Well, Kitchen will be the first bomb site, and so hard breach, of course, going to go on that wall coming in from Fireplace. Right into Dining would be the most likely spot. Upstairs as well, an incredibly important wall to open up into office.
No can openers.
Really?
None.
Even on Action. Oh my god, you're right. There's no hard breach at all. Okay, well, office wall will stay closed. Fireplace wall will stay closed.
Basically, just ignore everything we've said in the last 30 seconds.
Okay, Sam. I was a little bit concerned that OXG maybe weren't using those bans enough by not bringing like a Kaid or something, but no point bringing a Kaid if there's no hard breach anyways to even care about, I guess.
Yeah, well, seems like they want to just flirt with the top floor and see how much value they can get out of it. You're really looking for a lot of dislodgement here. That's why you got the Bees of the Grim. That's why you got Capitalin with the fire arrows, and then Fultz will find one as, oh, I always love when we see this kind of play on Windows. They knock out a couple of panels and are able to find a frag, but Oxygen respond in kind as they're able to take down 2. A great moment for them, and almost another great discovery from Adam, but it'll be Forrest instead to reclaim the Solarium stairs.
Yeah, good teamwork between Forrest and Adam there. Working one above, one below, distracting one's attention, and then the other one goes on in. You saw initially how they were able to find value outside these windows. Now we stop swing if we're OXG. We got to calm things down a little bit. They got that initial pick from the window, and I was going to say, you know, that kind of comes down to the zombie ban. That's part of that, but once they actually had to get into the building, things got really messy. Fultz to repel it on the shield after the smoke had come out. Really obvious play, really loud, and really exposes yourself when you're playing on that Blackbeard. So kind of an awkward entry. Now they'll get into the site with 2v3.
Oh, the bulletproof camera reading everything that Benj is doing right now. The case upstairs too. Fantastic play from Oxygen. They've completely abandoned the bomb site because that is no longer the objective. It's completely upstairs. And are we going to get a high-flying moment out of this from Forrest? I'm ready for it. Jeff Hardy? No? Yes? Might just be a straight delivery from the M590. We're about to find out as they continue to flirt back and forth. Pistol out, and it won't find much. Forrest will One pump trumpet, and it'll be over as that man will fall down on Solarium. Fantastic shotgun as always, and a big kill for him.
Yeah, really good movement, too, on the smoke. I mean, you saw throughout that round, started kind of on the bottom floor, or on the main floor, I should say, inside a trophy. Then when his teammate called, hey, that's absolutely ridiculous. All right, never mind. Take the round away from OXG.
Okay, whoever is doing voodoo at their house right now for Oxygen, you need to stop. What is going on?
Okay, dude.
Did you hear the audio for that?
I did. Siege gives and Siege takes away, okay, Sam? That's the key takeaway.
Yes, sir.
And by the way, I just like forced movement there. Went up the solar stairs and committed to playing up at the top once the objective moved up there, too. Really shows the adaptability in a player like Forrest who's been playing top-level Siege for so many years at this point, mostly with that SSG organization, but not exclusively, and of course has built up all that experience. Now can bring it to a team like OXG, which of course are an experienced organ in their own right, but have some of those less experienced younger players, mostly thinking about Adam in this case, where he hasn't really had as much time in Tier 1, where hasn't really worked on many of those big orbs that some of these other players have.
Man. That was quite the setup down there near the game's window, Jesse. There's one or two frost mats on the ground. I do believe it's one, but there's also 2 Goyo canisters sitting right next to it.
Lovely.
Yeah, that is just a house of horror right inside of that window. Not a place that I would want to exist. As Forrest will claim the top level. You usually do want a player here in Library, as that hatch is so useful upstairs to play through.
Well, the site util will come later. Right now, it's quite an aggressive position. So many players over towards Master. You don't see this very often. Typically, defending teams will really pull things back to kind of the hallway to play inside of cases and play the mezzanine position, but Yaga has no fear. He says, I'm going to step up with Gomez and with Adam as well, who's playing just inside of office. Yaga and Gomez teammates for a long time on this OXG core. It's that chemistry hoping to be put to good use. They fight these window players on SSG.
Just for a split second there, Benji just second guesses where that enemy is running out from, but then finally lays eyes on Forrest over in the Library balcony. SSG taking their time in this round, and why wouldn't you? Oxygen have been at your necks for the vast majority of these, or at least been in contention. Bolts will find a nice frag onto Gomez, but it's going to get a little bit more difficult, especially with this SMG up close and personal, but it's going to be the Bailiff. Man, Young is somewhere in the world right now, just a very sad boy after what happened to him in 2019 in Milan. Sometimes you got to be blessed for that Bailiff to work, and this time it'll work out for Fultz.
Wow, that roam game really did fall apart quickly. Adam, the only one to escape with his life. He falls back to the Library stairs, but you kind of think he's got to step up, make a play, or at least make a distraction so Forrest can make that play. He's taking a ridiculously aggro spot. That drone goes right past him, and it does see him. This should be an easy frag.
What a find!
Yes, it is. Great droning from SSG.
Fultz, the IGO, the triple kill, the do-it-all man. He is on top of the world right now as he is piloting SSG through round 8 with perfection. Yes, Ashen and Newers have went down, but Fultz has been able to pull this back into their good graces and is now looking for the potential opportunity to take this round away. Adam, though, with some stellar positioning. I love what we're seeing here, Jesse, over towards main stairs.
Yeah, and time's really low, Sam. 30 seconds to get going, and I still remember those Goyo canisters and frost mats you were talking about in the site, so this is by no means easy.
No, not at all, but although you do say that, Benja just still have these fire arrows. We still have some dislodgement there with the Rotero drone, if you want to commit that too. So some things still to be said by SSG as well, but it has to be said now. Adam goes for a swing. He's done. He's dusted. It's up to Grixer. He'll find one, and he knows how little time there is. J90 gets aggressive, and SSG, off the back of some high-caliber play from Fultz, will take the round.
J90, big finish at the end there. Also, the pilot of that drone in the mid-round that found Forrest. So the player to credit with that information gathering, coming through big time, favoring Oxygen, or favoring SSG, I should say, excuse me. Really nice comeback. And I mean, that was really not a round that I think was super simple for them. Oxygen provided a lot of problems. It was a 3-man extension. Then it was a rat play from Forrest. Then it was a bomb site filled with util and a couple of players that could hit great shots and were in really tricky positions. But through every step of that round, early, mid, and late, SSG were composed. SSG were ready to tackle those problems. They look like SSG, just like they always do.
Yep, it's truly impressive stuff, especially for Fultz. I mean, this player's been with this organization for so unbelievably long and played practically every single role. Entry frag, flex, hard support, IGL. He's done it all, and it's truly impressive stuff, especially after his run back in the day with the C2 team Organized Chaos. It's the same team that had Merc as well, which was a very, very cool thing to watch them both come up and both be hammer lifters, of course. Fultz ended up joining SSG on May 27th, 2019, and he never really looked back. Claimed a hammer in 2020 with SSG. That's that hammer he got with Troy, and ever since then, he has still remained on this org, on this roster, and maintaining an insane level of play. I mean, truly a player that can do it all.
A franchise player. You could make the argument for it. I think no player really fits a team so much like Fultz does fit SSG. It's a great point. They're now just 3 rounds away, Sam, from making it to the EWC playoffs, securing that top 8 breadth that some of their North American companions will not be so lucky to achieve. Already we saw Dark Zero eliminated from this tournament just a few hours ago, and then of course yesterday Shopify Rebellion punched their ticket into the top 8. So we've got 1 North America team locked out, 1 North America team locked in, and we're going to have 1 more in each of those categories by the end of the night. Now, will that take only 15-20 minutes, or are we going to be here for another hour and a half, 2 hours? That'll depend on the players and the server.
Well, what else could you want out of map 2, especially after what we saw from map 1? Newer's a big swing here, and they got to get aggressive. Newer's almost follows through, but the R4C, for the first time in a long time, abandons him on that second kill, although the other one will be found eventually from Ashen, and a good little giggle, a nice chuckle in the chat as well. Forrest, he'll be lit up too. This could honestly be an even worse scenario if Newers was able to hit that shot. So Auctioneer will probably just try and work their way back into this map. Granted, with their tail between their legs for the moment. This don't call out. I think he's going to be discovered here. He's not ready, and somehow, some way, Benja misses that.
How is he alive?
I have never seen Benja miss something like that in my life.
Oh my God. All right, listen, everybody gets 1. We'll ignore it. They'll probably still win this round. Grixer can't do a whole lot from up here. They've reinforced Dining Hatch, which is a strat you see actually quite common when the Clash is being brought. Otherwise, it's usually left open. But it really does limit the opportunities that Grixer can take. He's going to have to walk down West Main, which is not a safe way to get back to site. Forrest still on the top floor, too. Site is literally just being held by a Clash right now, Sam.
Sometimes that's all you need.
Well, they don't think so in Oxygen, so Grixer gets back there. I think a wise call.
Yeah, I would agree. I would most definitely agree. Given the circumstances of this round, this is not something that you want. They might have identified that Forrest dropped down the kitchen hatch.
Oh, yeah.
He's flirting with this back and forth. This is the most Forrest-coded thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Pops some rounds over towards us. He's trying to be a smokescreen right now. That's his entire job. He wants to waste time and try and find some big kills, but it doesn't matter, my friend. I'm so sorry, Forrest. You do the most on this floor to try and distract SSG, but there's just too many bodies, my friend. And then we'll start to put that case down low. There's a man holding the rotation for West Stairs, and SSG will snuff the round out.
There's a tack timeout called by Space Station just recently, and I mean, you kind of wonder why, if they're starting to win these rounds, we get a tack timeout. Well, part of it might just be telling the teammate, well, how are Oxygen starting to play on these defenses? And it feels like SSG have an excellent read of how the game is going. Every single time it feels like Oxygen are going for an aggressive play. Space Station are there understanding what the setup looks like and how to dismantle it. We saw that in the previous round where there was that 3-man extension towards Master. We saw it in this round where it was almost every player up above the palm site with the sole exception of the Clash. And then once they realized it was just Forrest up above, they said, you know what, screw this Forrest guy. Let's go kill his teammates in sight. Did just that. Forrest all on the 1v5. What's he going to do?
Yep. Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, even Forrest more than likely knew in that situation exactly what was going to go on, because there was no way in hell that Fultz was going to call, let's run all the way over to Trophy and kill the Kaid. No, what a waste of your time. Just hold the rotation and get that case down. You force him to come to you. That's what you do in a situation like that. SSG obviously follow through on the notebook. This has been a story, I mean, written as long as time when it comes to Siege. So very well done from SSG to recognize the situation and follow through accordingly. Now they have garnered this lead once again going into round 10, looking to get to penultimate point here and now.
There's a lot of Gomez praises on map number 1. I thought he was absolutely excellent who's great yesterday too. I'll mention it again. The best player in OXG on their first day of EWC, going 20-14, 2-8 here on Chalet. They need him to step up. Gomez turning it on now on Chalet in the final couple of rounds could make all the difference for an Oxygen comeback to complete this and send SSG to a third map to go to Nighthaven Labs. It's not easy, but Sam, if Gomez locks in, that could make the difference.
It really, really could be. I mean, when you start looking at these stats for these teams and you really start looking at exactly what he was able to accomplish across that first stage, it is really, truly impressive. A 0.8 KPR, he was plus 30 overall on his KD as well as plus 4 on his entry. Very well done from him throughout that stage, and he followed through with those initial games as well here. Just as Jesse was saying, the KPR actually even higher at this event, by the way, a 0.95, almost a guaranteed kill per round, unless you're on Chalet.
Yeah, that's going to really start to fall at this point. Gomez not really even having the success that he needs, and so this is where it kind of falls on his teammates, right? Can you get him back in the game? He's surrounded by him at the moment. Grixer, Yaga, Adam, everybody playing up above with just the captain left alone in sight. How common we see this. It's going to be a Monty push up to the top floor. Vault will start to open this up with a can opener, but there is not going to be anything on the other side. One Nitro being held by Gomez, which maybe could have tried to go for a play there, but instead, SSG get it for free, and they take even more free space with this Montaigne.
I absolutely love this from Space Station. Again, when you see that third band come in, folks, you got to pay attention to these off lineups because they will just start to pull off some of the most ridiculous stuff. This Monty plunges into the site. They find 2 off of the back of that pressure. Yes, Fultz goes down, but look at all the damage that SSG has caused to this defense. Frag grenade in, almost a find here from J90, but nothing doing at the current moment. They know where the last 2 players are now as they both drop into Trophy to try and hold down this bomb site.
Benja, 2K from the master window is ridiculous. Now you've got to find some kind of a miracle. You're full blind, you have no numbers, you don't have positioning. Time is good for attackers too. I mean, 0 advantage for Forrest and Adam, other than the fact that it's Forrest and Adam.
And really, what else can we do but watch? That's exactly what we'll do. No ideas, no opinions, no nothing. We all know what Oxygen have to accomplish. Are we in that timeline? That's the only question.
Stalling a little bit, Sam, but
yes, they are.
Still, again, lots of time to work with.
Yeah. I think it's just more of a respect thing at the current moment.
Yeah.
They know that they're over here near this trophy space, trying to set things up accordingly. That case is on Ash, and it seems like they want to go for the frag. So get Benja. They know where the last one is. A beautiful shot, but it won't matter. As Space Station, with that beautiful strategy, with that Monty on the top floor, will take that penultimate point.
And again, you get down to these chaotic, high-pressure situations, and Space Station don't crack. Every single time, Space Stations seem to have their wits about themselves. There's a minute to work with. This is 2K again coming in from Benja. Easily could have been a third, as well as he played on that initial solar master window. That cannot be happening, but regardless, right? You come down to these late round situations, and with a minute on the clock, SSG, they don't rush it. They take their time because they have it and they can use it, reposition their players so that anytime they lose a fight, and they lost a couple of fights in that push, there's an immediate trade back. It's all well predicted. It's all put together for a reason. Space Station, they don't stall when they use that clock. They're using it for a purpose. They reposition, and they get credit for it when they happen to have those trades. Oxygen now playing for their tournament lives here at EWC. We'll head to Office and Games for potentially the final round of the night.
A lot rides on this. 2 rounds, we go to OT for Oxygen. And honestly, I almost want it to happen. This has been a really good game going back and forth between these two, the adjustments we've seen. And the biggest one recently being SSG post-third ban on this offensive side, starting to bring that Monty back into play. Yeah. We were flirting with it for just a second here, but Fultz is going to instead bring in the Maverick. They want to make sure that they can try and get these walls open, and Ace and Habana are off the board. So just leaning into that, just try and guarantee things, especially since you can work your way around, you know, ice or electrification.
Windows starting to get opened up. Again, you look at the top floor players being held, and nobody's too aggressive. Adam in Office, but I don't expect him to fight anyone up over here. Grixer is taking damage. He's in dining, actually. Was a little bit extended from his teammates in the other direction. Roaming horizontally away from the bomb site and survives on 1 HP as he gets through the dining hatch, manages to make his great escape. Ashton holding a really tight angle in the glass, but will not get an opportunity to close it out, realizing that now.
Decently quiet across the map. You can see SSG are starting to make some headway. A goo mine in the foot of one of the players as they'll enter the building. Some nice crossfires being set up, as we always do talk about on Chalet. That is what makes this map so difficult to try and wrap around as a defender. And that's why you see people 9 times out of 10 just have a little bastion to set behind, just like what we see here on the library balcony. Oxygen, the big thing is now, be patient. You have to force SSG to get into this building so you can have some successful chances to take a gunfight.
The longer the time waits out, the more things favor OXG, but again, Space Station, they use time for a reason. They're not wasting it, they're repositioning, they're getting this util out. Gomez has had his struggles this map, and we've talked about them, but he's in a forward position right now, playing alongside Adam there at the top of the blue stairs. This crossfire needs to be successful. There's no coming back if you lose these first fights.
Rotero drone.
They got to push at some point.
Yeah,
Sam.
working their way in from Piano. That's a beautiful cross from Adam. I'm starting to get a little worried. It seems like they at least know some semblance of control still exists over here. The glass in and a beautiful find. Adam knew that there had to be the opportunity for them to try and swing. He'll pre-fire and find the head of that glass, but it'll be a trade at the end of the day.
It's a heads-up play. Expecting the smoke, and that must mean a glass. Yaga top floor. He was the only one that didn't fall back, and he gets a kill.
And Adam will get one as well. A double kill on the round now. Space Station, this clock starting to become a massive issue as Oxygen's patience, it pays off. Every single parent around the world has to be the happiest ever, as we've all heard that one a million times. Oxygen, patience, and persistence is what gifts them that round and gets them one step closer to overtime.
Oxygen don't overextend, but SSG don't do much at all.
No.
So much of that round, I mean, yes, you take master, piano control, whatever. That wasn't really contested. Once you finally go for a play, it's read immediately by your opponents. The smokes, you thought they would take advantage for you, but instead, they gave multiple kills over to the defenders. One of them with Yaga on the Warden, getting a free pick from that smoke grenade, and then the other one coming through, of course, with that ridiculous pre-fire from Adam. So smart to come through from him and be able to secure that opening frag onto Ashton. Here we go, final round of regulation. Now Oxygen have brought it as close as they can. One more will secure overtime, otherwise they're going home, and that's going to be it. SSG, they're supposed to be the team that can play under pressure at all times. They've always been hammering that home. But that last round didn't feel like they were playing well under pressure, Sam. I mean, it felt like they were getting a little nervous and stalled out.
You know, I definitely think you can consider it that way. I think you can also consider, you know, the potential that they were just waiting for some big swing moments there from Oxygen, just really testing their mental and seeing if they were ever going to, you know, put that go fishing sign up and see if they could potentially catch a good old bass themselves, but obviously nothing doing on that front. And instead, it's Oxygen that are able to win that out with that situation.
Benja on the Yana in 2025. This is one of the rarest operators you'll see in Siege. Almost never a reason to bring this up. Very impactless gadget, as you don't get a whole lot out of that clone that goes through, and not the greatest secondary util or guns anymore. Bringing smokes might be part of the reason why they want this operator, but don't have anybody else that really synergizes with that, so I'm not sure, Sam.
Yeah, she's really just operator with an ARX, especially if her name is Shaiko. Yeah, that's basically it. So we'll probably see Benji just trying to be more aggressive than anything, especially because, yeah, you can get some information out of the Yana. We're not trying to pull that away from her, but usually back in the day, she was just so beneficial because of her great guns, the frag grenades, and the fact that you could burn laser gates because people were addicted to those things. So just a different time of frame right now. She might work her way back in, or she could just have some big impact with that frag power here. The biggest thing is here for me, we didn't have the Deimos that we saw. Newer switched over to the Striker instead, and it's going to be Ashen on the shield here. SSG reaching into their bag of tricks on this potential last round.
First line charge being used, but it doesn't catch anybody. Force is making jump outs, but it doesn't actually make any difference. Rotates back in through the office, nice and clean. No, the rotate got reinforced over, so you're happy to get back on in. Once again, we're working with that heavy hard breach ban, and there are no hard breachers being brought on the side of SSG, so they will be desperate to find these picks. Otherwise, I mean, Sam, they don't have a great way into the site.
Jesse, I'm getting really nervous. Although I do say that J9O will finally get a kill onto Gomez. It was just taking a little bit of time here, but SSG will finally make a little bit of headway. EE1D will mark for us there for just a split second. The Monty will don the top of the stairwell in Solarium, so he will steer deeply into the ether of sight. A lot of different things that could potentially go on, a lot of different fluxes. So we do have the positioning now down low here from Benjamaster, and that is the real Benjamaster, not the drone. Finally, a nice kill coming back through as Fultz will be discovered and be dusted as well.
You didn't care that you killed Gomez, though. His last kill came in round 5. Careful Ashen on that shield. He's got to be able to play really smart with this operator. Benja on the Yana now in a good position to try to capitalize on that space that Monty's making. He will be heard as he sprints into bathroom. Does he know the guy's close left? It's Adam holding an impact.
Well, does he have any impact? That's a real question. Force with the MP5. Smoke in. And it's just going to make it mad awkward. He tries to take the gunfight off the information. I really respect that out of him, but it's going to be J9O to potentially end the round. Newers get the frag. The case is down. SSG carve everything out, and Oxygen are one man away from flying home. Their brothers and North America are their slayers as Space Station send their North American brethren home.
What a day for Newers in particular. Far right of your screen, on that team for 3 years and 1 day. Beats his former teammates, manages to make his way into the Esports World Cup, top 8, into playoffs, into tomorrow. That respect will get shown. It's not handshakes, it's hugs between these two teams, man. Forrest spent so much time with Space Station boys. Newers spent so much time on the other side. These teams, they know how good each other are, but today Space Station were just the better team, more composed under pressure, better put together plans, and just better in the individual mechanics. They earned this win through and through, Sam, and they're going to be looking dangerous in the top 8.
Absolutely, especially if you just want something to showcase how solid SSG was in this entire series. It really leans on what we saw on Consulate. Chalet, there were some moments there where things could have went this way or that way, but Consulate was truly showing off how SSG can play. Even on their opponent's map pick, they look dastardly.
Yeah, no, and I mean, they got close in the scoreline, but the way SSG really dominated their attacks was crazy to me. Even though that they were one of those teams that maybe were able to work some of those picks, and Auction slowed things down and stopped that, SSG always adapts, used the clock expertly, and never let Oxygen's game plan get away from them. That was expertly done again by Space Station Gaming, reading OXG like a book. Familiar opponents tend to do that to each other, but today it will be history that repeats. For the 3rd time this season, Space Station defeat OXG.
Good on them, and I mean, you could say a rivalry, but Oxygen haven't got that win yet. We're looking for it, and we will continue to talk about this exchange with Newers and Forest and how both of these teams grow, especially as Oxygen will be looking towards Stage 2 and what they can do at the next major. A lot of exciting things to talk about with both of these respective squads.
Yeah, certainly, Sam. I mean, both fans, I think, of both these teams can be happy. OXG haven't made it back to a big event in a very long time. They were at SI, of course, but otherwise, it really hasn't been a big legacy for them.
There's 3 things that are absolutes in life, folks: death, taxes, and an SSG lower bracket run. We've got Ian down at the stage with Ashen.
All right, SSG secure that spot in the top 8. And who else am I going to speak to right now other than Ashen? I don't normally swear on broadcast, but I have to ask this question. Did they shit their pants?
Oh, they shot their pants. They thought they had some prep ready for us, but we just outclassed them, honestly.
You were loud, as you always are. I feel like you were desperately, and as you always do, trying to get inside of their heads, and it seemed to be working, right?
Yeah, it's funny, because playing this close to another team, you see their faces, right? And then when you start losing, or they start losing, it's funny how it takes a toll on their face, right? Because their mental obviously isn't as good as ours, and it showed in that game,
Well, you did something absolutely magnificent yesterday by sending home last year's winners, who of course had an incredible reputation out here in Riyadh. That obviously gave you momentum coming into today. Now you've sent out an NA team. What is the momentum feeling like within your roster? It feels like you're super solid right now.
Yeah, it's after that W7M game, it was SSG first game, and it's been a curse for us recently, and that's something that we're trying to fix, obviously. But I think once we start to play to win, that's the big thing. Playing to win and not being scared of losing, then there's not many teams who can hang at the top of us, being honest.
What about Shopify Rebellion? That is your next opponent up next. You have beaten them recently 2-1 in the playoffs. Have you got their number going into the quarterfinals?
I'm not going to say we have their number, but I will say they're going to be in front of a crowd, and whenever pressure is against them, then they usually shit their pants. That's when that happens. So,
you love a crowd. How excited are you to play in front of a crowd once again on an international stage?
Yeah, it's going to be great. I think especially with this stage, with how close you are to the other people, I think, it's just a lot of it's energy, right? Like the crowd, I'm shit talking them, they're screaming back. It's just going to be, it's a great time. It's a great time to be shit talking.
Just have a quick look. What do you think? Can you get it? Can you take it?
I think anything can happen at this stage of the tournament. So be scared of SSG.
Modest, realistic, but extremely confident. Ashen, thank you very much. Go enjoy this win and get ready for your quarterfinals. Back to you in the studio to discuss everything we just seen go down.
Even that handshake from Ashen was confident. SSG is locked in, and Sam is absolutely right. 3 things that are definite: taxes, death, and the SSG lower bracket run, because they've done it again. And they are now in the playoffs, sending OXG packing in a rematch from the NEL, but this time SSG was much more clean cut.
They should be. You should come into an event, you should feel confident, you should feel your prep is great. You shouldn't get onto a stage, especially after the first group stage days, and not feel confident. That's why you have the staff that you have doing the work that they do. And I was confident watching their matches, and I thought, if I'm breathing confidence, they certainly are.
Yeah, I think he summarized it really well by saying we outclassed them. I think that's really what it was, especially that very last game. In the end, it's only 1 round difference, by the way, in the attacks. It's 1 more attack that they put in, and that's why they win 7-5. Let's put it, back into place. Oxygen actually deserves some praise.
Absolutely.
It was a really good match. I don't think many people expected them to be the top 4, by the way. They made it, and Hot and Cold and Fabian and the big ones of Maymeity aren't here. So big props to Oxygen, but you can still see the gap between the 2 teams.
I don't think anyone even expected OXG to be able to push Fury out into that lower bracket the way that they did. I don't think anyone expected OXG to, like you said it themselves, be here today. But their key will be crushed, and that's something they get to take home.
Ashen was talking about crushing their spirits. Now he gets to crush the key. I am all here for it. There it goes. It does a little bang, ladies and gentlemen, hence the little bit of the cage that is holding around it so the players don't get injured. And then those little pieces get dropped into a little case, and whoever wins the event gets to pick 3 teams upon which they can encase the crushed keys in their trophy.
Falcons for sure.
Okay. Wait, who's winning?
Okay,
Well,
wait, no, I am not answering
wins,
that
right?
question, because this tournament, if there's anything about this tournament that is just to expect the unexpected, there's no script. I have no clue what's going on. I don't think anyone does at this point.
No, and that's the beauty of this event so far. I think I love the upsets.
Me
As
too.
a reminder, Weibo, 2-0'd, Dark 0.
Yeah, what timeline are we in? I don't understand.
And
Furia is still playing W7M, by the way, on the B stream. That is also absolute madness. So if you want to tune into that, instead of hearing us yap, because it is the end of the day here, make sure you do that. But what's going on?
I love it. They brought back some more APAC on the desk. They brought back APAC to playoffs. And
you think there is a correlation?
Yeah, I'm making
You're the lucky charm?
I'm making a crappy correlation, but I'm going to make one nevertheless. I do want to touch on, because we just saw OXG's key crushed. They're knocked out of the tournament, but props to them for playing a lot of things that I really want teams to do moving forward. The micro, the macro, juggling ADSs from across the top floor. They were hiding operators in rounds so that they weren't droned out. They had a lot of ideas, and the macro and the micro of SSG was just too strong.
Yeah, and also a lot of praise to give Ashen. I mean, there was a banger interview before the game even started, and a lovely interview at the end.
Forrest was good in the comeback as well.
Yeah, it was all right. He takes the AWS post-match highlight when we're looking at the stats of Ashen as well. Oh, neither one of you wore your glasses? Same.
I did not.
94 rating,
Thank
KD
you.
difference, it was 15-15, 2-1 on the entry, and 100% on plants.
Okay.
Okay.
I just had a moment there.
Everyone's just looking at me what are you saying?
Leo's seeing his past scoreboard. He's like, I did my job.
I'm
Question that was all question.
I'm like, I was like CC I plant. No, I was like oui je plante because I was the French Goga, but I never got 100% plant rate, so I'm surprised
And
about
that's
this
why you're sitting on the couch and he was on the stage today.
Come on, Ashen is the entries. There's no way that stat is right. But I will say this. I think Ashen was there. Ashen was confident. He did his job. He did his part. He was there in the entries.
Yes, he was.
But the real guy that stepped up once again for me is Janino. He's been the #1 rated player for years on that roster. It's actually it's incredible, that consistency.
He also looked a little too happy when the OXG key was getting crushed. He was just down
he
in
was
the back
super excited.
yeah, okay.
He's such a great guy.
I think SSG, and yes, there was bias from me around the whole mental coaching and whatnot, but there was a time where I called them one of the best attacking teams in the world. There was about a month period where I was confident that I could put them against any team in the world and they could attack at a highest level than I've almost ever seen. There have been better teams, but when they are at their attacking ceiling, it is an incredible echelon that only some teams ever even sniff at. So I think from an attacking standpoint, being the most difficult part of Siege as it currently exists, they understand the meta way more than others.
You know, it really needs to be studied how the air here in Saudi just makes some teams ascend to a different echelon of what we're used to. I don't know if that could be a scientific study, not for Falcons this year though, but what we also have to talk about is the Sony match MVP, and it's going to be J9O because he had a really good performance here today.
Speaking, it happens.
Yeah, I think it's in-game, and I think that transformation comes with everything that the team is doing outside of the job. As a reminder, J9O came with the Astralis score. He was taken still quite young by Callout, because Callout was the coach of Astralis at the time, alongside Forest, by the way, and he was developed and groomed into this flexible player that is not only someone that is an incredible fragger on, I will say this, most of the time utility-based operators. What do you see here? You see a Nomad, you see a Brava, you see him being extremely flexible with both the utility and extremely important kills. In that one round where they win the 3v4 on that plant, he's the one that retakes upstairs and covers the plant. He's a key player, not only in the game, but also out of the game, in the energy, in the voice comms, and in being that hype man alongside Ashen that these teams need. As you could see when the key was getting crushed, he's the funny guy in the lineup.
And I love that he understands fundamentally power positions on the map. I know it's a bit of more of a micro-analytical thing to bring up and people might not fully understand what I mean, but a power position is just a part of the map, especially defensively.
Snow Balcony, great example here.
That you want to hold, that is going to be advantageous, will be a win condition for you and your team if you hold it, or conversely, if you take it. And what he does is just manages to move himself into positions where I want to stay here, I'm under a lot of pressure, so I need to play this to my win condition, and each time he just seems to smell out that win condition of being there, and he manages to snag it.
And he does this most of the time left stranded. You could see it here on Snow Balcony with Lai on the MR, upstairs on Consulate with the Brava,
I agree.
On the Nomad when he's lurking around. He has incredible self-awareness, but he's selfish in his own game style, but he will always manage to get the important kills to cover his teammates. That's the strength of this player. And honestly, this SSG roster, I always say, they're always a big challenger and dark horse, and the more we advance in this tournament, the clearer it's looking. It will be a great game between SR right now and the other NA representative in Space Station.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the fact that, SSG was able to turn on the heat today does mean that OXG is going to be heading home, but we have an extra interview ready with Flax, who is standing by with Forrest to have a couple of words before they do go.
All right, I am here with Forrest. Forrest, obviously, this wasn't the results you guys wanted. For me personally, seeing you guys come into the NAL, brand new team, brand new roster, I wasn't really in faith that you guys were going to even be able to make it this far. The fact that you guys pushed your way through NAL, made it here to the stage, and had a tremendous performance, obviously falling short, I think you guys really should pat yourselves on the back.
Yeah, we've had a lot of learning experiences and a lot of growing pains, and obviously it shows in our gameplay, and we just need to have a lot more translation to practice and experience. We're playing against a lot of rosters who have been together for years now, and we're playing catch up right now. And so I think it's pretty impressive how far we've gone, given what we have. But at the same time, we know we're good enough. We literally beat Furia. It was a pretty decisive win. So obviously we're good enough to beat top teams. It's just about doing it consistently and just cranking hard. We're good enough. We just got to do it.
Yeah, and that's obviously something that really speaks to you guys, is the fact, again, brand new roster, not brand new players. You guys all have experience. You guys all have what it takes to be a top team. Clearly, like you're saying, beating a team like Furia and the way that you guys did as well. I mean, you guys are extremely competitive. Now having the experience, having the LAN experience, seeing what you guys can do as a team, seeing what you guys can fix. What are we going to see from the Oxygen in the future?
Just refining our gameplay. You know, we just need to make more mistakes, to be honest. Like, you know, live and learn type shit. So, like, as long as we just keep, you know, keep our heads down and keep to the nose to the grindstone, like, you know, I see why we can't, you know, have a top 8, top 4, even like, you know, top 2 performance in the NAL and further on tournaments.
Absolutely. Well, I don't want to keep you here too longer. I know you want to get with your team. I know you just want to be able to relax. Is there anything that you want to say to Oxygen, to your fans out here, to your loved ones at home that are watching you?
You know, thank you to everyone who supports us. Obviously, this has been a pretty up and down experience, especially NAL was pretty crazy. Like, you know, next season, we're going to crank hard.
All right. Well, you heard it from Forrest. Still high in spirits. They're going to crank hard. I'm going to send it back to our lovely desk to break it all down.
Thank you. Lovely desk here.
Except for Leo.
Wait, you're now 2 jumping on stray bullets? So I'm catching stray bullets from 2 now. I'm in a crossfire right
was
now.
doing it, and I hadn't bullied you all day, and I thought I wanted to join in
All right,
by
so
the end of the day.
that was
apparently
really
what's
good.
happening on this desk is that I'm getting consistently bullied. So that's the rule. I'm assuming. Very first day here.
You
Is it going to be like this
said
for
that
the
all I do
entire...
is complain. So who's complaining now? Sassy.
Oh,
Anyways.
Oh, we need to segue.
Either way.
I need someone to save me from here.
You're stuck at this point. But we're going to save you instead by talking about groups that we have had so far here at EWC, starting off with Group A. That's a group that we've been covering mainly on the B stream as well as the C stream. This is where NA was. This is where some of the APAC teams were. And the teams that do manage to make it out is Weibo, G2, Shopify, and Virtus Pro.
Some big surprises here, by the way.
Oh, facts!
The biggest one, Dark Zero. Dark Zero not there anymore. Weibo has made it. We've eliminated a big NA talent. Second surprise, FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan did not make it.
That's
G2,
my big surprise, FaZe Clan.
G2-0 FaZe Clan. And it was exactly what we expected. A strong G2. A European champion is full of momentum here, Jess.
If FaZe Clan
Overcoming
went up
champions.
against anyone else, they go through. In my opinion, G2 was just really on their game, and they have been recently, so I really think that this bracket, placed in another order, would have gone differently.
It do be like that sometimes. And it is what it is. Group B is the group where we had the defending title champions, Falcons, who did go out in the first day, which was also completely unexpected at the hands of Secret and SSG. So from this one, we have SSG that goes through NIP, Team Secret, and it's going to be a decider between W7M or Furia, Jess. Wish you want to place your bets?
I love the coach of W7M personally. He's a great guy, but he also has a huge passion for the game. So I hope he does well because he's been working really hard with the boys. I also...
It's going to be Furia, Jess.
I know, but I also know the power of Furia. I know what they're capable of. But this has been a tournament of upsets so far. So I wouldn't mind if we just keep adding to the tally.
All right. I mean, we're going to have to find out. Tune into the B stream for those of you who are here right now if you want to know how that game plays out. But when it comes to what we're going to be seeing for the rest of the playoffs, our schedule, our bracket, we have that one ready as well with the games that we're going to be covering tomorrow. We have VP against whoever wins the game from Furia at W7M. NIPG2, Shopify Space Station, the NA clash once again. NA can't catch a break, man. They really want them all gone. Like, there's the only 2 NA teams left. They're like, oh yeah, you guys just fight it out there. And then Secret against Weibo Gaming. I think that's a super interesting one, considering both Secret and Weibo weren't necessarily considered high odds.
Do you know what I love? That there is so much international representation coming into the playoffs, because there was Brazil dominance, there still is to some degree, but you get into some events and it's like, we know APAC's going to get knocked out, and I cry a little bit and then we move on. Yeah, sometimes EML sucks, sometimes NAL sucks, so I'm glad there's a lot of representation.
Straight facts with this bracket. Just one thing I'd like to put out there. How many EU teams are in there?
Oh, here he goes. He's
no, okay. I'm not flexing. Let me flex. We've not seen the EU team perform well.
How many EU teams are in there, Leo?
Yeah, Leo,
please do tell us.
A majority of European teams. 3 of them. We only have 2 Brazilian teams, and we will only have, after that game, only 1 NA team. It will be 2.
So you think every single EU team is going to go through?
No, not really. I'm not thinking that, but I just think it's cool that we have some incredible EU representation. The year where Falcons doesn't perform, we have 3 European teams to step up. And that's an incredible level.
I think that's probably the thing to take away from it, is that Team Secret has been a very pleasant surprise to me.
Oh, yes.
And I wanted to see how they played when they didn't have their little shield crutch, and it turns out they can play Siege without the shield crutch as well. So that's a fantastic part of the evolution of EML.
Absolutely. A fantastic part in general of the evolution of this tournament. As you know, already touched upon, usually it is Brazil, and then we have BDS. Yes, you touched upon too, Leo. I'm actually being nice and I'm praising you, don't you worry.
Oh.
But That's it from us for today. Thank you, both of you, for joining. Bye. Thank you, both of you, for joining me on the Analyst Desk. Thank you for your wonderful segment and for your illustrations. They have been great. We're going to be back again tomorrow, same time, same place. So drop a follow. Make sure you stick along. But again, a reminder to be stream has Fury at W7M. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care of yourselves, guys. Bye.
I'ma get